You're confused, you're alone, it's Saturday night, you have no pants on. Welcome back. This is the underlying philosophy of skateboarding. We're here with Jason Jesse. This is Becoming Skate Videos. This is fucking Truck Wars, and that's Olson. Skaters have the best names. Friend of the letters. This is Brian Brannon from Jodie Foster's Army.
This is Steve Cavallero.
Didn't that fail in like 1988? Watch more Love Letters to Skateboarding.
California. I'm here with my good buddy Neil Hendricks.
The 11th year of the Vans Pool Party. We're here in Orange, California. It seems like it gets better every year. We have $128,000 to give away, but more importantly than the money, we got banners above us, and everyone here wants their name on those banners.
That's right. If you look right behind our heads, you see some repetitive names up there, especially in the Masters division. But, you know, it's time to crown a new pool party king here this year, and we're going to be excited to see what we get today.
Hey, in the pro division the last couple of years, it was the teenagers that took over. First it was Tristan Rennie, then last year was Tom Shar. But we got a whole new format for the pros this year. Only best run counts in the finals. We'll talk more about that in just a little while. First of all, we're going to talk a little bit about the schedule. First thing that's going to kick off is Masters Finals in just a few minutes.
That's right, and then at 4 o'clock, we're going to head to the Pro Semifinals. We're going to have 3 heats at 4 o'clock, and then finally on to the Legends Semifinals.
And guess what? We got Jeff Grosso joining us in the booth for that. I know everyone out there is looking forward to that. Then we got our little halftime show and moving on to Legends Finals at 6:30.
That's right, and then at 7 o'clock, the reason everybody tuned in, well, some of the people tuned in, is to watch that big pro finals and to see what kind of madness is going to happen this year at the 11th annual Vans Pool Party. And at 8 o'clock, we'll be giving out the awards. But along with that, we've got a watch and win prize today.
Yeah, show us how you're watching the contest today. Hashtag Vans Pool Party. And we're going to show that photo at the end of the broadcast. So if you're like skipping work or like cheating on your wife watching the pool party or something, just know that we're going to show that photo at the end of the show. So we got some cool prizes to give away, some old school pro Vans shoes, and a signed limited edition Vans Pool Party deck.
All right, I can't wait to see some of those photos coming in. So now let's take a look at the Combi Bowl itself, Neil. This is a historic remake of the original Combi at Upland. And we're going to take a look at some individual features here. What can you tell us about the Square Bowl?
Yeah, the Square Bowl has perfect flat walls. This is where kind of more of the vert riders, the half-pipe riders are going to do their thing, but look for some really big tricks on these flat walls.
That's right, and of course you transfer out of the Square Bowl right into the Round Bowl. And the Round Bowl is known for, if you're going to boost, that's the bowl they boost in. But there's also a great hip leading from the shallow end right into the Round Bowl, and you're going to see some big airs, maybe a few alley-oops, maybe a couple flip tricks, but we'll be looking forward to see what we see over that hip today.
Moving on to the center section, we call it the Peninsula. We used to call it the Duncan because Duncan had a couple legendary slams. Grosso told us we can't call it the Duncan anymore. Last year after Pedro jumped it, I suggested maybe we call it the Pedro. I'm going to call it the Pedro, but right here it's the Peninsula. Are we going to see someone transfer over it again like Pedro did last year? This is a really hard part of the pool to skate. That section that you're looking at right there goes right to vert. You'll see guys doing tricks on that. It is really hard.
Yeah, and the toughest part about the Peninsula is that if you're coming straight down it, it's going to spit you right into the shallow end, and that shallow end is tight and has 2 different waterfalls. So you get your legs all set for these big corners, and then you find yourself in a 3-foot corner, and that shallow end is notorious for taking people out.
Let's take a look at some highlights from last year's winners.
All right, last year was amazing. I mean, once again, we saw Chris Miller taking the Legends division. We saw Tom Schaar taking the Pro, and Bruno Passos.
Yeah, speaking of the
Women
man
Masters.
himself, Chris Miller right here, blunt slide in the round. Chris Miller seems to get better and better with age. He's spent a ton of time in the original combi pool in Upland, California, by where he grew up in Claremont. There he is once again receiving the big prize. He's got a dislocated rib from a surf injury, but he's looking good out there in practice. And how about Tom Schaar? Was 15 years old when he took the pro win last year. Last year was best 2 runs out of 4. Tom's always been known as being a really consistent skater. This year, it's only your best run counts. I feel like that could maybe sway the advantage to like a Pedro Barros or Corey Junot.
It's definitely possible. Tom's got the style, but we'll see what the format, we'll see who it favors. And so Pedro and Matt Boyster last year, let's not forget Matt, back-to-back transfers over the never-before-transferred Peninsula
This
right
is
here.
what everyone was talking about. Nothing taken away Tom Schaar winning the contest, but for weeks afterwards, everyone was talking about this transfer that Pedro and Matt Boyster did. Guys had been trying this for years, and this was after the contest. Guys were just feeding off the energy in the contest. Look at that, barely squeaking in over the coping. Pedro followed up right by Matt Boyster. Amazing moment last year, right after the contest.
All right, well, let's check out some love letters from Jeff Grosso here. He's going to talk about some things to look forward to at this year's 11th annual Vans Pool Party.
Welcome back to the letters. I'm Jeff Grosso. This is Omar Hassan. And this is all the shit you didn't want to know about the Vans Pool Party. There's $13,000 in bragging rights on the fucking line. There's $35,000 for first place in bragging rights on the line. This is the biggest fucking pool contest of the year. Okay, so they want to know what you're going to see. Like, this is what you're going to see today. Like, you don't know.
Yeah. You're going to see tons of Smith grinds because that's the newest thing that every kid can do, a frontside Smith grind. Great.
Dip it. Gotta dip that shit, bro. Mike Smith made up the Smith stop. He just went straight up the wall and smithed over and stopped there and then fell in. He's like, Smith stop. Mike Smith rules, by the way. Then the Smith stop turned into the Smith grind. Losi kind of popularized that.
Shreddy Repus was doing Smith grinds probably before Mike Smith was probably even skating.
One of the tricks that's going to be highly abused today, and you're going to see a lot of, which I wish they would just stop already, is the backside stalefish. Gator invented the backside stalefish. He did them for a couple contests or whatever, and then he stopped. And it should have never been done again. And breathe, 1, 2. We're here with Jeff Tatum, the inventor of the JT Air, which is now known as the backside ollie. And we're trying to get down to the history of the no-handed aerial.
I don't know if anyone ever totally invents anything in this world. You know, there's always, it's always happening in 3 different places at the same time and somehow comes together.
It's like a collective idea.
Kinda, yeah.
You might want to go back and talk to Olsen, because, bitch, invented that, and see, the alley-oop 50-50. That's Steve Olsen, but everybody gives Schroeder the credit.
Of course, they showed it Stacy Peralta 78, Lakewood half pipe.
It's closed. The park is closed. You mean this isn't the Mojave skate park? No, man. This is Lakewood, man. Lakewood.
Tackett claims he did the ollie first in those pipes.
So does Jeff Tatum.
Yeah, so does Jeff Tatum.
I believe in Tatum, man.
You know, but you know what?
Okay, but
They're both full of shit because we did it before they did in Arizona.
before fucking Alba.
We did.
I'm sure. I love that.
I'm sure.
You're gonna see a lot of nose grinds. You're gonna see a lot of stale-fishes around the corner. You're gonna see a lot of frontside boneless ones around the corner.
Yeah, a lot of frontside bonelesses.
GSD did the frontside boneless on Banks. I believe it was Caballero, took him to vert.
Letters. You heard Grosso talking about the frontside boneless. Wait till you see this kid Jack Winburn's frontside boneless today in the pro semifinals. I learned something new every time I watch that. Thanks for the history lesson, Grosso, and the combi pull history. What do you think about that, Scott?
Well, I think there's a pretty slim chance of seeing any backside stale-fishes today. But what we do want to talk about, for those of you who are at home watching on the webcast, is the vibe down in the pool right now. The nerves are starting to come out, little competitive drive starting to come out. So we're going to throw it down to Chris Narotko and get a look at, or get a sense of what the vibe is down on the deck. Chris?
It's bananas down here. Every year that this contest gets gnarlier and gnarlier. The other day in practice, Pedro was trying to kickflip 540s. Everybody's going for broke. There's young guys trying to kill themselves, old dudes trying to kill themselves, going 100 miles an hour. It's like they snorted a bag of sugar or something. It's bananas down here. It's going to be a crazy, crazy day. You might want to get one of those stadium bags so you don't have to leave to pee. It's going to be nuts. Back up to you guys.
All right, we're going to get going with Masters Finals in just a few minutes. Just to run through who we're going to be seeing out here, our defending champ, Bruno Passos, got the free pass straight to the finals. Pat Black also got the free pass for being the World Cup skateboarding points champ from last year. And we had 6 guys that qualified through the Masters qualifying round on Thursday. So we have 8 guys. Format for the Masters Finals is going to be 3 runs. The runs are 40 seconds long, and only the best run counts. So here we go, leading off with Richard Sanchez, just from up the road in LA. Rodney Mead made his first trip out to the combi pool contest from Florida. Bennett Harada, Jed Fuller, Nav, Steve Revord, Pat Black, and Bruno Passos.
Yeah, what an interesting crew of riders for this Masters Finals. I mean, this division is becoming a really unique division. I mean, it's not quite your big name pros. It's not quite your big name legends. It's kind of, as you said earlier, Neil, the working class pros.
Yeah.
Or the working class skateboarders that are still out there in their 40s and 50s killing it.
Quick shout out to Andy McDonald. Andy was going to make his Masters debut today in the Masters division, but he had a baby a couple days ago. So family first. Andy Max at home watching with the family. So congrats on the new addition, and looks like you're going to have to make the Masters division debut next year at the pool party. So would have been good to have you out here. But here's the vertical vampire, Darren Navarrete, always holding it down for vert and pool skating all over the world, rolling with the Creature crew, getting his last warm-up run before Masters Final starts.
And so our top qualifier for the Masters was actually a guy named Steve Revord out of San Diego, who skated in this a couple years prior. And I was talking to him earlier, and he said he had his board stolen yesterday.
Yeah, I can't believe that,
He really
man.
seemed a little disappointed. He said, I could do without the wheels, I could do without the board, but breaking in a new set of trucks on contest day?
Yeah, he said he had to dig out some 2-year-old trucks that he had in the garage that were already kind of broken in and grooved in good.
Yeah.
So what a bummer to have your board stolen. But I just like to think that maybe it was a crazy fan that just wanted a combi pool souvenir. It wasn't necessarily any ill will, but...
Well, after talking up his love of Metallica a few years ago, he actually got contacted by the band's rep, and they sent him a full package and said that how stoked they were that he was rocking a T-shirt at the contest. So maybe there is a secret fan club of Steve Revord fans out there.
These guys are just wrapping up practice right now. This is Rodney Mead from Florida. Wait till you see Rodney Mead's inverts, man. This guy does some of the coolest hand plants in skateboarding. I've been skating with Rodney Mead since the 80s. I remember the first time I made a skate trip down to Florida and skated with Rodney Mead. This guy's always done some of the coolest inverts. We shout out to Jeff Hedges. We always talk, Rodney Mead's kind of the East Coast Fedge. Those guys are like the masters of the hand plants on vert ramps and pools.
Neil, before about 20 minutes ago, I had never in my 40 some odd years of skateboarding seen a finger flip varial invert, and Rodney Mead threw one out perfectly. And it was some crazy juggling upside down, but it was pretty cool.
It's funny because Grosso was talking about on the love letters that some of the new guys don't get completely inverted on their hand plants, but the masters do. When you watch these guys still got really good 80s style inverts. So looking forward to seeing what Rodney Mead pulls out. This is Jed Fuller right now getting his last warm-up run from Salt Lake City, doing it for the Green Issue crew. I hear Dave Duncan calling the guys out of the bowl. Looks like we're going to get going in just a minute.
All right, so on the deck right now, we see Richard Sanchez, 44 years old, coming out of Los Angeles, California. Now, Richard, how do you describe Richard? Richard's been known to show up in full guar regalia with big spikes sticking out of his shoulders. He's definitely someone who throws himself into the fun and spirit of skateboarding. And so we got Richard Sanchez rolling in right now, and the clock starts on their first trick. First corner carve or a trick will start the clock. So it's not actually starting at the drop-in. But here's Richard. What do you think, Neil?
Frontside grind through the square corner, working the square pull right now. Frontside carve. First skater, man. This is what we've been waiting for days.
That's right.
First run's always a little bit of butterflies right there.
I think it might be an understatement for some of these guys, man. I know from riding this bowl in years past that the butterflies, you can't make them go away. I was talking to Bucky earlier, and I said, do you still get nervous? And he's like, depends what I have to offer.
Quick note, on these intro runs, they're 40-second runs, so you can get up and finish your run if you have a fall. After the intro run, it's going to be time at the fall. So the only time you're going to see guys get up and start their run over is in these intro runs.
That's right. He's got about 10 seconds left. At this point, he's probably going to wave it off. But as you said, Neil, the first intro run is a full run, even if they fall. Once we get through that, then it is an ordered jam. So basically skate till you fall. And that's a lot of fun because it keeps people moving. It gives people the ability to try some stuff. And but I'll tell you, those first runs, Richard's just happy he got through it right now. It's Rodney Mead getting pumped up. The East Coast Fedge, I like that title. And so we'll see Rodney Mead at 47 years old coming out of St. Cloud, Florida. And again, keep an eye out for that finger flip varial invert.
Shout out to all the Florida crew. Rodney rides for Demon Seed Skateboards. These guys got a new Florida Vert series going on, so appreciate the guys that are keeping vert and pool skating alive in Florida. Always been an amazing scene down there. Big Madonna in the square, Rodney Mead. Look at that. That is a proper stand. There it is. Finger flip invert just getting away. Still has 15 seconds to go.
So Rodney Mead, knowing that he's got to take advantage of that time, he hustles his way right on up there. And he's going to drop back in and probably try to get that same trick, and there it is.
That is so gnarly.
Perfect. So Rodney's stoked right now. He hopped out after making that trick earlier and let everybody know how psyched he was to roll away from it. Yeah, he's feeling good. And there we see some of the crew. Rodney taking a little deep breath there, feeling good. And next up is going to be Bennett Harada. Bennett out of Venice, Los Angeles, California.
Yeah, he's man. Bennett has always been one of the most stylish guys. Always, skating the Venice and Santa Monica parks, and this guy has always looked so cool on a skateboard. I always thought even just his frontside slash grinds kind of were like the Krishna Soy-esque. It's hard to do anything to be compared to Krishna Soy, but Bennett Harada has always had such a unique, rad style, just super stylish skater. Always looked good on a skateboard.
The word style and Bennett definitely belong in the same sentence together. You'll notice that, and he's got some hard tricks. He just threw up a little back Smith there. You might see him do a frontside nose grind. He's got some airs, but Bennett, at the end of the day, he's got about 10 seconds to go, but he's all about getting style.
Frontside air around the corner, gnarly trick there in the square.
Nice slash there, trying to get his chuck off the coping.
That's going to be time right there for Bennett Harada.
All right, Bennett holding it together there, having a nice run. And he's been repping the SMA for years now, so good to see Bennett out there. It's Chuck Dinkins, right? No, not Chuck Dinkins. That's
Eric Britton.
Eric Britton, thank you very much.
Tuma. You'll see across the graphics on the top, we got scores popping up. Bennett's got a 78.33, just slotting into second place, right behind Rodney Mead, who has a 70.67. We got a instant scoring going, so we got scores popping up. So keep your eye up on that top graphic.
That's right. And right now, Jed Fuller, this man's been described as the man that hypes up the session, and you could see as he was screaming into the camera there, that's obviously true. Jed rocking the gold helmet, not quite able to hang on to that backside air, and so that's going to be it, unless this is still Jed's first run, which it is, and so Jed's got a few more seconds on the clock. 20 seconds to go for Jed Fuller.
I love the gold helmet, man.
Yeah, that's a custom job right there. Nice close-up on the camera on that lean to tail. 10 seconds to go for Jed Fuller. And so these guys all want to get at least one solid run out of the way. But again, those butterflies can make that pretty tough in the first run. So run 1 of 3 for Jed Fuller. And basically what we're doing right now is we're running the qualifying order in reverse order. So we'll work our way up to the top qualifier, which again is going to be Steve Revord. But right now, the Vertical Vampire prepping to see what he can do.
I love this guy. One of my favorite skateboarders of all time. Does so much for skateboarding. You look at half the guys in the pro final today are guys that grew up under Darren's wing.
Exactly. Yeah, Creature Skateboard's doing a ton out there for the next generation, and Darren's just a fun guy to skate with. He's got a great attitude. He's geeky in his love of skateboarding, and will bring up some really interesting topics to talk about. But and he's got a unique style. Nobody skates like Darren.
Backside tail slide in the square, grabbing the nose. Got 30 seconds to go right now. Good run so far for the Vertical Vampire.
Yep. Darren coming in right there. Trademark invert. And we'll see. Darren loves to throw the Gila monsters, and he's got a handful of sort of signature tricks. The cab to Andrex.
When I think of Navs, I think about the back crail revert.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, in Darren's competitive vert days, he had some really unique tricks.
Be able to fakie, that's going to be time. That is a perfect first run for Darren Navarrete.
Yeah, Darren looking good. He's psyched right now. And so now Steve Revord kind of knows where the bar is. And Steve Revord is going to have to figure out where he ends up. Now, Steve Revord's our first place qualifier, but Bruno Passos was qualified from last year. Darren sitting in first place right now with a 78.67.
Yeah, way up to the top. 8 points ahead of Rodney Mead. 78.67 is now the score to beat.
Yeah, it's a big bump right there, and that's what you see when you stay on for the entire 40 seconds.
So Steve Revord on a borrowed board and some old trucks he just found in his garage.
Yeah, Steve Revord, again, kind of an underground rider from San Diego, but one of the most impressive things I ever saw Steve Revord do was a 540 at Buc-ee's in full Twisted Sister outfit at the Halloween party. And right now, Steve's just ripping it up. Looks like he's kind of holding it down. Get a good run under the belt, and then try to knock it up a few notches.
Shout out to a couple of the guys that just barely missed out on this Masters final. One of the guys, Josh Nelson, another one of San Diego's finest, absolutely killed it on Thursday, barely missed it. So shout out to those guys. Hopefully we'll see Josh back in the Masters final next year. Steve Revord, 2 seconds left, and that's another solid run. Steve Revord and Darren Navarrete, blow to blow, both with perfect runs. I think that back tail might have been right after time. We'll see if the judges are able to squeeze that in there for him.
Oh, Zach Miller in the lower corner.
Zach, you got left hanging, buddy. I can't wait to watch that on replay. Mark the tape. Zach Miller got left hanging by Steve Revord.
All right, that was great stuff from Steve Revord right there.
78.00, second place, right behind Darren Navarrete.
Yeah, coming in just a hair behind Navs. So Steve Revord definitely planning to bump it up a few in the next runs. He was probably didn't get that back tail in time. But right now we have last year's winner, and what can you say? Legend in the Brazilian skate world and the American skate world for that matter. Bruno Passos. What can you tell us about Bruno?
Yeah,
Neil?
right here on our sheet it says he's from Vista, California. He may live there now, but he's one of Brazil's finest. Grew up in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil with Bob Burnquist. Bob Burnquist usually credits Bruno Passos for why he's skateboarding. And this guy, Bruno's usually behind the camera filming Bob. Really amazing skateboard filmmaker and still so good at skateboarding. 5-0 to fakie through the corner. 8 seconds to go right now, and so far I think this is the best run we've seen in the Masters final.
It's definitely the craziest lines. Rolling into that corner, hitting the Smith.
That's going to be time
5-0
right there.
fakie.
That is a perfect run. I think that's going to be in the 80s for Bruno Passos.
I wouldn't put it past him.
Just falling off, but that was well after time, so the judges are not going to score him down on that. Take a look up at our instant scoring for the score coming up on this. That's the last skater for run number 1. Quick note, you might have seen we introed Pat Black. Pat Black hurt his ankle right before the finals. Pat Black, unfortunately, not able to answer the bell right now. 78.33, not into the 80s like I predicted. The judges want to see a little bit more out of Bruno Passos. Darren Navarrete still in first place with a 78.67.
Yeah, so our top 3 again, Navarrete, Passos, and Revord. And we'll see what happens here as we get into the jam format portion. And this is skate till you fall.
They're still going to be going in order, but once they fall, run is over.
So we got Richard Sanchez in there right now with a little backside carve. And so that backside carve probably counts as his first wall. And that's when they start the time. And now we see Richard Sanchez with a nice backside air.
I love this outfit, man.
You gotta love
We got
it.
a freaking vest.
You know he's got
We
a
got
custom
cut-off jeans shorts with custom patches.
You know he's got a custom van parked out front with that leather vest and those
Got
shorts.
some pro design pads, some duct tape on the shoes. That is what the Vans Pool Party is all about. Just jumping off the backside ollie right there with 15 seconds to go. That's it for run number 2 for Richard Sanchez.
All right, now taking a little second chance at some redemption here. These guys are all looking for a flawless run at the very least. And Rodney Mead. Oh, Rich says, I'm not done yet. I got some more to show you guys. And there's a frontside 5-0 around the square. Oh, going for something, back revert.
Spin to win.
Yeah. Never been the plan of Richard Sanchez in the past, but he figures, hell, I'm at the Vans Pool Party, might as well try to spin it. And there we see Rodney Mead out of St. Cloud, Florida. And again, we know he's got some tricks we haven't seen yet. And there's Pat Black. You can see him with putting some ice on that ankle down on the sideline. Poor guy to come all the way out here and make it so far, only to get the door slammed right before the finals.
Such a bummer. Run number 2, Rodney Mead right here. Rodney kind of grew up on the vert ramps, maybe doesn't have the pool and round wall experience that some of these guys do. Definitely holding his own so far. Texas plant in the round bowl.
He's looking good on that frontside boneless and that Texas. Little crail slide. And look at that. Oh.
Back foot just not getting back on the 1 foot invert. That's going to be time right there with about 20 seconds to go in Rodney's second run. Still sitting in 4th place with a 70.67.
And a 65 on that last run. And now we're getting Bennett Harada in here for his second run of the day. And as we said, Bennett makes it look good. Bennett's got the style.
Even his skateboards always look good. His helmets look good.
Yep.
He just looks cool, man.
Bennett's been known to rock a leather trench coat with those dreadlocks and that beard. And
yeah, second run so far, not really working out for these guys. Couple early falls for Richard, Rodney, and Bennett Harada. We'll see if Jed Fuller can make it happen next up.
That's right, coming out of Salt Lake City, Utah, 42 years old, riding for Green Issue and Ace Trucks and a few other companies. Jed Fuller rocking the gold helmet, getting the thumbs up, and he's in there for run number 2. Now, Jed had a fall in his first run, so he's going to be trying to stay on for the entire, well, as long as he can, basically, at this
Jed's
point.
Currently down in 6th place right now. Starting the run off pretty good with a frontside air and a lean to tail, 50-50 through the corner, working the square pull, frontside nose bonk, grabbing the tail.
And so, Neil, for somebody who hasn't seen the pool party before, what do you think the judges are looking for out here?
Judges are really looking for difficulty of tricks, the use of the bowl. Look at this is a really good run right now for Jed Fuller. You know, you got to use the whole pool. You got to use the shallow. You got to use the corners. That's a fall right there with only 7 seconds to go. That's going to up Jed's first run score, though, for sure.
All right, and next in is going to be our first place currently sitting in first place, Darren Navarrete, with a 78.67 and just barely there.
And you know what? I think that was kind of a safety run for Navs. He's definitely got more in the bag after that. I saw him do the back crail revert in the prelims a couple days ago.
Yeah.
Navs has got more to that. I think he can up that score into the 80s for sure.
Navs is a veteran, and he definitely knows how to apply a little strategy when it comes to the contest, and I wouldn't doubt for a second that just getting one run under his belt is the way he's taking it. So I agree with you for sure with that backside tailslide right there.
Darren's been helping out a ton of the young riders under the Skeleton Key banner. He's got a rad little clothing company called Skeleton Key from San Diego. You'll see. Look at that. Back trail reaver in the round. That is so hard. I was expecting to see him do that on the flat wall in the square pool.
And he's still on, and he's still got some time.
If I was
frontside 5-0 off the hip.
If I was a judge, that alone puts it into the 80s. 3 seconds to go. 3, 2, 1. Slider to fakie. That fall is going to be right at time. Hopefully the judges don't score him down too much. Like we mentioned, he's currently sitting in first already with a 78.67. But I know that Bruno and Cruz got more. Oh, that score is going to hurt him. He's got a 77.33 for that last run, so that does not top his first run. He's got to have a solid 40 seconds and pop out. Looks like the judges did score him down for that fall.
That's right. That crail revert's arguably one of the hardest tricks we've seen so far, but again, just coming up shy of that 40-second mark. Now we got Steve Revord in there, not quite making that mute air over the hip.
Early fall for Steve Revord, currently sitting in third place.
So when it's best run counts, Neil, can playing it safe on your first run turn around to kind of bite you in the end?
Yeah, because you have less attempts at the victory run.
That's right. You just cut yourself down to 2 shots.
It's funny, though, because I talked to Darren right before this Masters final, and he told me he was going for the victory run all 3 runs.
Interesting. Well, I think Bruno Passos is definitely putting it all, leaving it all in the bowl, because we've seen his winning contest runs in the past, and they don't look a whole lot different from what we're seeing right now.
Look at that, 50-50s both ways through the square corner. You can see compared to some of the guys that kind of have more flat wall experience, Bruno Passos is good at skating bowls, and I can't believe he just fell on that back tail. Luckily, he's still got a smile on his face. Bruno Passos is not going to improve on his score. He's still going to be hanging in second place. Yeah, there was a few falls in that second run. I think guys might be saving it for this third and final run,
which is a dangerous technique. So let's go down the leaderboard real quick. In 7th, we got Richard Sanchez with a 66. Bennett Harada in 6th place with a 68.33. In 5th place currently is Rodney Mead with a 70.67. Top 4 is Jed Fuller with a 73.33, and top 3 is Steve Revord with a 78.00.
And look how close those scores are. Bruno Passos with a 78.33, Darren Navarrete 78.67. The top 3 are separated by only 0.6 of a point.
That's right.
That is really close on the podium right there.
Basically a third of a point separating top 3.
But even just from seeing the skating in the first 3 runs, or first 2 runs, I do think it's going to be between those 3 guys, but I would not be surprised to see that order change.
Well, Richard Sanchez definitely has some tricks. We'll see what he can pull out right now. He definitely needs to put a run together for this third and final run of the day.
Hey, there's those backside airs that he fell on the first couple runs. That's a nice solid eggplant right now. That is the best run so far for Richard Sanchez.
But he's going to have to get himself out of the round ball if he wants to impress the judges. And, you know, it could be said that there's some half-pipe guys that could kill a half-pipe run in that square bowl, but if the judges don't see you hitting the corners, they're going to knock down that score
10 seconds to go right now for Richard Sanchez. Solid slasher through the square corner. Good run.
Pretty good.
Just winding it out right here with a frontside ollie in the square. Couple seconds left on the clock when he popped out, but that's going to be his best run of the Masters Finals by far.
Absolutely. And at 44 years old, Richard's got to be stoked to pull off a full run. And you see him high-fiving his friends around the bowl.
Look at that. Another guy in the 78s. He's tied with Steve Revord right there. We got another guy that has a 78. So now there's 4 guys within 0.6 of a point.
This is shaping up to be quite a final run here at the Masters Finals here at the Vans Pool Party. All right, Rodney Mead dropping in right now, knowing what he's got to do. Rodney's currently sitting with a 70.67, and he knows he needs to add at least 8 points onto that score if he wants to be in competition for that top 3.
Yeah, I think he can do it also. He hasn't made the full 40 seconds. Whoa, look at that speed wobbles.
Hey,
just missed his pump right there coming down the waterfall.
Yeah, we talked about that shallow end in the beginning and how just navigating that shallow end can be the most
There's
difficult
the
part
finger
of the
flip invert. That's one of the gnarliest hand plant variations you can do.
Oh,
varial invert, fully stood up on top and just jumping off the tail grab varial with about 12 seconds to go. But he is stoked on that one.
Yeah, definitely the best run for Rodney. He's got to be feeling good. I bet if he'd made that that little body varial tail grab, the judges might have put him in contention for the top 3. But it looks like 72 is what they gave him, which is a nice little bump up for Rodney.
Bumped up a couple points, but did not bump up his position. Jed Fuller still holding it down in the top 5 with a 73.33. So Bennett Hirata is going to have his last chance. Bennett's also a guy that has not put the full 40 seconds together yet.
Yeah, currently sitting in 7th place. He definitely wants to do better, and Bennett can. He's got the tricks. Look at that classic combi board slide right there. Nice backside air, looking good. Just trying to hang on.
There's that frontside slash that I love. He's got such a cool pump style because the arms just fly behind his back when he pumps, kind of the Krishna Soy style.
And
I love that.
He throws that board up over his head on those frontside carves. You see that knee come right up to his face.
Wonder if Bennett's a good surfer. I have to imagine he is.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Oh, the backsmith didn't quite lap into place. That's going to be a fall with 10 seconds to go. Unfortunately, Bennett Hirata is probably not going to improve his score too much. Just to a 73 right now. So, man, all these scores are so tight. The guys that do have falls fell right at the end of their run, so we have so many guys right in that mid-70s position. It's going to be these last few runs that are going to decide the Masters winner.
Yeah, Jed right now with the 73, making his way around that square corner. Little 50-50 over the hip. Jed's going to have to turn it up, and he's got some tricks to do it. But right now we've seen 4 50-50s. Oh, a little
lip Smith in the shallow.
Don't see too many tricks going down in that shallow end. Most guys are just trying to survive it.
Yeah, it's so, like we mentioned earlier, you have to go up 2 waterfalls, so it's really hard to keep your rhythm just to do tricks in there.
Yeah,
a lot of guys just use it to pump for speed. Look at that lip slide Smith grind in the round. Jed Fuller's on a gnarly, amazing run. Stalefish right there. He is stoked. You still got 7 seconds to go, though.
Well, Jed was he was ready to get out and scream, so he figured he'd call it there. And look at everybody. The vibe on the deck right now is nothing but excitement.
That was an amazing run, but he still popped out pretty early.
We'll see what the judges say.
78.33 in a tie with Bruno Passos for 2nd place. I think if he could have just stayed in the pool for a few more seconds, it would have bumped into 1st. But I looked right at the clock when he popped out, and there were still 7 seconds on the clock. So that's probably what held Jed back just a little bit.
All right, Darren knows right now it's all or nothing. He skipped his little Rodney Dangerfield and said, screw it, I'm going in with the eye of the tiger here. And there's that backside air like only Darren does it. Right into a front 50, little frontside air. Darren's going to try to hit something on every wall he can to impress those judges. And he's currently sitting in 1st place, so, you know, chances are all he needs to do. Is this a victory lap, Neil? Is that what I'm trying to say here?
No, he knows that Bruno still has a shot at him.
Of course, Bruno Passos right behind him. Next guy, Steve Revord as well.
Darren knows that Steve and Bruno still have 1 shot at him, so he's got 3 seconds to go. Look at that fakey disaster back revert.
Yeah, that's a good one. Darren's got 3 seconds on the clock.
That's going to be time right there.
Yeah.
We'll see if that ups his score. That fakey hang-up back reaver is so hard. If you get a hug from Jeff Grosso, that means you seriously ripped.
Yeah, you got to feel good about that.
We'll see if he can bump out of the 78s. We have 5 guys in the 78s, but he does not. He got a 75.67. Judges were not feeling that run.
Wow.
But he's still in 1st.
That's right. That's right. So he's got to just basically fade 2 more riders.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, those
Hey.
2 riders are number 2 and number 3.
Yeah, these guys are
not
really,
easily
really good. Darren Navarrete is on the hot seat right now. And you know what? Darren might act like he's not competitive. He really wants to win this
When you're
contest.
sitting in first place and there's $4,000 on the line, you definitely would not mind.
Oh,
the
Steve
idea of
Revord
walking
bailed
away.
a backside air, cracked under pressure. What a tough bail right there. Steve Revord did not fall off his skateboard in the prelims on Thursday at all. Like we mentioned, his skateboard got stolen on Thursday right after the Masters prelims. So brand new board, had to break out some old trucks.
And unfortunately, even though he's tied with Richard Sanchez for a 78, it's going to bounce to their second run, and Richard's got him beat with a little higher scores on his other 2 runs. Yeah, Steve just looked kind of relaxed as he went up to that backside air.
This is just for the crowd right here. This is not being scored.
This is what he would have done had
Yeah.
he not bailed the backside air.
Hey, it's still fun to watch. I dig it.
I love watching Steve. He's got 540s
But hey,
in the bag, too.
You know who's sweating right now? Bruno Passos, last year's winner, currently in second place. He's only 4/10 of a point behind Darren Navarrete.
That's right.
The winner of the Masters final is either going to be Darren Navarrete or Bruno Passos, and this run right here is going to decide it.
All coming down to this right now. We saw Bob up there with him just a few seconds ago, giving a little pointers, maybe just words of encouragement. And here we go.
I love Bruno, always has a smile on his face. Originally from Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, now living in Vista, California. Shout out to everyone down in Brazil watching us. Thanks for tuning in. Last run right here in the Masters final. Love those 50-50s through the square corner, both directions, frontside and backside. Backside 5-0 into the round.
Yeah, Bruno's got some lip tricks.
There's the back tail that he had problems with before, rolling into the square. Solid run right here with 15 seconds to go.
All right, Bruno with a 5-0 to fake here.
Oh, he
zinging
falls. Darren Navarrete is going to win the Masters final.
Pretty safe to say at this point with that fall, his fate is sealed, and Darren might be looking at a
Look at
first
that.
place finish.
There's Go Navs signs in the crowd. So cool to see Navs has the fans out there. 71.33 is Bruno Passos' last score. He's going to end up in second place. He wins the tiebreaker with Jed Fuller. Darren Navarrete, the creature vertical vampire, just won the Masters final.
All right, so we got results coming up right now. Let's see how the whole field shook down. And here we go, Masters final results. In 7th place with a 72, Rodney Mead. Bennett Harada with 6th with a 73. And then we get up into the top 5, which is Steve Revord with a 78, Richard Sanchez with a 78, Jed Fuller squeaking into 3rd place by 0.3 of a point. Bruno Passos just sealing 2nd place with actually going back to a second run to figure out who won the tiebreaker. And Neil, just like you said, at 1st place, Darren Navarrete with a 78.67.
Like I mentioned earlier, Darren Navarrete really took this contest seriously. He might act like the cool, undercover guy that doesn't really care about the contest. But I talked to Darren earlier today, and he was really trying to figure out what he needed to do to win.
Okay, well, that was an exciting Masters final right there, and we're going to be right back after this. So stay tuned here at the Vans Pool Party. And we are back at the Vans pool party. Neil Hendricks, what can you tell us about that Masters final we just got done watching?
I am so stoked for Darren Navarrete, man. Darren Navarrete has been killing it in pools and vert ramps for decades. He's one of the guys that has never quit. He has been pushing vert skating and pool skating forever and does so much just to support skateboarding. I'm so stoked for him. That's the first big win that Darren Navarette's had in years and years and years. So I'm just super stoked for him. And you're going to see a lot of the kids in the pro semifinals going to be rocking Skeleton Key gear. Like this is one of his young prodigies right here, Corey Juneau on screen, warming up for the pro semifinals right now. Just super stoked for Darren.
It's really fair to say that Darren's had a pretty big impact on Corey's riding, as they both ride Claremont all the time. And you saw in Corey's riding kind of when Darren took him under his wing, and saw some noticeable changes. And so we're getting excited right now because coming up next is going to be the semifinal pro heat number 1. So you see Rune Glifberg in there right now, just loosening up the muscles.
Yeah, that's just loosening up the muscles. Rune Glifberg's name is on a couple of these banners up here behind us. He's got a couple of Vans pool party wins. We want to throw a quick shout out to one of our new sponsors. Nixon is helping make the Vans pool party happen this year, so appreciate everyone at Nixon. And I know that Tony Hawk and some of his friends are down in Mexico City this weekend doing a big Nixon demo, so hopefully Hawk and Lizzie Armanto and Kevin Staub and Elliot Sloan and some of the boys are tuned in down in Mexico City, but thanks, Nixon.
All right, so we're going to throw it down to a little recap of the action right now. Check out some of the tricks that went down in that Masters final. We saw some big stuff in there. I mean, that Crail revert, the hang-up revert, or switch frontside rock, whatever you want to call it. Let's take a look at some footage right now. And that might be my favorite trick of the whole session right there.
Feeble to fakie right there at the end of Nav's run. Rodney Mead, amazing hand plant variations. There's the finger flip invert, fully stood up on top. Jed Fuller had an amazing last run. I still think if Jed Fuller could have stayed on that full 40 seconds, he could have even potentially won this contest. There it is, hanging on to the stalefish right there. This is your winner right here, Darren Navarrete. Look at that, back trail revert in the round.
The vertical vampire, man. Nobody's got style like Darren, and there's Richard Sanchez, who's just got to be stoked to get out here and represent. Dude, Rodney Mead with the finger flip.
You do not see finger flip inverts every day these days.
You got to go back and watch Alan Losey in '86 to see that one. And look at that right there, such a hairball trick. And
I always think that's the Mike Frazier special. Look at that, Jed Fuller did lip slide Smith grind in the shallow end and then came and did it in the round. And he was so excited he popped out with 7 seconds still on the clock.
It's probably fair to say these guys will be doing the most celebrating of
So I'll ask you how long you've been training, what we're doing, that kind of stuff.
Just because they're so stoked to be here.
Got a couple of guys warming up right now for the pro semifinals. This is Guy Siljig, one of the most unique styles in pool skating. I was stoked to see him make it through the qualifier. Skates this pool completely different than anyone else. So excited to see that.
Yeah, Guy Siljig, really creative rider. And
yeah, buddy. Minute and a half now? Stalling. Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah. We got a minute and a half to talk.
Oh, that's a long time. Stand by.
I'm getting static now. Thanks a lot, guys. Darren, it wasn't surprising to me that you won. You're one of the biggest jocks in skateboarding. How long have you been training for this win?
I've been training my whole life for this win, actually. My whole life I've been working at this, and finally it paid off. That's all I can say. Or this is one of those dreams where you wake up and you were just dreaming, so I'm not sure yet.
Let's be honest. Were you shitting a brick? Those guys were getting pretty close in that last heat. You were holding on for dear life.
Let's be honest. I probably diarrheaed in my pants the whole time. I mean, I didn't breathe the whole time. I don't know, so let's get honest out there. I'm going to wake up soon, right, and wake up in my bed and be like, what? I got to still drive up here? Oh, man.
Don't ever wake up, Darren. Back to you guys.
That's it.
Okay, so we see Sky crawling out of the bowl there, and it looks like
Trey Wood.
Trey Wood's in there carving some lines around. And again, are we still in practice?
This
These
is
guys
still
are warming
practice
up.
right here for heat number 1 of the pro semis. Trey Wood is a kid that has improved so much from last year. I saw him do kickflip stalefish around the square corner in practice a couple days ago.
Yeah.
Trey Wood could be a threat to win this thing today.
Absolutely. Coming out of Arizona, and you can see, you know, the young kids are hitting it full bore. The pros are easing into it. We got a great mix of top guys here. Steve Pinheiro in there right now. This kid's a regular at the Vans Pool Party.
Yeah, he hasn't been out here in a couple years. He was out here all the time early in his career. Look at that front blunt slide in the square. Steven Pinheiro, he's another guy that did something in the qualifiers here I'd never seen been done before. He did 540s from the shallow to the round over the hip. 540s, Steven Pinheiro.
Wow. Well, let's see who we got. We're looking at him from the back right now, and that is looking like his name is the Sleepy Turtle from
Corey
Claremont.
Juneau
Corey
going
Juneau.
for front nose blunt slide in the round.
And there's Sky Siljak coming out of Washington. Sky skating padless, and Sky had some pretty cool tricks as well. Like he had a crazy frontside air, not a nose bonk, but actually dragging the nose of his board across the deck.
Yeah, my favorite Sky Siljak trick in the round. He does backsmith, pops it up to board slide.
Oh, yeah.
Didn't quite make it in the prelim round on Wednesday, but hopefully Sky will pull that off in the pro semis today. So we're just taking a look in at warm-ups right now. These guys still just got a couple minutes to go before we start.
Yep.
Pro semifinal number 1.
Alex Perelson in there taking a couple warm-up runs. Alex, definitely one of the most dynamic riders in this bowl.
Alex has made the finals a couple times at the pool party before. Look at that ollie to fakie.
Yeah, we saw Alex last year put together some really good lines. And there you see the overview. Everybody's just kind of waiting. It's the calm before the storm.
Yeah, we're just getting started, man. You come back in here about 6 or 7 o'clock, it's going to be a completely different atmosphere.
Okay, so we're going to take a little break and head on down and hear what Jeff Grosso has to say and the things we can look forward to at this year's Vans Pool Party.
Welcome back to the letters. What does this shit have to do with shit? It doesn't have anything to do with it. You know what it is?
We can't hear the program at all.
I have to shift gears. What was the question?
I think you're going to see a lot of hand plants and few inverts.
And not a lot of inverts. The all-time king of the invert, Neil Blender.
A lot of people don't stall them. They do like a hand plant. There's a difference between an invert and a hand plant.
Nice inverted hand plant there.
I love hand plants, and they're a dead art form. Well, now they're back. Everybody's doing hand plants again. They're like a cool thing to do, which makes me feel good. But here's the problem. What's the problem? Oh, you all suck at it. You want to stall. The longer, the better. You should be smoking a cigarette, talking to me, standing on the deck going, "You're a fucking pussy, Grosso. Check me out. I'm the shit."
Like if you watch that old footage of Lance Mount where he does an invert and he lands on top of the grass in that Powell video, that was an all-time clip to show you how to do an invert, because if you want to do a proper stalled invert like that, you gotta land on the deck a couple times. Just, you know what, to tell you the truth, contests make me super nervous, so I just try to stay on or slam, and that sucks to have to do that. But if I could just have fun and try to like do my best, and if I feel like I've like skated and had a good day, then that's enough for me.
Frontside heel flip, got it!
Any place where there's a piece of concrete, a kid will test a skateboard on it. And from that, I got the idea that, talking to the kids, that they needed a park, and one thing led to another to the point where I decided that I knew what the kids wanted and designed it and built it, and you see here now the creation of my ideas.
You're going to see a lot of people going to board.
Yeah.
Because nobody could be bothered to do high airs anymore. Why do a high air when I can do a 2.5, 3 foot high indie air and take it to board. It's so much gnarlier. If every fucking aerial you do is to disaster, it's just how you do airs.
18 years old.
And we're here with Billy Ruff and Dave Andrick, some
Hi.
of the 70s and 80s greatest skateboarders, to sit here and tell you stories about the origins of the backside air. Is there even credit for the first backside air guy? Like, do you know? You're probably...
It all started with the hippies. Hippies were the first ones to take to the air, I think, right? But...
I want to know who that was, because there's still 5 people saying they were the first ones to do that.
It was probably sequentially invented in several spots at the same time.
Well, you're the first guy to break fence, right? Fence high?
Yeah.
Is Andrick's claim?
Right, yeah.
It's not a light comment to make the Dave bio. Like, I mean, it's a fucking literally one run, and the entire fucking game changed. Question mark after question mark after question mark. And sure, you can get to the bottom of some tales, you know, and aren't they better as tales? Aren't they better as folklore? Doesn't it make it all that much more magical? And that's why, you know, that's why we're bringing it up, because we were asked to.
All right, and we are back live at the block in Orange County, California, checking out some warm-up for the
Did you see that
Pro
Smith grind that
semifinals.
Trey Wood just did?
I'm pretty sure he was hanging 10 with his arms locked behind his back.
That was insane. That was one of the best Smith grinds I've ever seen. This is Pro Semifinals Heat 1.
That's right, and so this is going to be the lineup here. We've got Steve Pinheiro out of Orlando, Florida, Ivan Federico, and Kiko Francisco, followed by Sky Siljeg, Trey Wood, and then the big three, Alex Perelson, Rune Glifberg, and Corey Janot. Look at the age gap in that section
and
right there.
I'm telling you, Corey Janot could win the Vans Pool Party today.
Agreed.
He has been skating so good. I saw him doing front nose blunt slide in the round pool in practice the last few days. Everyone has been talking about how good Corey Janot has been skating. In the bowl right now, we see Kiko Francisco. He was the top qualifier from the prelim round on Wednesday in the Pro Division. This is his first pool party. He practically lives here at the block. And so Kiko probably has more time in this pool in the last year or so than anyone out here. Knows this thing like the back of his hand.
Yeah.
Last warm-up runs right now for Kiko.
Yeah, this is a great session we've got coming up here, because we got Ivan Federico coming in from Italy. We've got Kiko, who's a local, Sky Siljeg coming from Washington State. We've got Trey Wood out of Arizona, and of course Rune Glifberg, originally from Denmark.
Yeah.
And then a local boy, Corey Janot, right out of San Diego.
Yeah,
So-
like you said, how cool is that? From 15 years old to 41 years old. Rune Glifberg could be skating in the Masters division with Navs and Bruno Passos and those guys, but he's still top pro level, and he's got the free pass to the semifinals every year since he's a previous winner. So Rune's like, I'm still in the pro division, dude. And you saw even, talk about how good Rune still is. 4th place at Vert Attack in Malmo, Sweden a couple months ago against the top pro vert skaters in the world. So Rune Glifberg still has it for
He
sure.
still skates with that same power and authority he always did. And check out Corey Janot with that alley-oop off the peninsula.
Yeah,
What
Corey
an
has
insane-
some lines that no one else is doing, especially in and out of the round bowl.
Yeah,
There you see Steven Pinheiro. Steven was so stoked to make it through the pre-qualifier on Wednesday. Like I mentioned earlier, he's got a 540 over the hip that no one else is doing. Hopefully we see that in his semifinal run. I am psyched for this pro semifinal heat number 1.
Whoa, it sounds like we're just hearing that Rune Glifberg is out. We'll have to find out some information on that. But that is what I just heard from the table. So maybe Rune was actually testing out a limb to see how it was looking. But right now we have Steve Pinheiro in there for the first run of the day for our pro semifinals. Neil, what do you say?
Backside 540 in the round pool. This is the first time we've seen in the pros in the bowl today. Steven Pinheiro from Florida representing the East Coast here in the pro semifinals. High speed frontside 5-0, slapping the hand coming in. Oh, huge hang up. These guys are going for broke. That was supposed to be a tail grab varial to lean the tail, and that was a complete hang up.
Yeah, hanging up is usually the worst possible outcome for
Wow.
anything, because it sends you straight to the bottom.
He's still got a few seconds to go, but I do not think he's going to be finishing that run. I think he's going to catch his breath. Luckily, it looks like he is okay. But that was a really tough slam, tough way to start it off for Steven Pinheiro.
Absolutely.
Hopefully he's able to answer the bell for run number 2.
Yeah, that was a tough one. So next we're going to have in Ivan Federico. And while I haven't seen much of Ivan at the Combi, I've seen him at just about every other contest.
Yeah, this guy has been seriously putting in some frequent flyer miles the last couple years. He's from Italy and he's been traveling around the world, skating all the vert ramp and pool contests. He was down in Australia a couple months ago. There's a fall right there on the kickflip melon. He's still got 30 seconds to go, so he'll be able to get back in since this is just his intro run. This is a kid that I used to see him skate some of the AM contests a couple years ago, and he has just got so much better in the last couple years.
Yeah, he's got some really cool kickflip grab variations. We've seen the kickflip 50-50, but looks like he's got some other stuff going as well. The air's getting higher, that front slide, look at that.
Wow, kickflip. Backside disaster.
In the shallow.
In the shallow. That is so gnarly. That's going to be time right there for Ivan Federico.
So coming in next is going to be Kiko Francisco out of Carson, California. 14 years old, folks. Now, I do not see Rune Glifberg down there.
That must have been just a last-second injury. Hopefully we can get an update. But this is a kid that a lot of you probably have not seen before. He's a local here at the Combi Pool.
He's showing the flyway, and he's out there ripping right now. Look at that. Double grab Smith to lip slide.
Wait till you see this backside ollie that this kid has. It is just the most blue foot backside ollie I've ever seen in a pool. Blasting. That's like a 7-foot high, 1-foot mute air right there.
Yeah, I've been kind of had the old school thing going for a few years with the rails and the flyway.
Kiko, you mean?
I'm sorry, Kiko. And as you can tell, he's putting it together right now with that front air disaster. Get some speed. Let's see where he's going.
Able to fake it into the cab, Feeble all the way around forwards, back Smith. 3 seconds to go. That is a perfect run. Welcome to the Vans Pool Party, Kiko Francisco.
There you go, 14 years old.
Wow. I'm not a judge, but that's going to be a really good score. Right now at the top, you got Steven Pinheiro, even with that slam, has a 75.3, 82.67 for Kiko Francisco.
All right, so the highest score we've seen today from anybody in the Pro Division. And we're going to keep it going here with Sky Siljeg, who's going to be coming in just a second.
This guy qualified 6th place. We're working our way up the rankings. How they qualified? Sky Siljeg is in extra round 1.
All right. All right, Sky's in right now. Nice board slide around the square.
Wow, there's nice ball for the...
All right, Sky. Look at that. Alley-oop frontside disaster. Crazy frontside foot plant. All right, Sky, look at this. Going into the lip slide, rolling out. Whoa! Crazy combo from Sky. All right, so Sky making his way out of the ball.
5 seconds, 4, 3, 2, and that is time.
Okay, so he had just a few seconds left in that run. So we'll see Sky back in here for his second run. But right now, everyone's going crazy. What do you think, Neil?
That was insane, man. He's got such a rad, unique style. Skates completely different than anyone else. So rad to watch Sky Siljeg.
Yeah, Sky has no interest in skating like everyone else, that's for sure.
Sky's got a 77.67, second place right now.
Nice. So coming in next, Trey Wood. And this could be a contender for sure.
Watch this Smith grind. Oh no, he made that every time in practice. I cannot believe that. We talked about that when we caught one in the warm-ups earlier. Halfway through the round pool, looks like Trey's got a little bit of nerves in the first run in the semis because these guys are turning up the heat right now.
All right, yeah, Trey putting it together. Check out that straight leg frontside air.
A couple falls in Trey's first run. He's going to come back with a vengeance in the next couple runs, but Trey's got a 67.67 right now, so he's going to be sitting down in 5th place. And we're going to move it down to Alex Perelson.
All right, so Alex Perelson He'll be our next rider in, 25 years old, hailing out of San Diego, California. Let's check out our score for Trey Wood, 67.77. So next in, Alex Perelson.
Alex Perelson has made some Vans Pool Party finals before. He's capable of making it into the top 10 here.
Definitely one of the most exciting riders to watch out here. He's got a big group of fans. And let's see what Alex has got in his first run of the day.
Once again, in these semifinal heats, we're qualifying the top 9 who are going to be joining last year's winner, Tom Schaar. Kickflip lean air, Alex Perelson.
Yeah, so Alex making that kickflip lean.
Oh, the back lip just gone wrong. With 20 seconds to go, Alex still can jump back up and finish this run. He's like, nah, I don't care.
Yeah, he knows that whatever he makes out of this run isn't going to be his best run of the day. And so there's really no point in expending the energy. And that's actually some pretty smart strategy. Don't wear yourself out.
Hey, real quick, we are here in Rune Glifberg, did get injured right before the contest started, so unfortunately Rune is not able to answer the bell. I did not see Rune slam, so I'm not sure what injury he's dealing with. We did see him take a little pumping run around the bowl, so it seems like Rune is not able to skate the semis.
Okay, well right now we got Corey Janot, and there's that big alley-oop frontside air right into a backside 5.
Look at that line. That line is so hard right there. Back Smith out of the round.
Yeah, Corey putting it together right now, and definitely a potential contender. This heat alone might have our first and second place qualifiers. We'll see.
Corey has improved so much in the last couple years. Front board slide through the corner. Look at that floaty ollie into the round. And nose grind pumping in fully on top. This is the best run we have seen today. Well, actually, Kiko had an amazing run. If Corey can finish this one off, this is going to be in the 80s for sure.
I think those technical lip tricks, along with those big airs.
Wow, I think we're going to be seeing Corey Janot in the finals again. Look at that, high fives from everyone around the bowl. I cannot wait to see what this score is. Corey Janot, 87.67. He's in first place by 5 points.
All right, Corey Janot putting down a solid score.
We're going to take it back up to the top. Steven Pinero is going to come in for his second run. Once again, these guys have 3 runs, and only the best run counts. We're going to take the top 9 to the finals. Steven Pinero took a huge slam his first run.
Yeah, that body varial tail grab and trying to smack it to disaster, and he just hung up. But Steve's looking good. He's young. He's only 19 years old. So if anybody can bounce back,
gosh, he landed so low on that melon 5, still hanging on.
Yeah, having the little frontside 5-0 up the hip, and he's going to head right into that corner with a nice tail slide. We saw Steven when he was 13.
That's the trick that he slammed on last run. Pulled it perfect this time.
That's right.
Backside air disaster in the square.
Okay. And so Steve, little axle stall in the shallow, making his way into the deep with a nice Smith grind. And as he's making his way into the face wall, nice chicken wing frontside air. Backside air disaster staying on, pulling a full pull for Steve.
Got a couple different variations of the backside air disaster. That's going to bump up his score for sure. Right now he's sitting in 4th place with a 75. There we see 78. Bumps it up to 3rd place right now. But I think you're going to need to be in the 80s to feel good about making it into the finals later today.
I think so. You got to remember how competitive this field of competitors is, and that's going to make a big difference. So here we have Ivan Federico back in here. We saw him.
Ivan had an early fall in his first run on that kickflip melon. There it is right there. Kickflip melon into the square corner. Keeping the speed with the frontside carve in its shallow end.
All right, Ivan right now heading in with a backside 50. And let's see what he's got in that corner right there. Frontside tail slide.
Dude's looking bright today. He's got bright pads. He's got bright shoes. He's got a natural disaster in the shallow. We call that 540 rock and roll, the natural disaster. I think maybe Rick McCrank or someone
I
named
watched
that one.
an old contest yesterday, and I saw Neil Blender throw that one in like 85. He didn't make it, but he tried it.
perfect 40-second run for Ivan Frederico. That's going to bump up his score for sure.
All right, so some serious action out here today so far.
Look at that, 81.67 into third place for Ivan Frederico.
All right, Ivan's got to be feeling good. And now we got Kiko Francisco back in here for his second run.
Yeah.
And what do you say, Neil?
Currently in second place. Hey, right now, 82.67 could potentially get him into the pro finals in his first Vans pool party.
Yeah, he's currently tied with Corey Janot for first place.
Look at that.
There
That's
it
a
is.
7-foot-high backside ollie. Just it looks like he doesn't even move his feet. The board is just stuck front board into the square corner.
Nice Stalefish disaster in the square. Oh, back Smith over the peninsula. That's such a difficult line coming out of a frontside carve in the shallow.
Just finishing up time right here. That is another amazing run. Kiko has not even thought about falling today. That is 2 perfect runs. We'll see if he can bump up his score of 82.67. I love, just for that backside ollie alone, I would bump it up a little bit. Look at this, 84.33. Still a couple points behind Corey Junot, but solidifies that second place spot.
Yeah, that was an amazing run. And up next, we've got Sky Siljeg, 20 years old, coming out of Washington. And like we said, Sky's got no interest in skating like anybody but Sky.
Yeah, I think that hat has seen some miles too. Look at that, lip slide, roll out, roll in. Solid invert for Sky. One of the new generation of skaters from the Pacific Northwest that just kill concrete terrain like this. Frontside layback.
Technically, I think that's a Jim Jam. Or a gray slide.
Yeah,
Excuse
that's
me.
a gray
I got
slide.
it confused.
The Jim Jam is the backside
Yep.
sweeper type maneuver.
I knew at least one of the legends had something to do with that trick. Yeah, Sky putting it together.
Next up, we got Trey Wood, who had a really early fall. Speaking of Jim Jam.
There he is.
Yeah, Trey looked like he had some butterflies that first run because he did that Smith grind out of the shallow into the round every time in practice and just completely washed out onto the deck. So I feel like if Trey can get past that first Smith grind, he's going to be looking good. But this is a guy that we know can contend for a final spot.
That's right, and in right now in 7th place, none other than Trey Wood coming out of Arizona. There's that Smith grind you were
That
talking
is
about.
one of the sickest Smith grinds we've seen. Frontside air into the square corner, just squatting it out a little bit. Didn't totally make it all the way to the flat wall. Some high-speed lines right here for Trey Wood.
Yeah, great transfer over that hip out of the shallow. Look at that, Trey just going fast and putting it together. Frontside lip slide. That's a tough spot right there.
He looks like he's able to keep his speed so good. Look at that ollie to fakie cab body jar. That is less twist to tail is so hard. Backside 540 with the stylish hand drag. Frontside 5-0 reaver. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, right now the vibe on the
deck I feel like
is...
I've said this a few times, but that was one of the gnarliest runs that we've seen today. That is going to be heavy into the 80s.
Yeah, the vibe on the deck is pure excitement after that run.
85.0, second place, bumps Kiko down to third place. Wow, this is just the first heat. Top 9 for the pro finals is going to be so hard to make.
No doubt, this is going to be a tough one, and especially with the rider coming up next. Coming out of San Diego, California, riding for Creature, Vans, and Skeleton Key. Let's get Alex Perelson's in next. All right, riding for real, coming out of North County, San Diego. Now, Alex Perelson, man, he's always the one that everybody's rooting for. We'll see if he can put it together. We saw the kickflip lean in his first run.
Yeah,
so
he had an early fall, though, that first run. Looked like he got a little bit lost in the back lip into the square corner gone wrong.
And there's that kickflip lean right there.
That is just textbook right there. That is such a hard, stylish looking flip trick. Tricky lines right there onto the peninsula.
Yeah, right into a better than average Madonna too. So
Yeah.
Alex is able to combine the tricks together.
Ollie to fakie seems to be the trick of the year, man. All of a sudden, everyone's got these amazing Ollie to fakies. Cab tail grab.
Yeah.
Looked like he clicked coming in. Alex is holding on. Under 10 seconds to go. Fakie back tail
Going
slide.
the hard way.
Hey, Alex just did the jet fuller, though. There was still a few seconds on the clock when he popped out. I think that's going to hurt him bumping up into the top 3. We'll see Alex's score coming up right now.
Yeah, we'll have to see how that affected him. It looks like his second run score is going to be an 84.00.
84-0, still in 4th place. I do not think that's going to make it to the finals.
No, he's going to have a full pull and stay on for the whole time. And we definitely know there's a few more tricks Alex could add into that run. And Alex knows as well. So right now, Corey Janot, look at that frontside ollie. Just letting it hang out there.
I love the technique on that frontside nose grind. Going for a frontside nose blunt slide to do that trick in your contest run is so gnarly.
All right, so Corey cutting that second run short. Be a real shame to not see him make the finals, but right now with that 87.67, it looks like he's got a pretty good chance. But you never know, especially in the first heat. You don't want to play it safe.
Hey, I was saying that you needed to be in the 80s to make it to the finals.
Yeah.
There's 5 guys in the 80s right now, and all 5 of those guys are not going to make it to the finals because we have 2 more semifinal heats. So
That's right.
I might need to amend that statement and say you're going to need at least an 85 to be safe into the pro
Agreed.
finals.
Let's take a look at the leaderboard right now. We see Sky Siljeg in 7th, Steve Pinheiro in 6th, Ivan Federico sitting in 5th place. And then you get into the mid-80s with Alex Perelson at 84 in 4th place. Kiko Francisco in 3rd, Trey Wood in 2nd with an 85, and Neil's claiming that's going to be the cutoff. And of course, Corey Janot sitting in 1st place with an 87.67.
Quick shout out again, Rune Glifberg was supposed to be in this heat, suffered an unfortunate injury, not sure exactly what happened to Rune, but Rune has been here every pool party. So bummer to see Rune not be able to answer the bell in the semifinals, but Rune's already got his name up on the banner.
That's right. It's always a bummer to not see Rune in here riding. But right now, Steve Pinheiro going for run number 3. Looking a whole lot smoother on that backside 5.
Yeah, back-to-back 5s in the round. That is such a tricky combo right there.
So Steve Pinheiro, 19 years old, but I think we first saw him when he was about 14. He was real small when we first saw him in the qualifiers.
Wow, big lean disaster, just fully locked on the truck right there. Feeble grind gone wrong in the square corner, and he is so bummed on that fall right there.
Yeah, Steve really trying to put it together for that final run.
Unfortunately, we will not see Steven Pinheiro in the finals, but great skating from one of Florida's finest.
All right, so next in, we're going to see Ivan Federico for his 3rd and final run of the semifinals. There's always a chance he might pull something together and make it into the finals. He's got the tricks. He's got the 5s, he's got the flips, but can he ride this bowl? And I think the answer is yes, he can.
Oh my gosh, his feet took some serious adjustment to be in the right position to make that. Wow, perfect McTwist in the square. Frontside boneless around the corner. Really good run right now from Ivan Federico.
Yeah, we're seeing a whole nother side of him on this one. There's that natural disaster.
I love that trick, man. That is so cool and such a tricky spot to do that. 10 seconds to go. Like you hear Dave Duncan, our live announcer, saying, look at that nose grind, pop over the hip. Oh, and a crucial fall with 1 second on the clock right there. That could make the difference between making the finals or not.
Yeah, that was going to be a kickflip melon disaster, and that definitely would have been a great trick to leave in the judge's mind.
79.00, so Ivan Federico still in 5th place. I do not think we are going to see Ivan Federico in the pro finals later today. But this is a guy right here with an 84.33 after we have 2 more heats. This could be really close to the border. Kiko Francisco really needs to bump it up right now.
If I was Kiko, I wouldn't hold anything back. At this point, You got a good score on there. It's time to let it all out.
That was an 8-foot-high backside ollie in the round. Have you ever seen anyone do a backside ollie that high?
That
in
was
this pool?
absolutely insane from Kiko. That board just stuck to his feet.
I cannot wait to see the replay of that trick. You said it, man.
Yeah.
Kiko cannot hold back right now to make the pro finals. Lean disaster, backflip through the corner. I mentioned it earlier, this kid has spent more time in this pool than anyone in the last couple years. Every time I come here, 2 in the afternoon, 10 o'clock at night, this kid is here.
Right there, coming up over the Duncan with a little blunt slide.
That is time right there.
Kiko.
That is gonna bump up his score. 540 after time. Kiko has a 84.33 from his previous run. We'll see where the judges put him now. Another 84.33. I really thought that they were gonna bump his score up on that one. They give him another 84.3, so he is still in 3rd place. What do you think about that score?
Kiko Francisco hanging on right there. So another 84 right there on that same run, same score. I don't know. It feels like he knocked that one up a couple notches from the last run.
Yeah,
but
I felt
maybe,
so too.
Maybe that it's hard to say. We'll have to take a look and see what the judges come up with here. Sky Siljeg doing some flat ground sliding.
Wow, lip slide, pop over the hip. That is so gnarly. Love the quick board slide into the square.
Yeah, Sky taking that front side transfer line right into a front lip. Watch out for the camera guy as he rolls in to the square and goes for some crazy air disaster in the corner. All right, Sky Siljek needs an 87.77 to lead, but unfortunately I don't think that's going to be the run he was hoping for. And Sky Siljeg.
Hey, I just like watching, man. Sky has just a completely different approach. I love just the snap ollies over the flat from round the square.
Absolutely.
The rad power slide, speed checks, the roll out, roll in lines.
That pool is a canvas and Sky paints his own image across it.
Current 2nd place guy right now, Trey Wood. Is he gonna do the Smith grind transfer? No, it's a huge frontside booster.
Yeah, taking that Smith grind off the peninsula into the shallow. Now we see Trey making his way into the square.
Trey just has so much more speed and power than he did the last couple years. He's always had the tricks, he's always had the skill, but he is just like, everything is faster and higher than even it was last year.
Absolutely, and that comes with getting a little older. He's Trey Wood's 15 years old now, so the muscles are starting to come.
Yeah, he's old now, man. He's 15.
But see his back foot on that cabbed body jar. Look at that.
I think he got a little bit lost. I saw the line that he was trying in practice. Looked like he just missed his line just a little bit. But he's still got an 85 in 2nd place right now. 3rd run is going to be at 81.67, so it is not going to advance. I think he's going to be having to sweat out a couple more heats to see where that ends up.
Probably be keeping an eye on that scoreboard. And we've got 3 riders left to go before we...
Actually, just 2 since Rune is...
oh, I take that back. Yeah, Rune's a scratch. So the last 2 riders are going to be this kid right here, hailing out of San Diego, Alex Perelson.
This is Alex's last chance to make the finals. Alex needs a really solid one right now. He popped out a few seconds early last run, but still got an 84. The kickflip lean melon goes wrong. Alex is going to have to wait and hope that 84 is good enough. Oh man, I wanted to see Alex put a solid one together. This is just for the crowd. This is not being scored right here, but we're still gonna see some cool stuff, so I want to watch.
Yeah, let's see what Alex has got here. His little slider to fakie over the hip. Oh,
wow,
going
cab
for the
5-0 back revert.
Yep, that's kind of Alex's all or nothing trick. We've seen him try that in the past. Don't know if we've ever seen him actually pull it, but Alex definitely has some tricks that if it comes down to it, he'll throw them out there. We'll keep our fingers crossed, see if Alex makes it with an 84. And now we're down to our final rider of this heat, and a kid with a pretty darn good chance of making his way into the finals,
so
Corey
right
Janot.
Now, Corey knows he's going to be in the final, so this is where it's a good opportunity for him to try some stuff that he might break out in the finals. We saw him try that front nose blunt slide last run.
Yep.
Might be good for him to see if he can pull that out. actually might be good to save it.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It might not be a good idea to show that hand too early and just let everybody's jaw hit the floor when he makes it. But it's all about strategy, and we'll see what Corey decides to do. I think he might.
Wow,
look at
stand
that.
up front, nose grind through the corner, back D revert. This is why I said earlier, this kid could win the Vans Pool Party this year. Front disaster, back revert, 3, 2, 1. That is going to be time. Another amazing run, going for blunt slide, big spin in.
Yeah, Corey,
wow.
One thing Corey has over a lot of other riders here is composure. He skates like a true pro. He just gets in there, he makes his line.
Yeah, he's only 17, but he's a contest veteran.
Yeah.
He's been killing it on the Vans Park Series this year.
That's right.
Did really well. Look at that. Wait till you see this score. I got the little cheater screen right here. We don't have the graphics on screen right now, but I will tell you, Corey just bumped it up to an 88.33. That's the highest score we've seen today. Corey Juneau in the lead by 3.3 points.
All right, so let's check out the results real quick. In 7th place, Sky Suljeg. 6th place, tied with the 78, Steve Pinheiro. In number 5th place, Ivan Federico, followed by 4th place, Alex Perelson with an 84. So we're keeping an eye on what that cutoff is going to be. 3rd place, Kiko Francisco. And in 2nd place, we have Trey Wood. And in currently 1st place, we have, hailing out of San Diego, Corey Juneau with an 88.33.
You know, I would like to think that an 84 above would be good, but when you see how stacked Heat 2 and 3 are in the pros and only 9 spots to the semis to join Tom Schaar, last year's winner, I don't know if an 84 is going to be good enough. I think Alex Perelson and Trey and those guys are going to have to sweat it out the next couple heats.
Well, stay tuned to find out because Pro Heat semifinal number 2 is coming up right after this. So stick around. All right, and welcome back. We are here at the block in Orange County. We just got finished with the Pro semifinal heat number 1, and we're gearing up for semifinal heat number 2. Neil, what can you tell us about that first heat?
Yeah, Corey Juneau killed it, man. I talked about it a little bit earlier. I feel like Pedro Barros, who we see in the bowl right now, and Corey Juneau were kind of my picks this year, you know. This year, it's only best run counts in the finals, so these guys are able to, you know, take no prisoners, no safety runs this year. And Corey Juneau just put an 88.33 on the board, and he didn't even do his biggest tricks that he's been doing in practice. So I think Corey Juneau's got even more for the finals.
And I don't doubt that you're correct on that, Neil. Let's go ahead and check out the recap of some of the highlights from qualifying heat number 1. And here we go. Steve Pinheiro, we saw him take a bad slam in his first run, but he got back up, and had a great third run. He got some back-to-back 540s in there. Nothing but style on that frontside air.
Yeah, Kiko Francisco in his first Vans pool party. He's been killing it out here the last couple of years in the AM contest that they have out here every year for the AM kids. Corey Juneau, look at that line. Alley-oop frontside air over the hip.
Yeah, and he went right into a 540 out of that too.
Front blunt. Here's Kiko again. I can't look at that backside ollie. He does an even bigger one.
Okay, so we're seeing Trey Wooden here right now. Little cab body jar to tail. Trey Wood to the backside 5, right into a grind revert. All right, there's Alex Perelson. There's that backside ollie from Kiko. And check out all the flashes firing off that board. Nice big stale fish. And there's the back-to-back 540s we saw from Steve, looking solid. And then there's that one. That was the first one. He took that one straight to the drain.
That's,
as we
think
say.
about he still tried to make that even after he took that monster slam in run 1.
Yep. Yeah, that's slam in round 1. I mean, when you go to a lean to tail and you land with your wheels on the coping,
that's fully committed.
Yeah, and you're going to go down. There's no way to get out of it. Your hand's on the board, so you end up leading with your shoulder, and you go straight to the bottom. You can't even get your knees under you. So right now we're taking a little overview of some of the practice for heat number 2, and is that Austin Pointer I'm seeing in there? All right, but while we're checking out some of this practice, let's throw it down to Chris Narotko and see what he's got to say down on the deck. Chris?
Thanks a lot, guys. Corey, you're absolutely killing it out there. How's it feel to have so many guys thinking that you're going to take this thing today?
I don't know. It's just a good feeling. Everyone's just so hyped and just an awesome time.
You're 17 years old. What are you going to do with 28 grand if you win this thing?
I don't know. Try and find something to buy, maybe a car.
Never at just one. If you win Creature Sweep, how do you feel about that?
I don't know. That would be amazing. Darren killed it in Masters. Just a good time to watch. And I don't know. It's just overall awesome time.
If it's not you, who do you think's going to take it? Who's looking good out there?
Pedro's looking amazing. Tom's killing it. Trey skated really well. So it's anyone's game.
Right on. Well, thanks a lot, Corey. Best of luck to you.
Thank you.
Up to you guys.
Better. All right. I think better, yes.
Of the pro semifinals, this is a good-looking heat right here, Neil.
Hey, that's a good-looking crowd, too.
I started at 1.
Heat number 2 coming up, pro semifinals. We got Bryce Stark, Josh Stafford, Zach Miller, Josh Borden, Austin Pointer, Bucky Lassick, Omar Hassan, and Pedro Barros.
And I'll tell you, that heat right there is worth the price of admission.
Yeah. Hey, once again, let's talk about watch and win. We want to see where you're watching the Vans Pool Party. Tag us on Instagram, Vans Pool Party. We're going to give away some Vans Old School Pro shoes and a signed limited edition Vans Pool Party deck. We are going to show the winning photo at the end of the show. So if you're tagging us, you're giving us permission to show it. So don't be doing something sketchy. I know last year, I think the winner was watching it like a LA Dodgers game, showing the real sport was on.
Yeah, and I've seen him down there walking around the deck with that board getting signatures from everyone. So that would be a pretty cool thing to be able to hang on your wall. So go ahead and send us a photo. Let us know you're watching. Show us where you're watching, and make sure to put it on Instagram, #VansPoolParty.
Hey, so this next heat, we have 3 previous pool party winners.
That's right.
We got Pedro, Omar Hassan, and Bucky Lassick. And, Pedro kind of, when he turned pro, he kind of came out of the gate dominating this. But Pedro hasn't won a pool party in 5 years.
Pedro has sort of fallen victim to the self-destruct, the overamp, as they call it.
Hey, he just goes 110%. It's fun to watch, you know.
But this year, it's actually the format's actually designed to reward people like that, because all you need is one good run.
I love the format change for this year. But Pedro, Omar, and Bucky all in this heat. And you skate a lot with Bucky at home. How's Bucky been looking?
Bucky's been on fire, but these days he splits his time between professional racing and professional skateboarding. But we saw, at Bondi this year, Bucky took first. So this is what it's looking like for heat number 2. We got Bryce Stark coming out of Oceanside, California. Josh Stafford, Zach Miller. We got double Millers this year. Josh Borden. We got Austin Pointer, who's been on fire. Bucky Lasek, hey, he's here, so anything could happen. Omar Hassan, he's the landlord. And, of course, Pedro Barros, who's probably one of the favorites for a lot of people this year.
Shout out to the two 42-year-olds still holding it down with the best in the world, Bucky Lasek and Omar Hassan. Like you mentioned with Austin Pointer, I think Austin Pointer did the highest air I've ever seen in this pool in qualifying on Wednesday. We might see the highest airs of the day out of Austin Pointer.
Like I said, this heat alone would get me.
I mean, that's a final right there.
That is a final.
Seriously.
And it's great to see Josh Stafford. I feel like we haven't seen a ton of him in the last couple years, and Josh is a really creative rider.
Zach Miller put together an amazing run in the pre-qualifying round a couple days ago. Zach made a kickflip mute every time in the prelims a couple days ago, so hopefully Zach can put that full 40 seconds together. And like you said, we got Zach in the pro semis and Dad Chris in the legends. He's got the straight to the finals pass for winning last year.
That's right.
Double Millers.
It would be really cool to see Zach and Chris both in the Legends and in the Pro. And Bryce Stark, that's sort of a new name we've seen this year. Bryce,
there's a whole Colorado crew, man. I think Bryce is living out here now, but there's Colorado has so many rad concrete parks out there, and there were a ton of guys made the trip from Colorado to try and qualify for the pool party this year.
Nice. Well, I'm looking forward to that. That's going to be very cool. And again, Omar Hassan, what can you say about Omar? He's actually 43. And Omar just built a bowl in his backyard about a year ago. He's about as solid as they get and always fun to watch. So we're looking forward to see what we see from Omar this year. But it looks like that's going to be our first rider in right here. Got a little McRad in the background, getting everybody hyped. And here's Bryce Stark, 17 years old. Trying to give those 43-year-olds a reason to move on into the next division.
What a rad opportunity for Bryce Stark. 19 years old. He's in the pool party semifinals with freaking Pedro Barros and Bucky Lasek.
Yep, and Omar. And Bryce has got a mean bag of tricks. He's not underqualified, so to speak.
Yeah, you drop in and do a blunt slide through the round. It definitely shows you hold your own. There's a kickflip Indy. Wow, landed totally back seat.
And there you see how that shallow ends.
Front blunt. Oh, huge slam. Looks like Bryce is okay. We talked earlier about how that wall right there on the peninsula coming out of the shallow is so tricky. It's about 8 feet deep and just goes straight to vert right there. Gila Monster.
Nice.
Doing that one for shout out to Nabs for always throwing that one down everywhere.
Cool. So
solid start for Bryce Stark. He's going to want to put the full 40 seconds together without the fall.
That's right. Not bad at all for Bryce. So the next rider up is going to be Josh Stafford. And like I said, Josh riding for... Actually, Josh has his own company where he customizes T-shirts. It's
he's riding for Arbor Skateboards also. Just put out a new little video part recently. So thanks to Arbor for supporting our buddy Josh.
That's right. And so here we see Josh Stafford getting ready for run number 1. The butterflies are kicking in, but Josh is a pro. Let's see what he's got. Nice, long feeble.
And Josh has always been such a good contest skater, whether it's been a vert ramp or pool. He just hangs on to everything. Did you see the speed wobbles after that 540?
Yeah, Josh, another guy who's pretty heavily influenced by Darren Navarrete. Josh has got a bunch of cool invert variations that I think take a page out of Nav's book.
Wow, looked like a little front carve to fakie.
That's exactly what it was.
Fakie 50-50. He's got 10 seconds to go. Great first run for Josh Stafford.
Yeah. Oh, going for the shove it board slide fakie. That's probably the only one of those we're going to see today. But
that was a rad first run for Josh Stafford. He is going to be stoked on that one. Looked like he had a little bit of jello legs to start that off. What up, Rhino? A little high five from Rhino.
Yeah, that'll
83.
Help with your confidence.
Straight into 5th place overall. That shows how hard it's going to be to bump into this top 9.
With that run right there, Josh just bumped himself in front of half the field of people that have ridden already. But right here, 25 years old, coming out of Solana Beach. We'll see his dad later in the day, but right now we're going to focus on Zach Miller.
Zach's been making the trip up I-5 from Solana Beach a lot the last few weeks. Oh, lip slide just gone wrong. Still got 30 seconds to go on the intro run, so he'll be able to jump up a little bit more. But Zach has been spending a lot of freeway time doing the Combi Zombie commute the last few weeks to this is a pool that really rewards the guys that spend a lot of time. The lines are so tricky that you really have to spend time in this pool to figure it out.
We've talked about it in the past, but the fact is, you can have all the tricks in the world, but if you don't know where to pump and where to keep your speed, if you grind 2 feet too far, you're off your line. And
what up, Chris Ortiz? Chris Ortiz, legendary photographer.
That's right.
Doing a little coaching for Zach Miller.
And this kid right here, this kid's pretty much grown up with the pool party.
He really did. I mean, the Vans pool party is what put Josh Borden on the map. And it's cool that he grew up right down the street, and now he's taken his skateboarding worldwide. He's been lucky enough to go on a lot of Vans trips, a lot of Santa Cruz trips. He's all over the world, filming video parts, skating contests, and that's a perfect twist in the round.
Josh Borden looking good right now. And let's not mention, he beat Chris Haslam in a game of skate on a mini ramp.
Josh Borden also killed it at the Vans Park Series in Melbourne, Australia a few weeks ago.
Yeah, he really is an all-terrain vehicle. He used to Andrak Fakey right there. Let's see how he gets out of that.
Look at this run, man. 5 seconds to go. This is a great first run. Josh Stafford and Josh Borden, both great way to start. Look at that nose line. I think that was supposed to be a crooked grind through the corner. Went to no slide, but that is a great first run by Josh Borden. We'll see where that, 84.67, third place for Josh Borden. That's another guy who's in that 84 or 85 range.
Yeah, you're going to probably see a lot of guys right between that 83 and 86. It's really going to take something special to kind of set yourself above that mid-range score and get up there with Corey Janot. But Josh Borden feeling good right now. And coming up next, keep an eye on this kid. Austin Pointer's got the perfect mix of style and big air. And, these guys are all hitting that age.
I feel like we've said this about everyone, but Austin Pointer also just grew up here. He grew up skating this pool, and when there was a vert ramp on the other side of the wall here, when they took the vert ramp out, he moved down to the Oceanside area, still comes up here all the time. This is Austin Pointer.
All right, so let's see what Austin's got. I want to see just how he gets the line into that 10-foot backside air. But so Austin with a 360 varial.
Big cracker Madonna.
All right. Ooh, frontside air into the Duncan or into the Peninsula is not an easy place to land.
Yeah, I don't think Austin's going to go for that big blaster backside air in his first run. Normally he needs to whip through the square backside to set up for the speed there. Look at that heel flip Indy in the round. Great run right here with just 6 seconds to go.
Perfect backside 540. Austin definitely
that fall is going to be crucial. That was only about 2 seconds to go with that fall, but with all of these guys being so close, you're going to need to put a solid 40 seconds on the board to make the finals.
That's right. Austin Pointer riding for Oakley, GoPro, a few other companies out there. But coming in next, this guy is a returning champion. We're seeing Austin Pointer.
78.33. He's in 8th place. He's going to need more to advance to the top 9. Like you said, this guy makes a living as a race car driver. Little Bucky Lasek has always been one of the best vert and pool skaters in the world.
All right, Bucky with a huge slob air, big method to fakie.
And the best thing about Bucky, he just has completely unique lines in this pool. He does lines that no one else can do.
And, I talked to him down on the deck just about an hour ago, and I said, you got it all figured out? And he goes, no, because I don't have any lines. And looking at this run right now, it's like, come on, Bucky, being a little modest.
Oh, he got lost a little bit right there. I've never seen Bucky even try that 5-0 over the hip right there. I think he was meant to do a different trick. Fell with about 10 seconds to go, so Bucky's going to need to put it together on his next couple runs. He's got a 79.00, so right in that same area as Austin Pointer in 8th and 9th place.
Bucky's kind of notorious for putting it together on his last run, you know?
No kidding.
But we are excited because next in is another returning
is this
champion.
What's going on right here? Is this a sponsor placement right here?
It might be.
Wow.
Omar Hassan trying to get a little plug in. And,
I have no idea what's going on.
I got a feeling we might see a lip slide or something along those lines that takes out those cans. But either way, Omar bringing some props to his run this year. Again, Omar Hassan.
You got to do what you got to do, man.
Yeah, Omar Hassan turned pro at the age of 16, the vert contest down in San Diego, and has been going strong ever since.
Did you have any idea this was going to happen?
I had no idea this was going to happen.
Do you know what's going on right now?
Again, I can only guess he's going to roll in, do a lip slide, and take out all those cans.
Wow.
I guess the hope is that they don't fall in the bowl. Because in a bowl...
Of course they're going to fall in the bowl.
In a bowl, they're going to end up right where you have to go.
We have no idea what's going to go on, but it seems like every year at the Vans Pool Party, something surprises us that we have no idea is going to happen. So we're just going to sit back and watch.
All right, so coming in next, the one and only Omar Hassan. And in case you didn't notice, he rides for Rockstar.
That is so rad.
And look at he had another guy running down there to get the ones that fell in. Omar taking out about a 12-pack, I think, of Rockstars and a couple layback beers as well.
That is the way to stoke your sponsors out right there.
Yeah, that was awesome. And, you know, Omar's, that's kind of his gimmick is that roll-in lip slide. And, hey, why not, after 11 years of doing it, come up with a way to make it a little different. And by gimmick, I don't mean anything negative. That's nothing easy about it.
Yeah, that's a gimmick.
So Omar, slipping out of that feeble. But Omar's one of the guys that really excels kind of in the shallow end and in the weird spots of this bowl. He's got some good tricks in those shallow corners, which most guys just prefer to skip them, pretend they aren't there.
Whoa! Fakey 50-50 through the corner, slid halfway down the wall.
Turned it into a fakey 50-50 shuffle.
It looks like Omar's having fun. I love it, man.
Gonna be
That's
curious.
what skateboarding is all about. No rules over here.
That's right. Some individuality, something different.
82.00 for Omar Hassan. That's going to bump him into 7th place. Pretty solid way. A little bit of laughs out of his buddy Josh Borden. He travels on a bunch of Vans trips with Josh Borden. Just saw off the side of our camera new Skateboarding Hall of Fame inductee Steve Alba.
Yeah, Steve Alba playing some music last night, but right now we've got Pedro Barros from Florianópolis, Brazil.
I am so stoked to watch Pedro right now. He is just, you know, he hasn't won this contest in 5 years, but every year when we show up, he is the guy to beat. More speed, more power than anyone in the combi pool.
Absolutely. I think every year everybody's looking at Pedro going, man, I hope I can beat Pedro.
But this is just the semifinals, so he's not going to show his whole hand. He's got to just make enough to get into the finals, but it's not going to be easy. We saw just from Corey Juneau and the boys in heat number 1. That's a big 8-foot-high stale fish or tail grabber right there.
Yeah, the good news is Pedro appears to have a bowl in his backyard that is pretty far from perfect. So I'm hoping that coming here actually makes things a little easier.
Wow.
Backside 540.
Hand drag on that.
Big fakey ollie. And I don't know about you, Neil, but I'm noticing a lot of new board shapes this year.
Yeah, Bucky and Pedro both got shaped boards. It looked like Pedro was going to pop out right there, and he realized that, you know, his time hadn't expired, so he kind of jumped in at the last second.
That's
curious to see how the judges score that one. Looks like an 81.33. That's 9th place. He's going to need more to make it into the finals. I think that last few seconds was kind of crucial. And when you have so many guys, Trey Wood, Josh Borden, Kiko Francisco, you have so many guys that put killer runs on the board, you're going to need a nearly perfect run to make it into the finals.
I agree. That was an amazing run for Pedro, and to see him in 9th place is shocking. But there was a fall, so now we got Bryce Stark back in here. We saw him have a pretty solid first run.
Yeah, talked about Bryce coming from Colorado. There's so many rad concrete parks out in Colorado right now. Bryce is one of the products of the new generation of skate park boom out in the Midwest. So there was a ton of guys from Colorado ripping in the qualifying day on Wednesday. Looked like Bryce holding on for dear life on run number 2.
Yeah, he came back Smith right off the peninsula, right into that waterfall. Got a little squirrely, but staying on, man. He never let those feet leave the board, and that's why he's still in there rolling. Bryce, a little lean to tail.
That's the line. He did the kickflip Indian, run number 1.
And look at that front blunt.
That is such a gnarly spot in the pool to do that front blunt.
Agreed. Bryce got to be feeling good after that run. A full pull. See how that compares to Pedro's run. See what the difference is. between and a 75.
Well, Bryce had that in the middle of his run. He kind of,
that's
washed
right.
out in the bottom and had to
That's right.
run back and start over. So I don't expect Bryce to have a really good score on that one. We're going to take a look at the leaderboard down in the bottom right. Corey Juneau still at the top with an 88. We got our guys on the hot seat, and Corey's looking pretty good. He's got a 3-point gap right now, Josh Stafford.
Whoa, Josh going shove it board slide around the square corner, and you can see his feet were way off.
Hey, Josh has got to break it all out right now because he has an 83. He's in sixth place. He knows he's on the bubble with one heat still to go. This is not going to count right here.
Unfortunately, no first wall rebate in the semifinals. And so Josh basically put it all in right there with one of his hardest tricks.
Hey, man.
First trick of the day.
You got to put it all in
That's
to
right.
make it in the finals.
That's
I mean,
right. No one
look at
worries
even
that.
Pedro Barros made 95% of his run, and he's in 9th place on the bubble.
All right, so that was Josh Stafford coming in now. Zach Miller.
Yeah, Zach unfortunately had an early fall in his first run. He's sitting down in 15th place. He really needs to put one together right now. We saw in the Wednesday qualifier that he's capable of doing it. Look at that awesome, stylish transfer. It looked like he almost hung up right there.
Yep. Yeah, Zach doesn't have a huge bag of tricks, but he's definitely got a lot of power and a lot of style, and he's got the tricks he needs to get the job done.
Everything he does looks really good also.
Yeah.
It's in the genes, man.
And so Zach's been...
the kickflip mute. That is such a hard trick, and he made that every try in his runs on Wednesday. Made it a little bit further on that run than he did on his first run. He's only going to have one more chance, though, to put it all together. He bumped up his score a little bit to a 73.67, still sitting in 15th place.
I'm not exactly sure, given this field, what it would take to see Zach make his way into the finals, but I'm definitely, rooting for the guy. But right now, if you saw that Love Letters to Skateboarding, you saw a kid do a kickflip into the round bowl when he was 16.
Yeah.
That was a young Josh Borden, and now we've got him here at 25 years old.
This contest literally did put Josh Borden on the map. He had no sponsors. He was like a Vans Shoes flow guy. He was just a local here, and the whole skateboard world saw what Josh Borden was capable of and now he's top pro skater traveling the world.
Yep, and so we've got Josh in there right now putting it together. Look at that backside.
That is
twist.
A perfect McTwist in the round.
Backsmithing around the square.
Another great run, nose bonk over the hip.
Hey, a tuck knee frontside boneless. Grosso would be happy to see that.
Wow.
And Josh Borden putting together a great run, but
popped out with about 5
short.
seconds to go. Yeah, I don't know if that's going to bump up his score from his first run, which was an 84.67. But Josh still sitting in 3rd place. That's looking better and better as 81.67 for run number 2. So like we mentioned, a couple of points lower than run number 1. Man, these guys they got to just keep going until Duncan yells that their run is over. I feel like these guys popping out with 5, 6, 7 seconds to go is really hurting their scores.
Yeah, kind of a strange decision to make. I guess they're weighing the, falling against losing a couple seconds. Right now we got Austin Pointer, and there it is.
Full speed attack.
Wow.
That is a 10-foot air by Austin Pointer. That is the highest air you will see anyone do. But hey, wait till Pedro and those guys get going in the finals.
That's right. That's right. Wait till those rock stars kick in and see what happens. Right now, Austin throwing a nice heel flip Indy. Some nice front side air right into a backside 540. That's a great line right there. The judges are going to appreciate that.
Austin is sitting outside of a qualifying position in 11th right now, so he needs this run.
And look
going
at this.
Backwards over the hip, gay twist into the round. Oh, and that fall with 3 seconds to go is going to kill his score. He was going to be in the top 5 for sure, and with that backsmith fall, he still is going to need to put it together on his next run, but I cannot wait till after this heat to see the replay of that backside air. Austin bumps it up a little bit with an 82.33. He's in 7th place. That is not going to be good enough when in the next heat you have Chris Russell, Tristan Rennie, Josh Rodriguez, Alex Sorgente.
That's right. And this guy, and it's funny, the only guy I can remember doing that gay twist over the hip is this guy right here. Bucky Lasek dropping into a great big slob air, tweaking it out.
You can tell he's been doing the yoga with that slob air.
Oh yeah, Bucky stays flexible, stays in shape for sure because his rally car driving is almost as demanding as skateboarding.
Yeah, 43 years old, still being able to compete on the level with Pedro Barros, Chris Russell, all the kids, back tail through the corner. 10 seconds to go with the sweeper, throwing it out for the East Coast Vert boys there.
Taking a page out of Blaze Bluen's look. Oh!
Switch front
That was
feeble.
a switch front feeble, but it looked almost like a switch Smith grind by the time he got control of it. That was amazing. And I've asked Bucky in the past about his strategy, and he just wants to pick the bowl apart and just trick by trick.
Hey, when Lance Mountain stands up and gives you a standing ovation, that means you ripped. And look at that score, 87.33.
Wow.
Bucky Lasek is going to be back in the pool party finals. I think that score is pretty safe to make it in the top 9.
I mean, it seemed easy for him compared to all the work everybody else is having to put in.
It didn't look easy to me, man. That last trick, that switch from feeble, he was hanging on for dear life. There you see leaderboard Corey Juneau still at the top with an 88.33.
Yeah, we've been working on a video part with Bucky for a little over a year now, so it's fair to say that maybe I'm a little desensitized, but man, he had a great run. But right now we got Omar Hassan. We used to call him the landlord because he could always come here and he'd be hanging out, ripping the bowl, even back in the original days. And Omar having a great run right now.
Yeah, now he's got a perfect bowl in his backyard. Wow, back foot just coming off on the heel flip frontside air over the hip.
Yeah, we saw that same trick take him out, I believe either last year or the year before.
I always joke around. I literally have seen Omar have to go to the hospital and get stitches about 4 times because of that one trick.
That is an all or nothing trick for Omar. His feet are going on it no matter what, basically. And so, go ahead.
Yeah, it's nervous time right now for Pedro Barros. He had about 95% of his run made in his first run. It wasn't good enough.
Yeah, and a safety run for Pedro isn't going to cut it. He's got to lay it out there. And
you can tell when you go full speed at the hip like that, there's no safety right now. Full speed attack, Pedro Barros.
And quite arguably, I don't even think Pedro knows what a safety run is.
Gosh.
Look at that tail grab right there.
Shout out to everyone watching down in Brazil. We love you guys. Hope you're watching it. High Adventure and all the places in Florianopolis and Pedro's hometown. Look at that backside 5.
And he ollied the entire shallow end right into the backside 5, which
Look
is
at that.
really
He
cool.
did a little slide to fakie in his run.
So now if he stays on, we'll see where he ends up.
Oh, front blunt to Smith. That's just making it up as you go. Pedro Barros, 50-50 to fakie. 2 seconds to go. That's going to be time. Looked like the half cab stale. Another fall, though, right at time. I looked at the scoreboard as his feet came off. There was still 1 second on the clock. So is that going to be good enough? Pedro's still got one more run, but I'm really curious to see what the judges put on the scoreboard for Pedro.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I mean, that was an incredible run. That the ollie over the shallow end.
86.00, third place. He bumps in front of Trey Wood and Josh Borden. I think if you're in third place after heat number 2, look at that current leaderboard. Pedro's in third.
It's shaping up to be a pretty gnarly final this year.
Wow, think about how gnarly Austin Pointer's run was. He did a 10-foot backside air, and he's the guy on the bubble with a full heat to go.
Yeah, this is incredible right now. We'll see. Hopefully Austin can pull it together. But we've got Omar Hassan in 10th, Austin in 9th, Josh Stafford in 8th, Alex Perelson still hanging on at 7th place. Kiko's still in the midst of it. Josh Borden in 5th, Trey Wood in 4th, and then your top 3, Pedro, Bucky, and Corey.
Yeah, our new guy, Kiko Francisco, has a chance to make the pool party finals in his first attempt. But we mentioned it earlier, the next heat has Chris Russell, Tristan Rennie, Josh Rodriguez, Alex Sorgente, Jaimana Reynolds, Jack Winburn, Nolan Monroe, and Daniel Cuervo. So if you're not in the top 4, you're not feeling comfortable with one more heat to go.
Absolutely, and I've seen Haimana Reynolds riding recently, and that kid's grown up a little bit.
Last run right now for Bryce Stark.
Yeah, Bryce is in right now. Oh, look at that big tail grab, Bryce.
Oh, just washing out.
Not holding back on his final run.
Hard slam right there. Luckily, Bryce is up and okay. That is letting it all hang out right there. Huge blaster over the hip.
So Bryce will probably chalk up this year as a great learning experience, chance to get out and ride with the top pros, like our next rider, Josh Stafford. And Josh used to be somebody you would see at every contest, and it seemed like there was a year or two where he was kind of low pro, so it's really good to see Josh Stafford back out here.
Yeah, Josh is in 8th place right now. He had a really good first run, tried to up the difficulty in his second run. He knows that he's going to have to do every trick in his bag to make it into the finals.
Yeah, do you think he'll go for a little strategy here? Yeah, save the shove it rock until he's laid down a couple tricks, or maybe nix it all together. We'll see, but there's a heel flip Indy.
Wow, hanging on.
Landing a little low. But Josh he's got a mean bag of fives. He's got all the lip tricks. He's got some crazy foot plants, the Saran wraps to tail, all the, cool stuff. So we'll see what Josh pulls out in this run. Nice backside twist.
He took a huge slam on that trick a couple days ago. Great to see him make it perfect this run.
Somebody's got to buy Josh a set of Croakies because he keeps taking him a second to push his glasses back on.
Hey, I think it looks cool, man.
I think it looks cool too, but after that 540, they almost fell off.
Shove it, board slide fake. He gets away from him.
Josh putting together a pretty nice looking third run. Just stoked to get him to see get to see him skating out here today.
I can never get enough of Josh Stafford. That is fun to watch. He had an 83.00 on his first run. That's going to be a 76, so he's going to have to live with that first run score. So you're chilling in the top 9 for now, Josh Stafford, but enjoy it because that next heat is stacked.
That's right, and so with just a few runs left, we're going to see what happens here.
Zach Miller's sweating right now. This is the worst feeling right now, and I've been there a lot of times when you've had early falls your first couple runs and you have one run to go. Zach has been practicing so much here. He made his runs in prelims a couple days ago to make it in the semis today. Can he make it right now when it counts?
Let's find out. He's going to start it off with a big old frontside air into the rounds. I hope he doesn't try to kind of play it safe just to stay on, because unfortunately playing it safe ain't going to get him anywhere.
That's a pretty tricky line though, man.
Yeah.
That's no safety run right there. I want to see if I feel like if he can make that kickflip mute, that's going to be the key to this run coming up right here.
For sure, and there you go, right there. There it is.
Perfect. That was a great kickflip mute by Zach Miller. See if he can finish it out. Backside nose grind right here. I saw him practicing this line. There it is. Zach Miller's got 5 seconds to go. Popping out early. He doesn't care. Hey, you know what? I need to go in business and coach these guys, man. They're all popping out with 5 seconds on the clock.
Again, it's
not going to make the finals if you pop out with 5 seconds on the clock.
This bowl is so challenging to ride that they literally are weighing, do I try to stay in and milk the last 5 seconds with no speed, or do I just pop it out and cross my fingers?
79.67. Zach Miller's not going to be in the finals, but look at that. When you get a Chris Miller, dad, congratulating you, that is pretty rad. That is cool. And you know what? Zach is going to be stoked because he did some gnarly tricks in that run.
That was a great final run for Zach. And to be able to say, hey, thanks, Dad. Good luck to you, too.
But, man, I feel like if he just could have made that last 5 seconds, he'd be 3 or 4 points higher.
I think you're right. And right now we've got Josh Borden in here for his final run of the semis. Josh looking pretty good right now.
He was maybe trying to go back revert right there. Josh Borden has an 84.67. He's in 5th place right now. And he is really borderline with that lineup coming up in the next heat. So he is he's looking pretty good to be in the finals, but he's going to be sweating bullets when the next heat is going.
Yeah, an 84.67 is nothing to relax on.
But Austin Pointer coming up next has had 2 killer runs with falls right at the end.
And that last run was insane. We'll see if he can do it again. Check
Look
it out.
At this.
He's definitely getting the speed here.
That is unbelievable. Wow. How did he squat out of that? How do you even carve that much high and not hang up?
The bowl saved him, man. That roundness of the bowl just got his weight back over his board. And he stood up and here we go. Now it's time to get some tech tricks out of the way. But when you could start off your run with a 10-foot backside air, I think the judges take notice.
But he has got to make the full 40 seconds. Both his first and second runs, he fell with just a couple seconds to go.
And so now we're going to see that gate twist into the round. Looking good.
This is the backsmith right here.
Back tail.
Back tail this time again.
No.
Gosh. Every run, it was that last trick. If he could have made that back tail, he was in the finals.
He went down with 3 seconds to go.
God, and now he is leaving. I mean, hey, he won the high air award so far.
Absolutely. And looks like he bumped up his score a little bit, but not enough.
82.00.
Oh, I take
Austin
it back.
Pointer is still in 9th place. So we are probably not seeing Austin Pointer in the finals, but that was pretty fun to watch right there.
That was quite a show, and it's a shame because I feel like the world deserves to see Austin Pointer in the
we
finals.
We need more Austin Pointer.
But right now, Bucky, evidently not digging the big coping. Bucky Lasek in here right now. We saw him dusting off the coping and checking it out, Neil, as he goes to work.
So gnarly. You don't see guys going backwards all the time in the round. It is so hard just to get your line back, and Bucky just has so many tricky lines in this pool.
Every single time Bucky hits the hip, hits the Duncan, it's difficult.
Oh, boneless to Fakey just getting away from him with about 18 seconds to go. Still sitting pretty good with an 87.33 in second place. We're going to see more Bucky Lasek later today in the pro finals.
And I'll tell you, I don't think anybody's more surprised than Bucky right now.
Really?
I really, when I talked to him, he was like, I don't even, I got nothing. And I said, Bucky, you got a lot. You got 10 years of history in this bowl and a couple of victories.
I remember talking to Bucky a couple months ago. He didn't even know if he was going to be able to compete here because his race schedule hadn't come out yet.
Yeah.
He races full-time for Subaru
right.
on the Global Rallycross. Next
right,
in, we got Omar Hassan from right down the street. This is going to be Omar's last run. He's in 10th place. Only 9 make it to the final, so Omar's going to have to bump it up.
That's right, and we'll have to see if Omar's got what it takes. We know Omar's got a 5. He's got the big Christ there to Fakey, and he's got a whole bunch of tricks in the corners.
Yeah, we'll see if he can do that heel flip frontside air over the hip as well. Is that what he's setting up for? Oh! Boom. Couple tough slams right on the shoulder right there. None of these guys, every guy I've seen slam has not had elbow pads on today. I'm like, Omar, you're 42 years old. You can throw an elbow pad on.
Yeah, no one's going to hold that against you. But again, he's also doing it in the one spot that's got the toughest landing. There's no transition there. There's a pretty good chance you're going to land on the bottom. And that's exactly what we just saw.
Oh my gosh. Is he going to drop in and try it again?
All right, so Omar catching his breath, saying, get off the deck. I'm going to show you guys some of my roll-in tricks right now. See Chris Miller skirting along the back there. All right, Omar taking a breath.
Dude,
Giving the salute.
How do you drop in and just take a bonus run after a slam like that?
Man, it's the contest adrenaline.
Yep.
Ooh, little flat ground. Fakey,
50-50 to Fakey. That is so rad.
I like
Omar's the only
flat
guy
ground 180.
You'll see doing that.
With full pads and 60-millimeter
Here
wheels.
It is.
Oh, no. He had no, I mean, the will to make it at that point, when it's your third run and you're out of time, we've seen that heel flip in a lot bigger trannies than that.
Yeah, he made them down at Park Series in Melbourne a couple weeks ago.
That's right.
He definitely ripped down at the first stop of the Vans Park Series. Unfortunately, didn't advance to the final day.
Okay, so coming in right now, he's currently sitting in second.
Hey, this is really important right here because Pedro wants to skate last in the finals. He's in third place right now. Alley-oop in the air. How did he hang on to that?
He went so far.
Pedro wants to qualify first out of the semifinals.
And again, if it boils down to Pedro and Bucky and a few other guys, it's such a
it becomes a
conflict of
strategy
style.
game.
Yeah, exactly. Pedro's an all or nothing guy. Bucky's a strategic pick it apart guy, and
Hey,
right now
I'm seeing Pedro do some stuff I've never seen him do before. Such a rad loose style.
Yeah.
I could watch that all day, man.
Yeah. So Pedro needing an 88.43 to lead. Don't think that's going to be the run to give it to him. but he's definitely got that 86. And if the cutoff does end up being 85, then there's a pretty good chance Pedro's going to be in the finals.
I think if he ends this heat still in third place, he's looking good. That next heat is stacked. I expect about 3 or 4 guys from the next heat to be in the top 9, but I think Pedro's looking good right now.
All right,
this is the guys from heat number 2.
Let's take a look at the results from heat number 2. So, in second place currently, Bucky Lasek with Pedro Barros with sitting in 5th from that heat, or currently in 5th amongst all the riders. Josh Borden with an 84.67. Josh Stafford in 8th place with an 83, and there's a pretty slim chance, well, it's pretty much a foregone conclusion that anybody below Josh won't be advancing to the finals. That means Austin Pointer, Omar Hassan, Zach Miller, and Bryce Stark. Unfortunately, that will be their last run of the day.
So the guys that are really sweating right now are 6th, 7th, 8th. Kiko Francisco still in 6th place overall. Alex 8th. So those guys are going to be sweating while this third heat is going on. And this third heat is stacked. Look, there's 3 guys in the bowl right now. Tristan Rennie in the square, Josh Rodriguez in the round. There's, Tristan Rennie won this contest a couple years ago.
So the excitement's been nonstop, and it's going to continue throughout the rest of the day, so stick around, because me and Neil Hendricks are going to be right back here at the Vans Pool Party 2016.
Welcome back to the Vans Pool Party. Heat 3 of the Pro semifinals warming up right now. You see Chris the Muscle Russell climbing out of the square pool right now. We've got 2 Pro semifinal heats in the bag. We got 1 more to figure out our top 9 qualifiers that will meet last year's champ Tom Schaar in the Pro finals. And then we're moving on to Legends semifinals and the appearance of Jeff Grosso in the announcer's booth. So I know everyone out there in webcast land is excited about that. Couple gnarly Pro heats that just wrapped up. Corey Juneau from the first heat still looking good at the top with an 88.33. Bucky Lasek, Pedro Barros, Trey Wood, Josh Borden, Kiko Francisco, Alex Perelson, Josh Stafford, Austin Pointer, who just boosted about a 10-foot air on his last run, and Omar Hassan, who did entertained us with a little bit of can crushing in his first run in the semifinals. All in good fun here at the Vans Pool Party. We're going to take a look at some of the highlights from heat number 2 because there was a lot of them with skaters like Bucky and Pedro and Austin Pointer. Look at that, perfect 540 by Josh Borden, flying with the Andrecht right there. Little squirrely on the landing, little nollie shove into the board slide. Josh Borden's got the 5 as well. How about the perfect style of Austin Pointer right there.
And Bucky Lasek, and then this, of course, Omar. taking out all the cans. I loved how Pedro dove in the bowl after he did that and pulled out all the ones that were on the flat
Look at
bottom.
that stale fish. Little stylish hand drag right there.
Yep, Josh Borden, perfect with twist.
Every time. That backside air was one of the highlights of the contest so far for me. Austin did airs that high in both his second and third runs. Watch this switch front feeble. Everything goes wrong and Bucky still makes it.
And Pedro right there, backside 5. We saw that big tail grab. And this to Smith.
Wow.
Cool variation.
And we talked about it earlier. That is just such a hard spot. Austin Pointer, all the photographers are in place. That alley-oop indie air that Pedro did is insane.
I gotta say, I think that's one of the hardest tricks we've seen the whole time.
I remember that was one of the tricks that Pedro kind of overamped on last year in the pool party finals and had a fall that let Tom Shar steal away the win last year. And Pedro wants this one, man. We talked about it earlier. Pedro, this was his playground for a couple years. And I believe the last year that Pedro won was 2011.
It's been a while, and he definitely wants it.
Every year we come here and say that Pedro is the favorite.
Okay, well, now we're going to send it down to the deck because talking about that switch frontside feeble, we're going to send it down to Chris Narotko. He's talking to Bucky Lasek right now. Chris,
thanks a lot, guys. Buck, you've won this thing 3 times. We've got 15-year-olds in this thing.
What's up with that?
You're 3 times their age almost, but you're placing higher than them, killing it. The switch feeble. How do you feel?
It's just all about staying happy and positive and keeping the mojo going. These guys are definitely ripping. I'm definitely like 3 times their age, but it's awesome to watch. They push me. They keep me on my toes.
You were saying you train mostly with the older. I won't say train. You skate.
No train. These days we don't train. We just ride. Yeah, I skate with a lot of the older guys just because I have fun. I don't really hang out with the young guys. You know what I mean? We're not really into the same things. So it's like, hey guys, you're ripping. Like, I love to see them skate, but it's kind of hard to find someone to hang with. So if you want to hang with me, come hang. We can skate big tranny.
Who you liking out here today?
Corey. Corey's my favorite. Been skating with him in practice, and it's like he's not even trying. It's like he's still sleeping. He's teenagers.
What'd you think of Omar trying to reinvent the can?
I don't know. I saw him get his grocery bag out, and he started getting it's a can. But yeah, it was rad. He pulled it. Yes, he brought a couple in on him.
Well, I'm pulling for you, Buck. Good luck today.
Thanks.
Right on. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Chris. All right, so Bucky Lasek saying, he's saying I got kids older than the people I'm skating against.
Hey, and he was talking about skating with the old guys all the time. That's us.
I hate to say it, but I'm one of those old guys.
We're the guys on the text chain that are lining up the sessions with Bucky every day. And the Sunday afternoon sessions are at Bucky's house every week.
Yep.
And if he wins this contest, is there going to be a cool Sunday afternoon session tomorrow at Bucky's house?
At this point, it's hard to say. If he wins, I think we got to throw a little bit of a celebration, not to mention with all the riders in town.
Yeah.
Give these guys an opportunity to come down and ride that bull, which is at least 2 feet taller than this one. And one kid who we're about to see, who I saw there about 2 months ago, is Haimana Reynolds. And I was blown away.
Hey, Haimana has spent the last 2 years getting carried out of this pool on a backboard. So all I want to see out of Haimana is for him to finish his last run and high-five all of his bros from Hawaii. Because Haimana has gotten knocked out in the Vans pool party 2 years in a row, and third time is not a charm when it comes to that. So Haimana has been killing it in practice, so we just want to see Haimana make it through today.
Okay, so now we're going to take a look at the heat that we're just about to get into, which is heat number 3 of the pro qualifiers, and that is Daniel Cuervo out of Encinitas, but Daniel's actually originally from the Dominican Republic. Nolan Monroe, Jack Winburn, Haimana Reynolds, Alex Sorgente, Josh Rodriguez, Tristan Rennie, and Chris Russell.
You might see a couple new names here. Wait till you see Jack Winburn's frontside boneless in the square. It's one of the best frontside bonelesses ever. It reminds me of Jeff Phillips. I'm a huge Jeff Phillips fan from the 80s. Wait till you see this frontside boneless.
Well, right now we got Josh Rodriguez down there on the deck. Josh Rodriguez I think he's from Saratoga, California, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he grew up in the Inland Empire here. when he grew up. He now moved up to Northern California. He's spending a lot of time skating up at San Jose, Fremont, some of the Bay Area parks. But yeah, he kind of paid his dues down here, skating some of the AMP contests when he was a kid with the Gridlock team.
That's right.
There was a crew from the Inland Empire that rode for a skateboard company called Gridlock, and Josh was one of those kids. He's riding for Creature now, so that's pretty cool to see. Daniel Cuervo taking some warm-up runs. Like you mentioned, Daniel Cuervo is one of the only pro skaters from the Dominican Republic, definitely one of the only pool skaters.
He is
that's
the only pro.
So it's pretty amazing that Daniel Cuervo has been able to come out of Dominican Republic where there is nothing anywhere close to this size to skate, and now he's competing with the top pros in the world. So shout out to Cuervo and any of the friends and family in Dominican Republic that might be tuned in.
That's right, and Daniel's got a unique style. He's always making up his own tricks. He's got some crazy boneless invert variations. Alex Sorgente, top qualifier.
Yeah, Alex Sorgente is he's known for, he killed it at the Vans Park Series a couple weeks ago, always skating a lot of the park contests, a lot of the bowl contests. He's never really done that good here at the Combi contest, and I always joke with him every year. I'm like, dude, you need to come out here a month early and just live at this place, you know? But he has so many commitments. He's skating all the park contests. He lives in Florida. He's still traveling to Europe all the time. He's like, I don't have a month to come and hang out at the Combi pool like all these other dudes. So I still feel like Alex Sorgente, he is a contest killer, but he has not shown his true talent at the pool party yet.
And remember, he's only 18 years old. We've been seeing him now for at least 3 or 4 years,
Yeah.
and at 18, he's going to hit that peak.
But
skill.
we've still got 4 more Vans Park Series events later this year.
Right.
And he's going to be a guy that's going to be contending for the World Championships later in Malmö, Sweden later this summer.
Yeah,
for
he's
sure.
super versatile. You stick him in the park, stick him on vert, and he'll go big and he'll go fast, and it's always fun to watch. We've also got Chris Russell, and I'll tell you, last time I saw Chris, he had a helmet and knee pads on. Oh, we're getting started right here. Let's get Daniel Cuervo in here for run number 1 of Heat 3 of the Pro Semifinals. So,
Dude rides for Volkswagen. How
That's
cool
right.
is that, man?
Well-
Come from Dominican Republic and you're riding for Volkswagen. That is mission accomplished, bro.
and there's one of those variations, that switch stance, body varial, boneless. Oh, man, I got to see that on the replay to get it right.
Yeah, that was like a body varial half gay tear.
There you go. I'll take
That's
that.
what it was.
That's what it was, for
I mean,
sure.
there's like 5 people in the world that might know what a gay tear is,
He
but
followed it up with
Cuervo
a full,
did it.
He followed it up with a full one right afterwards. And there's a one-footed invert to Fakey. So again, Daniel getting slow from Osiris. He's got a board out, I believe, on Madrid.
Hey, this is a good run right
Yeah,
here.
he's putting it together.
Slop grab on the frontside gate twist. He is stoked on that. Popping out with a second left on the clock. Cuervo, that was he fell on that frontside gate twist slop grab a couple times in the pre-qualifier on Wednesday. He's got to be stoked to make that one.
And it's probably fair to say we're not going to see too many other people throwing that trick in this event.
82.00. So now with this being the last heat, we will be able to see where these guys are, if they're going to be in the finals. Cuervo needs a little bit more to bump into the top 9. That's in 10th spot right now.
That's right. So an 82.43 will get him there. But next up, let's get Nolan Monroe in here out of the East Coast, wearing one of Josh Stafford's pickpocket shirts.
Yeah, Nolan Monroe was living out here in California for a couple years, just moved back to the East Coast because they got look at that transfer.
Yeah.
They got a perfect brand new Vans skate park in Boston. So Nolan said he's been skating that new pool at the Boston park.
Nice. Well, Nolan putting it together, and he's got one of the best Mick twists in the business.
Wow, right on command.
Yep.
Look at that Madonna around the corner, over-rotating a little bit.
The corner saved him
Now,
and straightened him out.
A little bit off his line. Can he get his rhythm back? Still got 12 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, and if we're lucky, he'll throw a frontside 540. His 540s are insanely slow.
I love the lean 360 right
There
there.
it is.
Lean to fakie. Lance Mountain made
Nice.
that one up back in the day in the Powell videos. That is a solid run right there for
To a
Nolan
back
Monroe.
row. Yeah, he's got to be feeling good right now. That was an amazing first run. Talk about nerves. Nolan threw it all down, didn't seem nervous at all.
I'm really curious to see if that gets him in the top 9.
Man.
He's looking at the scoreboard right there
Just
in 9th,
barely.
82.67. Just barely bumps Austin Pointer out. Austin Pointer is not going to be in the finals, but Nolan puts himself right on the hot seat. I feel like he can clean that up a little bit.
I think you're right.
He was doing a big ollie to fakie where after that Madonna, he kind of missed his pump. Check this
All
kid
right,
out.
so now we got Jack Winburn in here. Check out this little dude.
Wait, I know I've been talking about it, but wait till you see this boneless, man. It is out of control. This is it right here.
Whoa!
That's like an 8-foot-high frontside boneless from a 13-year-old.
Yeah, and the way he just stalls it out and lets that front foot hang in the air
Just
there,
a
it's
lazy
amazing.
foot.
But Jack Winburn with an illusion.
Yeah.
Old Kevin Staub trick
He's
right
13.
there.
Once he's 16, we'll have to get rid of the illusion in that run, but we'll let him slide on that one since he's 13.
It's a Jack blasting over the hip right now. Jack coming out of Columbia, South Carolina.
Yeah, I just look at that
Whoa.
rodeo at the end. 2 seconds to go. Jack Winburn might be another new kid in the finals. Hey, when Jim Thiebaud gives you a high five, that means you've done something good.
Yeah, there's Jamie Thomas sitting on the sidelines there. That's pretty cool. He's got a great audience, a lot of support out there. And that was an amazing run, 82.00.
13th place. I think the judges were not feeling the illusion and the early grab rodeo. But hey, Jack Winburn, his first pool party, getting a little hug from Dad. Hey, I got to say, I'm from North Carolina, man. I think it's so cool that him and Clay Kreiner are making it out of South Carolina. I can't even explain to you how cool it is for those kids to come out of the Carolinas with
a little hometown
nothing
pride.
like this to skate.
So here's Hymana Reynolds. The kid looks fully grown, and he knows how to go fast, and he knows how to go big. That might have been the longest Smith grind we've seen all day.
Yeah, he also knows how to get stretchered out of the combi pool, so hopefully that does not happen this
He
year.
doesn't show off that trick this
2
year.
years in a row, he's gotten knocked out, man. Hymana, please stay on your skateboard this time.
You gotta love him, hailing out of Hawaii, rocking the Hawaiian shirt.
Super good surfer, super good skateboarder. Proper ride shop over in Hawaii, is always doing skate camps. He's such a good inspiration to all the young skaters in Hawaii. And he blasts also. Look at that.
Yeah,
taking
looking
the foot
real
off on the
comfortable.
backside air. 5 seconds to go.
Nice kickflip Indy.
Yeah, he's stoked on that one.
And that does it right there for Hymana's first run.
Wow.
Nice work.
That could be a finals run right there.
Absolutely. Look at Jim Thiebaud's high-fiving everyone this year.
Hey, remember earlier I said it was going to need an 80 to get in the finals? There's like 16 guys with 80s. Hymana's got an 84. He's in 7th right now.
Nice. Got to be feeling good after that run.
Wow. So Noah Monroe in 10th. Now Josh Stafford on the hot seat to make the finals in 9th place with an 83. Hymana's got a little bit of breathing room, but he's still got Sorgente, Josh Rodriguez, Tristan Rennie, and Chris Russell. All those guys could bump him out.
It's a stacked lineup, but this guy right here giving Hymana a shaka. Alex Sorgente coming out of Lakewood, Florida. He's 17 years old and definitely a contender for first place. But first he's got to qualify, so let's see if Alex Sorgente, who's currently sitting in 21st, can make his way up into the top 9.
Yeah, Alex hasn't taken a run yet, so he's just...
That's why there's no score.
Yeah, he's got a 0 because he hasn't skated yet.
All right, Alex, getting ready for his first run.
Waiting on judges to get ready right now. Nothing like a little delay to just make you even more nervous, as if you weren't nervous already just from the lead up to the pool party. Like we mentioned before, Alex Sorgente's been skating all the Park Series contests. He's going to be skating the Park contest at X Games in Austin, Texas in a couple weeks. He's always a threat to win those Park contests.
Okay, so we're just going to take a quick little moment here and get Alex ready to go. Sounds like they're rescoring Hymana's run, so we'll see where he ends up. But Alex Sorgente, look at that drop in right there. Air drop into the flat. And he says, what? Not yet? Another second? All right, he's ready.
Not sure what went on with the scores right there, but Hymana Reynolds is now in 8th, 83.66. This is Alex Sorgente.
Nice. And if anybody can handle a little bit of icing on the deck, it's Alex.
Yeah, he is so good at skating contests, man.
Yep. And look at that, 1 foot to body jar.
Love the Madonna grabbing Stalefish behind his foot. Little boneless flare on the Madonna right there.
Just making it look good with that Caballero right out of a long feeble.
Wow, we mentioned before how hard it is to do tricks right on the tip of the peninsula, that blunt.
Yeah, and Alec doesn't look like he's pumping super hard. It looks like he's able to cruise this bowl and still go high and still go fast.
Yeah, maybe holding back just a little bit.
I mean, it's not affecting his riding. He just looks really comfortable.
Yeah.
Nice front blunt.
That fall was right at time.
Alex Sargente getting in there.
Yeah, maybe holding back just a little bit. I agree with you. Didn't really look like he was pumping full speed like maybe Trey Wood or Pedro or Corey or some of those guys.
Some guys just don't have to compress as much to get that speed.
Hey,
and maybe,
he's in 6th place. That's an 84.67.
Wow.
So now we got Alex in 6th. Kiko Francisco, the new guy, in 7th. Alex Perelson getting bumped down to the hot seat, and we saw Jaimana Reynolds make that perfect, amazing run. Now he's in 9th. Josh Rodriguez is stretching it out.
Coming in next, Josh Rodriguez, Saratoga, California, my hometown, 23 years old, and Josh is in there. Josh is a sleeper. I mean, he can, anywhere you put him, he can absolutely destroy it.
Every year we've always said he could be a threat for the podium, and if he totally puts it together, he could win this thing.
I like the late body jar on that backside air, alley frontside 5-0.
I like that front feeble through the corner. That is impossible.
Yeah, and he makes it look good. He's got style.
Little shuffle out of that back Smith.
Look at that.
Wow, front board through the shallow corner. That is so tricky.
Look at the huge boneless. Rodriguez putting it together.
Yeah, he's got a few tricks in this run that no one else is doing. Oh, was he trying to revert that frontside invert?
Late Miller flip.
He's like smiling and shaking his head. I thought it was just a straight stalled frontside invert. Looked like he tried to turn an extra 180 degrees at the end. Josh Rodriguez is going to be in 18th place. He's going to need more than that to show up in the finals. Moving it on down to...
Next rider up is going to be Tristan Rennie, and if they cut to us, me and Neil, at any point, you'll see Tristan's name sitting on that banner behind us.
Yeah, that was a huge shock. One of the biggest upsets in pool skating history when Tristan won this contest in 2014.
Yeah, Tristan brought a lot to the table that year. A lot of stuff we hadn't seen before around the corners, a lot of lip tricks.
Yeah, and that really started the youth invasion of the pool party because Tristan won it in 2014, Tom Shard won it in 2015, and that is a body check on his shoulder.
But what a cool trick to go down on. Alley-oop, one-footed tail grab over that hip. And as you saw, even if he hadn't landed low, he probably would have zinged out
that
on
almost looked like a
peninsula.
Old kind of Rune Glifberg style trick, taking the front foot off on the tail grab.
Totally.
Tristan Rennie in 21st place with a 75.67, holding his wrist there a little bit.
Yeah, a little wrist impact on that one, but our next rider up, this kid is an animal.
I thought Chris Russell could have won the pool party last year. He had an amazing run and then exploded his board on a frontside air disaster. Had to ride someone else's board. Wasn't able to put it together. Still ended up on the podium. Look at that frontside air to tail. Are you kidding me?
Absolutely humongous on that frontside air. And Chris just has such a unique style of, unique bag of tricks. I remember hearing Lance Mountain say something to the effect of, he skates 2 or 3 notches above his abilities. And I don't know if that's true, but it's fun to watch. Like that.
Slaw plant disaster. You see his trucks just rattling. Ollie to fakie, slapping to board.
Yeah. And he's rocking a Red Bull helmet, which means that we might not see too much more padless Chris Russell if he's got a sponsor.
He can throw the Red Bull hat on instead.
There you go.
Whoa! I'm glad he had a helmet on right there. That was a fall on a crazy airwalk, lean to tail with about 3 seconds to go.
So Chris having a pretty solid first run, just needed to hang on just a few seconds longer, but the kid definitely knows how to bring the wow factor and how to, make you hold your breath for a second until you see him land.
Curious to see where the judges put that one. 79. Gonna bump up right in front of Josh Rodriguez, 18th place. Chris Russell and Josh Rodriguez, a couple of the guys we expected to be easily into the pro final. They're gonna need to put it together. Daniel Cuervo had an amazing first run. He's still in 13th out of the finals. Wow, huge lean melon.
Daniel's got the ability to go big for sure.
Oh, frontside air over the hip. But just coming off. He's got an 82.00. Second run is not going to improve. This is a bonus right here.
Does he know it's a jam? He almost seemed like he was running up to get to finish off his run, but unfortunately the clock is dead. And look at that mute air to fakie.
Jeez.
Daniel Cuervo. He's been skating the bowl down.
You can skate after time if you're going to make that.
All right, let's take a quick look at the leaderboard, and we see Josh Borden in 5th place, Trey Wood in 4th, Pedro Barro in 3rd, Bucky in second, and hey, Neil predicted it. Corey Janot sitting in first place right now. And these are the guys that are on the bubble.
Yeah, these guys are sweating bullets downstairs right now. Alex Sorgente still has a couple more runs. Kiko Francisco, he's done for the day, so he's wondering if he's going to make it into the pro finals. Alex Perelson and Jaimana Reynolds also.
All right, so this kid right here, Nolan Monroe, could definitely bump one of those guys out. He's currently sitting in 11th. And watch for Nolan to do one of the biggest fives you've seen.
I love that transfer right there.
And some really cool stuff around the corners.
Yeah, no one else is doing that little snappy lean grab.
That lean 360, we've seen that around the corner. The Madonna's around the corner. But look at that right there. Whoa.
Oh, just washing out.
A little bit too slow on
I
the
always
rotation.
talk about it, but I remember it was about 2011, and Nolan skated the big air contest at X Games and did a 22-foot high McTwist on the mega ramp. It's one of the gnarliest things I've ever seen. He ended up, I believe, getting a silver medal at the X Games that year in Los Angeles. And that when it comes to getting upside down.
Yeah, his skills on the mega are insane. They're so kids are having some fun down there, and Jack Winburn's dropping in for his second run. Currently sits in 15th place with an 82.0.
Yeah, we thought he was maybe going to be a little bit higher. Look at that perfect McTwist out of Jack Winburn.
So, do you think that just overall size of the rider is going to affect the judges at all?
No, he's still got a lot of speed and power. He's got that boneless right there that we love, unfortunately kicking away. I think a little bit of it is trick selection. I think, he's, still doing a little bit early grab on the rodeo. He's still got the illusion over the hip that's maybe not the most stylish looking trick. And when you got the veterans of skateboarding up here and the judges platform that have seen the best of them for decades and decades. It's, Jack's the new kid, man. He's going to have to earn it.
Yep, so Jaimana's in right now with currently sitting in 9th place with a score of 83.66. This is Jaimana Reynolds.
Yeah, he is on the bubble. He knows that Chris Russell and Tristan Rennie could bump him out, so he needs to up that 83.66 score that he's got.
That's right. Look at that nice frontside invert right there.
Wow.
That was an invert.
Grosso talks about the new kids not getting inverted.
Yeah.
Jaimana's got a proper frontside invert.
That's right. Jaimana's got his style really is sort of a retro style, a lot of solid tricks.
Wow, frontside air to truck.
He's not the most tech guy out there, at least not in this bowl, but
hey,
he's
he
super solid.
Did a kickflip Indy his last run.
Wow.
I love every time that he's stoked when he makes some.
Yeah,
2 seconds to go.
He gets a little whip going with his hand.
No stretchers this time, Jaimana. No stretchers.
That's right. Walk out of here on your own 2 feet. So Jaimana having a pretty solid second run. We're going to get ready to see Alex Sorgente in here.
Hey, he's going to look up to that scoreboard, though, and see that Chris Russell and Josh Rodriguez and those guys still got one more swing at him, and he's going to be sweating. Look at him looking at the scoreboard right now.
Oh, yeah.
He's like, what? I'm in 9th. I'm still on the bubble. I got to do another run.
Yeah, he's definitely wishing it could just be over
are about to take
right
you out.
now. All right, so Alex Sorgente getting in here on his second run, and again, when it
oh my gosh, he almost front flipped into the bowl.
Yeah, when
that
it comes
was
together,
so sketchy the way that he washed out onto the deck right there.
You just saw him as the board was rolling off the coping. He was using his tiptoes to try to hold it in and committing all that weight forward. But Alex not having the second run he was hoping for, which puts the pressure on run number 3 because Alex Sorgente probably sees himself in the finals.
Yeah,
he's going to be pretty disappointed if
he's in 6th right now. So his first run, he got an 84.67. So even though it kind of looked like he was holding back a little bit, he's got an 84.67. So right now he's looking pretty good, but there's still a handful of guys in this heat that could take him out.
Yeah, and here now we have Josh Rodriguez currently sitting in 19th.
Yeah.
With a 78.33, he needs a 83.76 to make the finals.
And we saw just from his first run, he could definitely bump up into the finals for sure. I expect him to make one of these next couple runs and be in the finals.
Oh, that's so
wow, what
hard.
a tricky spot to do a backside air. Look at these lines. Are you kidding me?
He's putting it together right now. He's going fast.
That's like an impossible combo. Front blunt slide through the corner.
Yeah.
Hey, if you're gonna fall, you might as well entertain yourself.
Exactly, a little bit of a frustration in that. But hey, Josh says I ain't done yet.
Front blunt slide through the corner out of that tricky frontside combination. That is so gnarly. 77.33. He's still in 19th place. He's got one more chance to make it into the finals.
All right, so returning champ from 2014, Tristan Rennie in next.
Right now, Tristan is in 22nd spot. He needs a run right here. And you know, just from watching Tristan the last couple years, after he won this contest in 2014, I feel like it kind of put the pressure on him.
Yeah.
He wasn't able to like kind of,
there you
wow,
go.
did you see that
Oh,
nose
yeah.
grind? But Tristan kind of just got thrown in the deep end like, hey, dude, you won the pool party. And when he showed up last year, he was nervous, man. He was straight to the finals, and he just like, it looked like he was seeing ghosts, man,
Yeah.
because he was just, pressure was on as the defending champ.
Yep, yeah.
Shout out to Tristan Rennie, just put out an amazing video part a couple days ago with Rockstar Energy, 3 days with Tristan Rennie, so check it out.
All right, so Chris Russell in here right now, and if anybody can wow their way into the finals, it's Chris Russell. See what he's got. Look at that one-footed lean to tail.
Yeah, that's what he fell on last run. This guy rides the loosest trucks of anyone I've ever seen skating pools.
Agreed, yeah. I mean, you saw him just wobbling across the flat bottom there.
Yeah, it looks like he's a little bit off his line. See if he can get the rhythm and timing back together to finish off his run. He's got 15 seconds to go.
It's so great to see him getting better and better every time I see him, though. He's just on a nonstop
Oh my
progression.
gosh!
I don't think he ever lifted up his back trucks on that. I think he just...
That was just a truck. That was not a disaster at
Okay.
all. That was insane. I've never seen anything like that. Checking out the board to
Yeah.
see if he broke another one. Hopefully he's got a couple extra boards, because that's really what did him in
Yeah.
last year.
Yeah,
Broke his
snapping that board
board
in half.
in the finals, had to ride a buddy's board. And when you ride trucks that loose, you're not going to be able to just jump on anyone's board.
Exactly. Not to mention, you got to hope they don't need it, because there's a good chance you'll break their board too.
Hey, check that out. Chris Russell into 4th place. Jaimana Reynolds bumped out of the finals.
Wow.
He's in 10th right now. Alex Perelson, Bubble Boy, with 84. But we still have Tristan Rennie, Josh Rodriguez, and Jaimana is going to have a chance to bump his way back in.
Absolutely. All right, let's take a quick look at the leaderboard, and we see in first place Corey Janot, second Bucky Lassick, third place Pedro Barros, and then you see Chris Russell, Trey Wood, Josh Borden, Alex Sorgente, Kiko Francisco, and then it's pretty safe to say 8th, 9th, and 10th are all...
Jaimana is on the outside
a little
looking in,
nervous.
and Kiko and Alex are on the hot seat. We
Yep.
still got a handful of guys. Jaimana, Nolan Monroe, Daniel Cuervo, Jack Winburn, Josh Rodriguez. All these guys are going to have one more shot to earn their way into the top 9.
All right, so let's see what Cuervo's got here. This is Daniel Cuervo hailing from the Dominican Republic, the one and only professional skateboarder from there.
Yeah,
and look, he hangs on.
There's a
but-
couple pro street skaters from the DR, but
Oh, yeah?
no one that's riding stuff like this.
Nice. Well, Daniel's in there. He's going to try to get back up, even though I think technically that would be the end of his run right there. But again, he's got a huge mute air to fakie, and I think he just wants to let everybody get a good look at it.
I'm cool with that.
He might even take his foot off if he's feeling it.
Feeling frisky.
Yeah.
Cab backside 5-0. Bonus time right now.
Yeah, the clock ended after that first
Yeah,
bail.
Cuervo's in
Ooh.
14th spot right now, so unfortunately not making it to the finals, but he rides for Volkswagen, so that's cool.
Yeah, you know, he's also one of like about 6 people, I think, on the face of the planet that can do the Phillips 66. I've seen him do it before, and he's a great guy. So hopefully next year.
24-year-old Daniel Cuervo, that's going to be it for his time in the Vans Pool Party semifinals. We've got about 7 skaters to go. Nolan Monroe has got a couple solid runs, but he's still on the outside looking in. He's in 12th place right now. I feel like if Nolan totally puts it together, he could bump into the top 9. He's got that huge 540, the Madonna around the corner.
I think Nolan could absolutely make the finals, and we'll see if he's got it right here. He's going to start off with that big 5.
Oh, that is so big.
Man.
Look at that. Madonna
Look at that.
almost all the way through the corner.
Traveling
Back
and
lip.
rotating is not something you see a lot on
I
Madonnas.
saw him earlier practicing this huge ollie to fakie in the square. We'll see if Nolan pulls out that giant ollie to fakie.
Look at him, just getting speed right now, making his way into the round with a nice front 50. Let's see.
Nolan grew up skating at the Rye Airfield in
Right.
New Hampshire and now skating the new Boston Park that Vans helped make happen. Wow, almost missed his tail right there. Ollie to rock to fakie just with 5 seconds to go.
And those Rye bowls were real similar to the original Combi Bowl.
Oh, looks like he got lost
and
right
that's gonna be
there.
it.
That is going to hurt his score so much right there at the end. Tough break for Nolan Monroe. He needed every trick in that run to be able to bump into the top 9. He's got an 82.67, and his score is not going to improve. He's going to still end up in 12th on the outside looking in. That last score was an 80.67.
It's ultra competitive out here at the Vans Pool Party, and if it, you get lost for a couple runs or you get lost for a couple back and forths between the square and the round, it's going to cost you, and there's a pretty slim chance.
Nolan skated great, though. It's good
Absolutely.
to see Nolan out here, super healthy, skating good.
Yep. And so,
what a gnarly cut to make. Think about the runs that we just saw, Cuervo and Nolan Monroe.
And here we have Jack Winburn in here for his third and final. Let's see if he can get it.
Wow,
Big
stand-up
frontside
nose grind. There's that boneless. He fell on it on his second run. Good to see him make it again right here.
Yeah, Jack went down going over the hip with in his first run. In his second run, let's see what he's got here. There's that illusion. Got to do in the splits.
13 years old, blunt slide through the corner.
To have this deep of a bag at this age is just amazing. And he's still young enough that he has to push on his legs to pump.
I know.
But look at that perfect McTwist.
Maybe that's why the judges gave him some hate that first run.
Could be.
That is another amazing run. Still going right now. Clock is done.
Whoa.
Frontside nose blunt. Great skating. First Vans Pool Party for Jack Winburn in the pro division, and he has shown that he deserves to be here with some of the best in the world.
Yeah.
Hey, he bumped it up right there. He's in 13th place right now.
Nice.
82.67. That's only less than a point and a half away from being in the finals, but check this out. Haimana Reynolds was in the finals. He got bumped to 10th place. He's got one more chance to get back in the finals. The last two pool parties, he left on a backboard.
Oh, let's hope that doesn't happen again. But let's see what Haimana's got for this third and final run of the semis.
Look how hard he's pumping, man. He is full speed attack right now.
Now the only question is, can this bowl contain him? Because Haimana, he's going to let it explode and see what happens. And you see him making his way towards the square.
Hey, he's allowed to wear a Hawaiian shirt. He's legit from Hawaii.
Oh, yeah. Nice eggplant there, tuck knee. Tail grab, nose grind off the hip. Right, that's a tough line right there.
15 seconds to go for Haimana. Can he hold on to this run?
He's just got to leave it all in the bowl because there's no point in holding back.
Alex Perelson is the one on the bubble right now. He's in ninth. He would be the one bumped out. Frontside 5-0 Reaver around the corner.
Nice.
Straight into good buddy. That is time right there. Haimana just made another run. Now it's up to the
solid.
judges. Is that better than Alex Perelson's 84.00?
Tough comparison. Two different styles.
Haimana Reynolds to third place,
Wow.
86.33. That's ahead of Pedro Barros and Chris Russell.
Answers that question. Let's take a
Look
look at
that.
the leaderboard right
he
now.
He is so stoked.
We've
Third place for Haimana Reynolds. Alex Perelson out of the finals. Hit the showers, buddy.
That's right. Corey Juneau in first, Bucky in second. Haimana is currently in third, and Pedro in fourth.
That is the emotion right there with the Vans Pool Party. This dude has left on a stretcher the last 2 years, and now he's in the finals. But now he's got 4 more chances to leave on a stretcher.
That's right.
Dang it. I was hoping that Haimana would just be done so he could just leave in one piece. Alex Sorgente.
All right, Alex, and Haimana's stoked that he's bumped up to third because being bumped up to 9th place wouldn't be that secure with Alex behind you.
Hey, with Josh Rodriguez and Tristan Rennie still to go, Alex could get bumped out. Alex needs to bump his score up. He's got an 84.67. He needs to improve his score or he could get bumped out of the finals.
That's right. Look at that frontside pivot transferring into the round. That's such a weird angle to take. And that first trick he dropped into was like a rocket body jar.
10 seconds to go right now for Alex. Can he hold on?
All right, he's starting to slow it down a bit, taking it easy. Nothing. Oh, nice big blunt slide.
That is an amazing trick right there. That is time right there for Alex Sorgente.
All right,
he
feeling
is
good.
stoked on that one. He needs to improve his score, though, just to feel good about it, because Josh Rodriguez and Tristan Rennie are still going to have a shot at him. He does bumps it up all the way to third, 86.33. Same score that Jaimana Reynolds just got. Jaimana's down in fourth. He's still guaranteed into the finals. We got a new updated leaderboard in the lower right.
That's right. So now we're seeing Corey Janot in first. Bucky's still in second, but third place is now Alex Sorgente, followed by Jaimana and Pedro Barros in fifth.
So check this out. Kiko Francisco, the new guy, is now on the bubble.
Yep.
We knew the cut would be right around about an 85. There's a couple more guys that have a chance. We want to see Kiko's giant backside ollies in the finals.
But Josh Rodriguez could be the man that bumps him out right here.
Josh Rodriguez and Tristan Rennie are still outside of the finals. Our last skater, Chris Russell, is guaranteed in.
All right, so Josh has got to stay on and basically do some of his hardest tricks in this line.
Yeah.
We saw some really hard stuff from him in his last line, so we know he's got the tricks, but can he stay on?
Josh is in 19th place right now. That is not where we expected him to be at all.
Nope. No, Josh, again, he's a trick machine.
You know what's rad? Every one of his runs has been completely different. Completely different lines, completely different tricks. He never does that 540. He just made it perfect.
Yep.
10 seconds to go for Josh Rodriguez. He's got to hang on to even have a chance.
Look at that.
Frontside invert. Josh Rodriguez with that fall is not going to be in the finals. He's a guy that we thought could win this thing.
He's always in contention, there's no doubt, but unfortunately that frontside invert got him twice in two different spots.
Guess what, Josh? Hit the showers, buddy.
Sorry to tell you, buddy.
19th place. We'll see what the judges say about that last run. It's going to improve a little bit, 81.67. Just going to bump him past Zach Miller. He's going to be in 18th place right now.
All right, and our next rider up.
Next skater is going to be Tristan Rennie, and he's the last skater that could change the leaderboard for the finals. Kiko Francisco is on the bubble. It's either going to be Kiko Francisco or Tristan Rennie in the finals.
All right, so Tristan's currently sitting on a 75.67, which just ain't going to cut it. He needs an 84.43, and here he is.
Kiko has got to be sweating right now. The new kid that spends more time in this place than anyone. Did the 8-foot-high backside ollies, and look, Tristan Rennie is on fire
He
right
looks like
now.
he's feeling it.
2014 winner of the Vans Pool Party. He's on a good one right now.
If he gets, he's got that alley frontside air in the corner. Look at that nose grab or behind the foot. Front of the foot, backside 540.
Front feeble revert? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, Tristan getting some tech stuff in those corners.
Wow, under 10 seconds to go. Invert to fakie for Tristan. Oh no, he jumped off the fakie Smith with 5 seconds to go.
A million different things he could have done to stay on that trick.
I don't think Tristan's going to be in the finals. That was a pretty good run, but with falling with that much time to go.
I think the fall got him, but we'll see. We'll see what the judges have to say. Tristan Rennie within
83.0. He's going to be in 12th place. Kiko is in the finals. Our top 9 is set. Chris Russell's going to be our last skater of semifinals, but he's already chilling in 6th place.
The only thing that could happen here is Chris might improve his standing, which would mean he'd get to go a little bit later in the finals. But look at Chris Russell dropping into that huge frontside boneless. And look at that frontside air disaster. I swear I saw his board completely flex on that landing. But Chris holding it on right now with a tail grab, sliding across the coping on that eggplant. Chris Russell looking like he's just basically warming up for the finals at this point.
Frontside 5-0 revert in the round.
He might bump up his standing a little bit, but again, he's already in. So this is somewhat of a victory lap. And that's going to do it for him right there on that Madonna, or that'd be a Sean Penn disaster, one-footed lean air disaster. Chris Russell, padded Chris Russell, making his way to the finals.
I feel like that was a final.
I felt like it was a final too.
I'm out of breath. I was so nervous for these guys just to make the top 9.
Because it is the third heat, the pressure's on everyone.
Yeah. Hey, the pressure's on the guys that were in the first and second heat that were just watching.
Yeah, and Jaimana's got to feel great about bumping from 10th place up to 4th place, tied with 3rd.
Shout out to these guys that barely missed the finals from this heat. Tristan ended up 12th, Nolan Monroe 13th, Winburn 14th, Cuervo 16th, and Josh Rodriguez surprisingly down in 19th. But we got 3 finalists, Sorgente, Haimana, and Chris Russell.
All right, so like we said, 3 guys out of that heat making their way into the finals. And the final results are going to look like this. So this is what we're going to see a little later this afternoon. In first place, Corey Junot. Second place, Bucky Lasek. Third place, Alex Sorgente. Fourth is going to be Haimana Reynolds, followed by Pedro Barros. And then the top 5 will be Chris Russell, Pedro Barros, Chris Russell, Trey Wood, Josh Borden, Kiko Francisco, and in 10th is going to be Alex Perelson. We've also got Josh Stafford in 11th, followed by Tristan Rennie, Nolan Monroe, Jack Winburn, Austin Pointer, Daniel Cuervo. In 17th place, Omar Hassan, followed by Ivan Federico, Josh Rodriguez, and, well, in DFL we got Zach Miller. But Zach skated great today, and he's got to be feeling good after pulling some of the tricks he wanted to make. So it's going to be one heck of a finals here in just a little bit. But before we get into the finals, we're going to have a recap of some of the highlights from those finals, and then we're going to check out right now. Before we get to the recap, stay tuned. We'll be right back with some highlights from the last heat here at the Vans Pool Party in Orange, California.
You're confused, you're alone, it's Saturday night, you have no pants on. Welcome back. This is the underlying philosophy of skateboarding. We're here with Jason Jesse. This is Becoming Skate Videos. This is fucking Truck Wars, and that's Olson. Skaters have the best names. Friend of the letters. This is Brian Brannon from Jodie Foster's Army. This is Steve Cavallero. Didn't that fail in like 1988? Watch more love letters to skateboarding.
All right, we are back. We're going to take a look at a recap from the last heat, but we've got a guest here in the booth with us, none other than Mr. Jeff Grosso. And so we're getting Jeff's headset all set up right now, and we will get him rolling.
Grosso, can you hear us?
No.
No?
We can hear you.
You answered me.
That's because you're standing next to me.
Oh. All right, so we'll get...
Is this supposed to be in my headphones?
So
Testing 1, 2, Mr. Grosso.
I hear nothing.
So right now we're looking at some warm-ups for the Legends heat, which we're about to get into. But as you see right here, we got this guy on camera with us.
We're live?
You look amazing.
I'm back, fuckers.
We're about to break the internet right now. All I'm going to do is hand him the matches. He can do what he wants.
No matches. It's nothing but love. I'm so grateful to be here.
Look at all your product placement here, man.
All right,
it's
so
really
we're gonna,
hot up here with the lights.
We're going to take a good look at the recap real quick here, Jeff. If you can, give us your thoughts on some of the action from the Pro Division semifinal that we just saw.
I can't hear anything.
All right, so
Cuervo.
Yep, Cuervo doing his...
Getting weird on the gay tear.
Half gay tears. And Nolan with arguably one of the best fives in the business. And look at that shuffle. I think the corner saved him right there.
Grosso, what do you think about the little kid's boneless, little windburn?
It'll be great once he figures out he needs to tuck his knee.
So we got Haimana in there, ended up in 4th place on his way into the finals.
Yeah, stoked to see Alex Sorgente put it together to make it in the finals. This was a huge shock for me to see Josh Rodriguez not put it together.
Chris Russell did nothing but blast his way through that entire session. But again, Grosso's going to call him out on the stink bug. Got to tuck that knee.
Yeah.
We did see a nice tuck knee boneless from somebody. I can't remember who it was.
Oh,
nice. It was Borden in the round.
That's right.
Yeah, Borden was the one that did the good tuck knee boneless. I love that Madonna into the corner right there.
There it is, right there. Boom.
Yep. He's got the hang time.
That and that pizza flip, like.
Yeah, we were talking about the illusion.
Very. Is that what it's called? An illusion?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like Castle 1984. Like. It should have stayed in 1984.
Well, there you have it. Some highlights from our heat, from our last heat.
Dude, there's Salba signs in the crowd. Who made the Salba signs? That's pretty cool.
Thiebaud.
Awesome.
For Spitfire.
Love it.
Thiebaud's got mad. He's got mad love for all the old dudes.
Cool. So we're gonna take a quick look down at the deck here. We got Chris Narotko. With last year's winner. I'm sorry.
Somebody going to fix my headset?
Yeah, Chris Narotko's going to say hi to Alex Sorgente and see how he's feeling heading into the finals.
Thanks a lot, guys. Alex, that was a heavy heat. It was going back and forth. What did that feel like for you out there?
Oh, just super stoked, to make runs with all my friends in the bowl and just actually make it to the finals because every year I've never made a run, I don't think, at this event. So just to make it to the finals this year, I'm super stoked on that. So hyped.
So you're basically already won.
No, I didn't win yet. We still got to go. Man, everyone's going to be throwing down. It's going to be sick.
But you made the finals, so that's a personal victory.
Yeah, I know. I'm super stoked on that. I mean, there was like a combi curse on me or something, I swear. But
you think so?
Yeah, I think so. But this year it's been good so far.
Well, you've been killing it. Who else out there do you feel is killing it?
I really love watching Chris and Pedro, Chris Russell and Pedro. I mean, those dudes are so. I still look up to those guys. Their skating pushes me. After I see one of them make a run or just I just want to throw it down also. So I'm stoked to be skating with all these guys here. It's just good times. Super.
Dude, how sick would it be to have your name on one of those banners in the rafter?
Oh man, that would be so cool. I just saw them hanging the last one with who won last year?
Sure.
Yeah, with Tom. Sorry, Tom. You're killing it too, brother. And I saw that, and I was like, yeah, that'd be sick if my name was on it too. But nah, it's sick. I'm just hyped to be here skating with everyone, really. So.
Well, you're killing it. We're stoked to have you.
Thanks, man.
Good luck today. Back to you guys in the booth.
All right, thanks, Chris. Good to see Alex is out there making his way into the finals, and there is a look at some of our past champions here, the Vans Pool Party. See Rune Glifberg's name on there a few times.
Yeah.
Maybe the next time they hang one up there, they can fix the lights so we don't have to skate in the dark.
Yeah. Hey, speaking of Rune, Jeff, do you know what happened to Rune today? He wasn't able to take his runs.
I have absolutely no idea.
Yeah, it's a bummer.
I hadn't heard.
Okay, so last night there was a pretty cool event that went down, a Hall of Fame skateboard induction. So we got Steve Alba down here, and we're going to take a look at a little piece on Steve Alba and his role in the Hall of Fame here, Skateboarding Hall of Fame.
Steve Alba was the first guy to win a pool competition in 1977. There wasn't pool competitions before him, but by the time they had pool competitions, he came and beat all the guys before him.
Okay.
He stayed skateboarding from then till now. He's one of the very few guys that stayed skateboarding. He not only did he skateboard and follow along with what was going on as much as he could, he actually stayed true to what he really liked to do, which was skate backyard pools. He skated backyard pools and pioneered a way to do it, and has shown every generation from the 70s till even present day how to master something. And I'm glad that he's getting the recognition right now. He deserves it.
Screaming Lord Salba. I mean, that's a legendary name in itself right there. Knowing his lifestyle, knowing how many years he's put into skateboarding, how much time he puts into skateboarding, and how much, you know, passion he puts into it. And knowing the history of skateboarding because I was there. He has skated long enough and hard enough and has done, you know, enough for our sport to where he is definitely legendary in my eyes. And so big love towards Steve Alba for all he's done for skateboarding. He is definitely legendary.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm here with Steve Alba. Steve was inducted to the Hall of Fame last night with a lot of amazing men and women. You got a lot of history here with the Combe Pool. You're part of our family for a long time. What did last night feel like for you to be inducted to Skateboarding Hall of Fame, Salba?
It was kind of crazy. I mean, I'm stoked and humbled to be doing it. I'm in good company, that's for sure. You know, there's some good people in there. So, yeah, it was a good event. But to be honest with you, I was kind of more excited to play guitar last night, you know what I mean? So that was kind of fun. So that was kind of the highlight for me, is getting to play. So this weekend's like a triple trifecta. You get the Hall of Fame, you get to play, and now you get to skate.
Sick. How you feeling today?
Well, I haven't skated all day, and I'll be honest with you, I need more practice. But it is what it is. We're just going to go for it and see what happens, you know what I mean?
Well, I wish you the best of luck. Congratulations again on a Hall of Fame inductee. Throw it back to you guys.
Thank you. All right, thanks, Chris. Okay, so how cool is that? We got Steve Alba down there getting inducted into the Hall of Fame.
Grosso, you tell us about Salba's induction speech last night.
It was awesome. It was heartfelt. It was 40-something years of skateboarding experience.
Salba's been doing the same thing since the 70s, man. Backyard pools, killing it at Pool Party.
Yeah, it was clear, concise. You know, there were parts of it that were uplifting. There were parts of it that were bitter. It was a good representation of his life on and off skateboard. He gave heavy praise to his wife, Julie, you know, and he thanked his kids, and he's the real deal, more so than any of us.
How about the music? He was rocking. Him and Mofo.
Yeah, they did a Joy Division cover. They walked in line.
I was digging it.
Yeah.
Personally, I was psyched to see Tommy Guerrero get inducted. Him and Ed Templeton, you know, kind of bred a new breed of street skater. And Salba and Eddie Alguera.
I missed Tommy and Ed, and I'm really bummed. I had to go home. I got tired because of Ellen Berryman's 2-hour speech. She gave us the definition of metal and grit. And
oh, wow.
Yeah, it was pretty heavy. But she was psyched to give a 30-minute speech. Yeah, I can hear her. I can hear out of the one, not the second. Just this one,
we got the technical crew working on Grosso's headset, so that's what we got audio issues right now, but we're going to introduce the 2 heats of legends that we got right now for the Legends semifinals. We're going to qualify 7 skaters out of the semifinals to meet Chris Miller, who's already pre-qualified to the finals for winning last year. This is heat number 1. T-Mag from San Diego, not Sweden. Krishna Soy, Eddie Elgato Alguera, Steve Stedham, Lester Kasai, Jim Gray, Ben Schroeder, Lance Mountain. Ben Schroeder was so fun to watch in practice this morning.
Oh my God.
Why was he he was dropping in with his helmet in his hand, trying to put his helmet on.
I read a post from him yesterday. He said he was on death's door, and then I see him today and he's doing alley-oop eggplants like he did 10 years ago. Like, it was absolutely incredible.
Ben is he's a survivor of post-traumatic brain injury, whatever they call it, TBI or something, traumatic brain injury.
Yeah.
And so he spent the last couple of weeks in the hospital having seizures. And so he got out and being the die-hard skateboarder that he is, he's made his way down here to Orange, California, and to compete in the Combi contest for your enjoyment.
Check it out. This is the first skater in semifinal heat number 1 for Legends. This is T-Mag.
That's right. We're going to take the 2 heats, take the top riders, and have a final just a little bit later here. But right now we got Tony Magnusson in there, 53 years old.
You know, it was cool when I was at Verdattack a couple weeks ago in Malmö, Sweden. The Swedish Skate Museum had a little collection of every T-Mag pro model in history from Uncle Wiggly days all the way to H Street days.
Did they have his finger in like a jar on,
Yeah, that'd be cool.
On display.
That's why you're here, Grosso. That is why you're here.
Fucking fingerless freak.
76.67 for T-Mag.
T-Mag getting warmed up. We're getting warmed up. Oh, God.
Hey, we're already warm, man. You're getting warmed up.
I just got
Look at that.
There he
That's
is.
how you start a run right there.
Right?
He's got the Eiffel Tower on his shirt.
Of course he does.
Why has he got a French flag on his shirt?
Because he stole that shirt when he was in France last from the French distributor, probably.
Krishna Soy, first run right now. 3 runs for the semifinals. Top 7 are going to meet Chris Miller.
Yep. Once again, Chris Miller is going to be our top qualifier, so he'll skate last right now. We got Hosoi with a backside ollie detail. And Hosoi's in there having a solid first run.
Chris, you've been skating really good lately.
Dude, when he's on, it's one of the funnest things to watch.
He carved a little piece out of the middle of his tail. He says it's like a swallow. It stabilizes him in the air when he does backs there. So he is actually legally and clinically insane.
Well, hopefully we'll see him do an air to tail tap and take advantage of it. Oh, that is a tiny little swallow.
It's a nice opening run by C. Hosoi. He loves Prince. He loves Madonna. He does not care. He snubs Jim Gray on the knuckle bump.
I love Christian's laugh. I love your laugh too. 80.00 Krishna Soy.
All right, and coming in next is going to be Eddie Elguera. They call him El Gato, living out in the desert these days.
Yeah, Eddie's just getting over a bad shoulder injury a few months ago. Had to take a little bit of time off to rehab the shoulder. Said that there's still a couple tricks that he can't do because of the shoulder, but we'll see what he's got.
You know, you look at tricks like the front rock, the Elgarial, all tricks that Eddie made up.
All the old dudes get together out at the El Gato Classic at the end of the year in Palm Springs. Good little old skate dude get together.
Whoa, sketchy back there. It's a first run. Everybody's trying to get their sea legs, get the jitters out of them.
Ooh, nice 5 out of fakie. Not something you're seeing a lot of the legends throwing down.
Love that front rock. 3 seconds to go for Eddie. Solid first run right there.
Moving around the pool nicely.
Little charity clap by Lester. Scores coming up for El Gato right now.
I bumped into Dwayne coming in here right when he walked in the door. I walk up, I go, Dwayne, I love you. I give him a hug. He goes, save it.
I love it. Dwayne been skating a lot? How's he looking?
I literally just saw him for the first time when he walked in the door. He was just, there he is, look. There he is in the background putting his pads on.
Yes.
Just dance, monkey. Gotta get my peanuts. Here comes Stagoo. He cares not. There's a lot going on with Steve Stedham's getup.
Well, we know we're going to see at least a couple things. Hopefully that long board slide.
I'd really like to see him do a sweeper. He's got a beautiful sweeper. He's going to eat a lot of a time, though, probably rolling out and rolling around the deck. He's cleared them all out. Let's see this board slide.
How long have those Smith gloves been in storage?
He's in the bowl, folks. We're looking for a backside boneless. We're looking for a backside boneless.
You know it's coming. Alley-oop mute air, trademark move.
To the
there we go.
Oh, hippity hopping his way to glory, folks.
Hey.
Stagoo, he's out of the bowl.
So far, everyone's staying on their board.
Yeah, but they're not really doing much, are they?
Well, you know, trying to find a positive, right?
I know. I'm playing.
We love the love letters, man. You're going to see a lot of disasters, but no one's going to be going over 3 feet.
Well, I mean, that's just to the kids, man. Whatever. I'm just trying to mix things up, get people to think about some stuff.
All right, so next thing we got Lester Kasai from Anaheim. And if you don't know who Lester was, he was one of the big air guys of the early 80s. And he's just an awesome skateboarder.
If you don't know who Lester was, you probably aren't watching this program right now, this live feed.
Good point.
This is Joji.
When I was a kid, Lester was one of my favorites, man. When I watched all the Del Mar and Upland contests, it was like Pedro now, where he just always overamped. It was like 4-foot air, 6-foot air, 8-foot air, bail the 10-foot air.
It was almost a guaranteed self-destruct. It was fun watching him get there.
It was so fun to watch, man. One of the nicest dudes.
You don't have the Tony Hawk that you have today without Lester Kasai and without Kevin Staub, right? They were as much a part of the collaborative effort for trick making, Madonnas and sock hops, right?
Lester's got a brand new baby in the last year or two, so proud papa ripping in the Legends division.
Oh, look, he's toothless. Radical, he's toothless like me. I've been yelling all day, so my voice is going out.
We have to.
Coming in now, we got Jim Gray.
What is that skateboard?
He's got he came up to me earlier and he said, you got to stand on my board. It's got a rail and some gaps in it, some stringers, and he said, hey, if you're going to carve the bowl, at least carve it on a Cadillac.
What's stringers? I don't even know what that means.
Like metal rods running down the length of his board.
He has metal rods on his board?
Again, I don't know if they're metal, carbon fiber, but either way.
Jim Jam.
Either way, there's the Jim Jam.
The artist formerly known as Caitlin. It's
Wait, he's got your shirt on.
I know.
That's your Supreme shirt.
I gave it to him. We kissed and made up. It's the most prestigious skateboard contest of the year. And I just like to see people take it seriously. This isn't a demo to wave to your friends and your family. This is the place where you come and you throw down because it's the heaviest bowl competition that there is. And so it's not a demo, it's not a gathering. This is real deal competitive skateboarding, and some people are gonna leave some blood. Pat from Embassy, right? He already broke his leg today.
Wow.
People take this really seriously. So it's disheartening to see people not.
Crash test dummy himself.
I hope
this
you're
is
sitting
one
down.
of my favorite things of the pool party every year.
It might not last long, but it's going to be good.
Oh, it's going to be
It'll
fun
last
while
long
it lasts.
enough. From Monrovia, California, Monrovia's favorite son, Mr. Ben Schroeder.
Look at those shoes. Those are off the Vans discount rack from '97.
It's really tough to get him shoes because he's a size 15 for you, for all of you skate nerds at home.
What's that in European sizes?
Dude,
68.
Yeah, something like that. So we get him what shoes we can, and unfortunately they look like they're off the...
Whoa!
The
what are they? I mean...
There's just some weird low top that, I don't know.
You know, we're sitting in the back of one of the Vans
Come on,
stores.
Ben, get it? No.
So, saw Ben throw
Ladies
down
and gentlemen.
some backsmiths in practice, some eggplants, so hopefully we'll see that on his second run.
If I just see one of those eggplants, I'm good for the day.
The dude was just in the hospital last week getting over some seizures and stuff. It really is a miracle that he's even able to be here, let alone skateboard.
On our sheet, it says that Ben Schroeder rides for Puma. That's pretty funny.
Yeah, that's a typo. He
How
rides
about
for
this guy?
Gullwing, and that's what you need to know. He rides for Gullwing Trucks. He has single-handedly propped up the Gullwing organization for the past 20 years.
Yep, and if you want to know who Ben Schroeder is, go check out some of those old Gullwing videos from the 80s.
And here he
Power
is.
Trip.
I grew up watching those
The greatest
things religiously.
skateboarder of all time.
Right now,
Mr.
Lance Mountain.
Dude,
Yeah.
Lance's video part a few months ago seriously brought tears to my eyes. It was so rad.
Yeah.
And you got to mention that Lance is now sponsored by Advil, which is pretty impressive.
Yeah, he did a commercial for him just recently, right?
He did. So Lance out there putting it together.
Oh, it's a beautiful thing to see Lance back at the comedy contest.
How much of an inspiration was Lance on you as a kid, Jeff?
I wouldn't be a skateboarder or be here today if it wasn't for Lance Mountain. I'm his fault.
3 seconds to go. That's a perfect first run for Lance Mountain.
Lance Mountain.
That is so cool to see.
Nice little qualifier. He's got his little Jesus God quote. He spray painted and made a shirt for you all today. He wants you all to know
Lance
that
Mountain
he
to the
loves
top,
Lord.
83.33, bumping Hosoi down to second. Once again, top 7 in Legends semifinals. Meet Chris Miller later today in the finals.
All right, and now it's back to the top of the order. We got Tony Magnuson back in here.
Playing with his butt.
Hey, what about the Tector Protectors? He's got the Lace Savers. And do you think anyone listening to us knows what Tector Protectors are?
Yeah, I'm sure Peter Fernand, a bunch of dudes. Yeah, all the vert nerds for sure. Scissors, you know. Probably, you know, that burly cap guy in Canada, he fully knows what they are.
I think his Instagram hashtag is MagTector.
Yeah, right?
So he's proud.
Tony's got a good run going right now.
He's proud of his invention.
He's juiced it up a couple of
So I'll tell you,
notches.
Tony's he's 53 years old, and he's got his mindset on spinning a 540.
Yeah, he's been working
Really?
hard, man.
Yeah, I don't think we're
Today?
going to see McTwist here today. Maybe a frontside. Maybe a frontside 5.
He's out of the ball.
But he's been trying to vert pretty regularly, trying to build up the confidence.
The man responsible for bringing you H Street.
That's right.
He's to blame. There he is, MagTector.
Yeah, the Tector Protectors are the Lace Savers that he made back in the 80s.
And he had the ones that went under your knee pads too, so you didn't drill holes in your knees.
Yeah.
Yep.
Memories.
All right.
Walk down memory lane. Here he comes.
Yep, the one and only Mr. Christian Hosoi coming in here for his second run of the day.
He likes to dance. He likes to smoke speed on airplanes.
Everyone's got that Grosso Supreme shirt on in the background, man. Your lovely mug on everyone's chest in the background.
Yeah, we had to do a little bootlegging.
Wait, that's not real? You don't ride for Supreme?
No, I bootlegged it.
Oh, cool.
There's a nice Smith vert.
Yeah, that backside ollie into the corner he dropped into was pretty sick. And he's just keeping it going in the round bowl right now.
So I'm putting it together.
So Grosso, can you give us
Awesome
any
camera work?
Yeah, can you give us any insight into those fluorescent yellow gaff tapes on the bowl? Is that Salba? Is that
I don't know, but
one of the legends?
It's really ugly, man. And like, what, you don't know where you're going. You got to put a piece of tape. Like
that one with Duncan.
Whoever did it, like I could see one or something as a marker, but God, get over it.
Seems a little excessive if it was done by one of the skateboarders.
I don't think it was Salba, because Salba would have it all over him if it was. And Salba doesn't have it all over him.
Salba has so many tools, man. He's got the knife on his hip.
Killer pair of Rector gloves.
He's a beautiful man.
I love him.
He's a beautiful, beautiful man. I used to live at his house back in the late 80s. And,
you guys were Santa Cruz teammates back then?
Yeah, they gave him the dubious pleasure of watching me, so I moved in with him and Mickey. And I lasted a couple of months before I got kicked out on Mother's Day for bad behavior.
What'd you do? What'd you do to get kicked out of Salba's house?
We were doing drugs, and my brother's girlfriend had a seizure and fell over. It's a bad story. Not for here, folks. I am a pile. I suck. I talk way too much shit. And here we have Eddie El Gato Olguera. He wants you to know that he loves the Lord, and he's over the hip. He's into a 5-0 to fakie. And there he is with his Elgariel. He's off his board. He is disappointed in himself. He is not feeling good, but he will be back for another try. I think he has one more run, right?
He's got one more run. Yeah, he mentioned earlier that shoulder injury is giving him a bit of grief on the Elgariel.
Yeah, it seems like that's a trick that requires both shoulders.
Eddie's still down in 5th place right now with a 78, moving it back down to Steve Stedham.
Yep. Next up, coming in from Vegas.
Dagu.
Steve Stedham.
The land of sin.
2 different color wheels.
What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas.
Hey, Rodney Mead's here. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, he's
excited.
He ripped the pool 2 feet at a time. Sorry, I just spit all over you.
Hey, that's a pretty amazing finger flip hand plant, though.
He did a really, really good Andrecht I saw in the contest to enter the contest to enter the contest.
Right. It was like the prelims.
Yeah. Whatever nonsense that is. Whosever great idea that is. Here he comes. Is he skating to Rush?
Yes, he is.
Oh, Cameron Tabitite would be so stoked. So would my friend Jesse Hernandez. Jesse, what's up, Jesse?
Did Cameron Tabitite really win the lottery?
Yeah, supposedly, yeah. He got a sum of money, and then he partied it all away.
Really?
Yeah.
Shocker.
Yeah. Which is one of the reasons I think we don't see him so much anymore is because he partied too much and kind of went crazy. So partying's it's a young man's sport. You know?
Yeah.
Neil Peart. Let's do this. He's in the bowl, people. He's into his board slide.
Wow.
He is very shiny. Oh, he's off his deck.
Second run just wrapping up for Steve Stedham, 53 years old.
Damn, he's 53 too. Valiant attempt by old Stagu.
Yeah, pretty solid run. He dropped into a pretty big backside air. Managed to hang on for most of the run. Got the board slide.
As you can tell, all the competitors are slowly shrinking except for Jim Gray. He is expanding, like me. Maybe Joji will, maybe Lester will launch into a sock hop fast plant body jar. That's so awesome.
Where's Joji come from?
That's his middle name.
Oh, really?
Yes.
I always heard you guys say that, but I didn't know the story.
Lester Joji Kasai.
So Lester, inventor of the Benihana. Dude, probably a few other tricks out there.
Dude break-danced in one of the first skate videos I ever saw.
That's right.
But he killed it at Sadlands, and I thought that was cool.
He used to compete breakdancing and do very well. His grandmother used to make us skate shorts. They were called grandmas. His mom was hot. I had a crush on her.
You had a crush on Lester's mom?
Yeah, dude, she was hot. You should have seen her. She was like a tiger lady. Like, yeah, sorry, Lester. I won't keep going.
That's time for Lester Kasai's second run. Lester currently in 6th place with a 76. Lance is still at the top with an 83. We'll see. Should improve Lester's score on that second run. Bumping it up to a 79.3. He's into 5th.
There's Omar. He's completely insane.
What'd you think of Omar's can?
Yeah, what
can
about the
gimmick?
product placement? Can.
Personally, I thought it was sad and lame, but, you know, whatever. He's just trying to have some fun. I thought it was cool when he hit him and they went flying out onto the deck like like surf spray, but
spray.
I mean, you know.
I thought it was cool that he had Pedro lined up to run and jump in the bowl and get him.
Yeah. You know, we have to take a little time out so Jim can take his little holo lap. It'd be so rad if Jim just like tried an invert or like a gray slide or a Jim jam in the deep end, like just hang it out there a little bit. But instead, we're going to watch him drag his heel on a manual roll and ride a completely ridiculous board. He does his little power.
That was a Jim jam, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes,
it
it
was.
was.
What was it?
And he's
I wish we had a slow-mo replay of that fall.
And he's falling on a rock fakie in the shallow end. He does make a awesome. He's brought back PowerFlex 5 wheels, PowerFlex wheels, and that's totally awesome. And I totally suck because I could just talk massive amounts of shit and make everyone hate me again.
We love you, and you have a microphone.
But instead...
But he's got your face on his chest.
He is the artist formerly known as Caitlin.
Man, seriously,
I can't
every
help
year
myself.
at Pool Party, there's a few guys that I'm excited to see at Pool Party. This is one of them.
Yes.
Oh, gosh.
Ben was part of what made the pool party so awesome in the first place. Like, just knowing you got to see Ben, the freight train.
I don't think his run technically started.
No, it doesn't start until he hits his first corner or does his first trick. That was a roll-in.
Please put your
Go
helmet
again,
back on.
go again.
Go again.
Go again, Ben!
All right, Jeff yelling down some
Look at that. Ben Schroeder and Kiko.
No, that sucks.
Hey, what do you think about that kid Kiko? He's in the finals.
Yeah, I know. Does it matter what I think? I mean, I think there's a lot of little kids here. I would really like to see an amateur series. Somebody should put together an amateur series and give these kids a pathway to turning pro, rather than throw them to the wolves and then sit there and celebrate them like they've done something. Like Kiko's totally rad. He does head high backs and ollies. He does a slider to fakie over the hip. He rules. And who cares? Lance is ripping.
That was a good sad plant, man.
Yeah.
That was textbook right there.
A little fast plant in the square bowl from Lance, putting it together.
He just makes skateboarding look good, man.
Look at that egg.
He kickflipped a picnic table a few months ago. How's that possible, man?
Lance had some street parts, man. Go back to those late
I know,
era
but
Powell videos.
Yeah, that was 20 years ago.
There, did you see him?
Dude, Lance hasn't even thought about falling off his skateboard today.
Lance Mountain is a class act and one of the best skateboarders to ever do it, and should be celebrated as such.
Lance is already in first place with an 83.33.
God, I
bumping
hope
it
he
up
wins
to
today.
85. 85.
There we go.
For Lance. Solid
There we
4
go.
points ahead of Hosoi in second. We got a leaderboard coming up on screen in just a minute. Once again, top 7 are meeting Chris Miller. Got Lance at the top.
But Miller's the only one that makes it through.
Pre-qualified because he won last year?
Yeah, just because he won last year. So we got 7. So right now, Jim Gray's in a qualifying position to make it to the finals.
So we got Ben Schroeder in
Great.
8th, Gray in 7th, Eddie in 6th, Lester in 5th, Stedham in 4th, T-Mag, surprisingly, in 3rd place.
So I should go downstairs and
Christian
tell
Hosoi
Ben
in
just
second?
to do kick turns so he can beat Jim.
You think he'd listen to you?
Probably not. And that's the beauty of Ben.
Look at that.
Salva with his workout routine. I'm saying I don't think Ben knows how to take it easy.
No.
I think he's got one gear and it's full blast.
Yeah, it's pedal to the
That's
metal.
the peanut gallery right there. That's your entourage, right?
Yeah, those yeah. I hang out with those dudes. They're my boys.
They your bodyguards?
Yeah.
When you get out of here later? T-Mag, this is last runs right now for semifinal heat number 1 for the Legends.
Yeah, keep an eye out for that rodeo. I bet he'll try to throw it. But regardless, to see T-Mag sitting in 3rd place isn't something you see too often. He's never really sort of captured the eye of the judges, but he's hanging on, having a good run.
Hey, I thought he killed it last year, man.
I agree.
We've been skating with T-Mag a lot down south recently.
Yeah, he's sort of kept contained in this bowl. You see him at Buc-ee's, and he's comfortable 5-6 feet out on a lot of his airs.
Solid frontside ollie into the round.
Nobody's ever disputed the fact that Tony is a good skateboarder.
Sure.
It's whether or not he is a good-looking skateboarder has been in contention.
I'll tell you
in
what,
the
man.
past.
He is devastated that Ted Cruz dropped out of the presidential race.
He's got He's got horrible politics. But that's understandable because he's not even American. He's Swedish.
Actually, he is. He burned his passport and got his citizenship and became an American.
He's a fake. He's as American as PLG. Hi, Pierre.
He is the biggest Ted Cruz supporter.
I know. He's such a right-wing wacko. It's unbelievable. He'll probably be down there trying to build the wall himself.
We get a lot of colorful conversations going on at those sessions.
But this is a skateboard contest and not a political rally or a religious
Dude, I like
ceremony.
those elbow pads. They look like the old rectors that we had in the 80s. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, the guys at 187s.
They're praying.
Yeah.
Awesome.
We got a
little fellowship on the deck beforehand.
That's right. A lot of...
There's Lonnie Hiramoto waiting in the wings.
Dude, Lonnie Hiramoto rules.
Yes.
I love that guy.
He's one of the funnest people to skateboard with. He's got a hell of a layback air. Yeah, wind it up there, buddy. Yeah, just pump up that ego. Get it going.
All right, Hosoi rolling into the square. Currently in third place with an 83. Needs a 85.1 to take first. Let's see if he's got it.
I hate those soul carves. I hate that.
Yeah, he put both his hands behind his back.
Oh, jumping off the backside air.
Is this Wild Thing, Tone Loc or something like that? Wild Things, right? Is that
I think that's what it was.
Awesome.
Do you think that was a special request?
Who knows? Wow.
Pops is here. Pops Hosoi is here.
Pops was playing ukulele out in front of the skate park the other day with this in panhandling. It was awesome.
Panhandling?
Yeah, he had his little thing out. People were throwing change in there, and he was playing his little ukulele guitar deal.
Hey, I'd throw some coins in for Pops Hosoi. That guy's got skateboarding roots for sure.
Yeah, it rules.
Eddie Elguera is in 6th place. We expected him to be easily into the Legends final, but not looking like his usual self right now, but needs to put it together on this third run.
See if he can break the 2-foot mark.
Yeah, Eddie's got some pretty serious lip tricks. We'll see if he goes for the nose blunt on the end of the peninsula there. Nice 5 out of fakie.
Yeah, I love the 5 out of fakie.
Oh man, that was sort of the abridged version, but he still got it down.
Who cares? A make is a make.
That's right.
10 seconds to go for
Especially
Eddie.
at, how old is he? 53, 54, something like that?
That's right.
Yeah, you get north of 50 and...
You get points for still being around.
Anything counts.
Yeah, right.
That's going to be time right there. That's a solid 40 seconds for Eddie Elguera. I think that's going to bump him up.
Ending it with a triple figure 8 carve through the square
that is
corners.
Pretty gnarly.
Rocking his El Gato fish shirt.
Yep, enjoying it. Wallowing.
He's got a Bearbot sticker on the back of his
Yeah,
helmet.
bumps up to 4th, 80.00, bumps past Stedham and Lester into 4th place. So that's going to be, looking at the next heat with Nicky and Cab and NoHo, that's going to be pretty bubble for to make the top 7.
Yeah, right. Elgato will get knocked out for sure, right? And anyone south of Elgato?
Yeah, so Lance still at the top.
Of course.
T-Mag in 2nd.
Lance is going to win today.
Yeah, is that what you're claiming? Lance is going to take
anything.
Miller out?
It's preordained in the stars, dude. Lance Mountain is winning this contest, or I burn the building to the ground.
Stagger run number 3.
And here comes Stedham.
I love you, but I think Chris Miller's going to have something to say about that in just a little while.
I think Steve Caballero might have something to say as well. In fact, all the guys in heat number 2.
Nope, doesn't matter.
Nope, it's not happening.
Dude,
Miller decided to skate. This is the one time a year he's going to skate.
That's pretty freaking amazing.
And he's going to get beat.
You could tell Chris was really kind of trying to bring it all back today.
Yeah,
in 1 or 2 sessions.
Oh gosh, that
could
was
have been
sketchy.
bad.
I love Miller. He's one of the most beautiful skateboarders to ever do it. And
you're just sick of him winning?
No, I'm not sick of him winning. It's Lance's. Lance is going to do it. I'm a sycophant for Lance Mountain. Everybody knows this.
Yep.
So Lance is going to win today, and Miller's going to be stoked with 2nd place.
All right, so up next we got Lester Kasai sitting on the deck, getting ready. Trying to accept the fact.
Grasso has a crush on his mom, Lester Kasai.
I did when I was a child.
Flowing Dragon Lady, I think you recalled her.
She was hot.
Did you ever skate Sadlands with these guys?
Yes. I didn't. They were amazing, amazing.
Sadlands always had me thinking that it was easy to do a perfect sad plant on a 4-foot transition, and I found out soon after that was not the case.
The best skateboarders in the world, man. Like, these are the guys that made it up.
Right, Lester.
Like, come on.
Snatching a stalefish on that sidewall there.
Yeah,
it's
that
no
stalefish
easy
was
task.
sick.
Let's put together a run here.
Yeah, this is good. 5 seconds to go right now.
Come on, Kasai. Get you some. Was it a 45-second run? 40-second? 40-second run,
40-second run.
With the old legs.
Pretty interesting, though, and I'd love to hear your take on it. In the pro division, there was a ton of guys that popped out with like 5, 6, 7 seconds to go. It was like they, I thought that these guys would have practiced 40-second runs, and the judges were just hammering them when they popped out too early.
A lot of the kids are right. It's very cool to ride stream of conscious and not to really put together runs anymore. So they're riding stream of conscious, and then and then they just end up popping out like, oh, is that enough? And you're short time. And sometimes the judges judge down on that, and sometimes they don't.
Yeah, today it seemed like guys would have perfect runs and pop out a few seconds early, and kind of, Perelson would be in the finals if he would have just done 2 pick turns at the end of his run.
Yeah, I think Alex just got like deer in the headlights and a little bit lost. It'd really be nice to see, Jim's a hell of a skateboarder if he tries. It'd really be nice to see him try. Oh, see, acid drop, do it. No.
Wow. Oh my God. That was for you, Grosso. That was for you. Oh my gosh, I saw his life.
Plus size skater there.
I saw his life flash between his eyes right there.
Look at Dwayne.
Look at Dwayne's face.
Yeah, Dwayne's all disgusted. Dwayne's all, what's up with Dwayne? Look at that guy. Mofo's
Dwayne
totally
and Mofo,
awesome.
that is so rad. Oh, Ben Schroeder, man.
All right, it's all
Come
coming
on,
this
Ben,
right
make
here.
the roll in this time. Yeah, the grind in.
The locomotive himself.
Oh, I want to see the egg. Do the flying egg, Ben.
See if he can make it over to the square bowl.
He's into the square.
I bet he'll try it.
He's around the corner.
Yes, come on. Whoa, how is he still skateboarding?
Yes! He's got a run going, folks.
Ben, we might see him squeak his way into the finals.
Yes,
Let's see.
right here.
Come on, Ben, you got this.
Get it.
That is amazing. Why can't he knee slide?
He doesn't have knee pads on.
Oh. That makes sense.
Which we saw him earlier literally trying to skate while he's putting his helmet on. And you're just going, well, why didn't he just do that before he dropped in? But it's Ben. So you don't ask these questions.
Look, your entourage is like,
Benjamin Schroeder.
that is amazing, man. He's smiling. He's like, yes, I'm not going to the hospital.
His contributions to
And look at
skateboarding are palpable.
I'll tell you
paramedics
this.
glad.
He was
Look
one
at
of
Miller. Get Miller coming, getting ready.
Yep. Nervous smile.
Yeah, we were just talking, Cab and Miller were just downstairs talking about whether or not they still get nervous. And Miller was like, do you still get nervous, Stevie? And Stevie's like, well, I mean, I get confused about where I want to start. And I seriously wanted to shoot myself in the face.
What did Miller say? Does
Miller still gets nervous, like,
Of course he
like
gets
we all
nervous.
do, you know?
Yeah.
Like,
if you don't get nervous, then it means you don't care.
yeah.
And if you don't care, you
then
shouldn't be here.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
It's true. I had the same conversation with Bucky Lassick, and he said the same thing. He's like,
Bucky was awesome today for winging it.
Yep.
You know, like usually he would be well practiced, and you could tell he was winging it, and still coming up roses, man.
And he's sitting there right now thinking what he's going to do for the
Is
finals.
Lance going to take his last run? Hey, I think that's it.
Yeah, look at Lance being all stealth and saving his legs. That is a true veteran move right there, folks.
Yeah, two perfect runs. Who needs a third one?
Yeah.
So while these guys are warming up for heat number 2, we're going to take a quick look at the results, find out how that all shook out. But look at that deck right there. If you skateboarded in the 80s, that is 4 of the best skateboarders ever to grace the planet.
Right?
Miller, Cab,
Look at
Dwayne.
that, man. Lance Mountain, 85.000, dominated the first heat.
That's right, people.
And Tony Mag squeaking in ahead of
Yes.
Christian Asoy. That didn't happen too
Yes.
often.
Hey, in that last run, Ben Schroeder bumped past Jim Gray.
Thank you. There is a God.
And he may be a judge. Lester Kasai with a 79.
We call them judges here at the pool party.
Interesting shakedown this year. Not the standard sort of positions you normally see people in. That's just pretty cool.
Yeah, we got a solid lineup coming up in heat number 2 for the legends. Steve Caballero, Nicky Guerrero, Pat Noho, Steve Alba, Eddie Radke, Lonnie Hiramoto, and Dwayne Peters.
I would really like to see Noho do well. I think I said this last year. Like, Noho never gets his due.
I
never.
agree.
And he is such a phenomenal skateboarder. In his history, he goes so far back. Like, it's amazing.
Well, we're going to come back here in just a few minutes and find out what happens in heat number 2 of the Legends finals here, or the Legends qualifiers, mind you. With Jeff Grosso and Neil Hendricks, I'm Scott Taylor. We're coming right back.
You doing all right?
Good job.
Minimal shit.
And we are back here at the block in Orange County.
Still wear watches.
I'm sitting here with Jeff Grosso and Neil Hendricks, and we're just about to get into.
I guess people do still wear watches. Nixon is a sponsor of the Vans pool party.
We're just about to get into heat number 2.
You don't wear watches, Jeff?
No. I have a phone that has a clock in it.
All right, so we're taking a look at some of the warm-ups. Taking a look at some of the warm-up from heat number 2, but we're going to go down to a recap and check out some of the highlights from heat number 1.
Jeff, put your phone away. We need your expert commentary for this highlight package.
Phone's away. We're highlighting. There's the Peanut Gallery. There's Christian trying to tap into 1985 powers. Elgato into a board slide. Stedham into a board slide. That hop around hippity hop thing was
minus 1 point for every
the artist
hop.
formerly known as. And then nothing but glory right there.
As you said, today's winner. And look at this guy sneaking into second place too. But Hosoi making it look good. We didn't see a layback grind from Hosoi.
We did.
Saving it for the final. A little disappointed.
Christian tore his MCL a while back and claims that he can't really do them. It tweaks his knee out. He was talking about it to me the other night.
The crime.
Jim Jam.
The world has lost one of the best laybacks out there, if that is the case. But we saw Jim Jam, 5-0 to Fakie. Easily the most technical trick we saw out of the Legends.
Lester with a stale fish.
Yep. Lester put it together, man. He's getting good. And Jim with the rolling.
Scaring all of us with the acid drop into the round. Pat Noho.
Oh, I'm looking forward to this
one.
one.
About to drop in the shallow, one of our favorites. We were just talking about it before we went to break a little while ago. I like Noho because he's from like the Venice, Santa Monica area, but he has branched out. He's skateboarded all over the world. And I know there's a lot of guys that kind of have got stuck in that zone over the years.
He loves skateboarding, and he looks really, really good doing it.
He does.
He's
a lot of style.
Beautiful skateboarder.
Cool.
Whoa,
So we're going to throw it down to an interview with
maybe if Salba had his
who hit Lance Mountain and Chris Narodko. So let's see what they have to say down on the floor.
Is that Eddie Radke?
Chris?
Thanks a lot, guys. I'm here with Lance Mountain. Lance, you're killing it out there. Every time I watch you, I feel like a little kid. Who does that for you? Who gives you that feeling? Yeah, he's sick. So it's been an amazing couple of days of practice. I know you've been here taking naps in the back, doing some stretches, push-ups, dancing, picking up moves from a lot of the other legends. How do you think this is going to pan out for you? Yeah, I mean, you got as good a chance as anybody, I suppose, when you think about it.
I don't know. Miller.
That's really all you need to say. Well, we'll be back after these commercial messages.
Just a molehill. You can call him Lance Molehill.
All right, so Lance, with a one-word answer to a few different questions there, and the one word was Miller. And they've said in the past, it's Miller time, and, well, they mean it.
Hey, real quick, one more
His
time.
humility
We
is
got
going to take him all the way to the number one spot. I have deemed it so. I will it.
Grosso claims Lance is going to take it. Check it out. Watch and win. Tag us on Instagram. Hashtag Vans Pool Party. Show us where you're watching. You could win some shoes and a limited edition pool party deck.
Jeff, did you sign any of those decks?
Yeah, I signed
all
them
right,
all.
so there you go. You're going to get Jeff Grosso's signature on your deck if you win it.
You can't read it because I have a chicken scratch.
It's all right. We got proof that it's yours.
Yeah.
So once again, if you hashtag that, you're giving us permission to show your photo where you're watching the Vans Pool Party at the end of this broadcast.
Does this like go with Nixon, like watch and win? It's like a play on words.
Hey, that's a good.
Is this
You
like,
should be a marketing
is this like synergy?
executive.
It goes with
Somebody
webcam.
got paid a lot of money to be like, hey, it'll be called watch and win.
That's a good idea.
Yeah,
I
I'm going to hang
think
myself
you got a position
in
in
my
the marketing
bathroom
department.
naked.
Because actually, it was watch the webcast, but I think I like where you're taking it. Cab's in there right now.
I'm still going to hang myself in my bathroom naked.
Please don't. We need you at the Vans Pool Party every year.
I'm going to play In Excess in loop.
Oh, gosh.
They'll find me weeks later because nobody cares.
Grosso, we got a
Hey, look
good
at
heat.
Spidey.
Yep.
That's Spidey?
Yeah, that's
Rick
Spidey, the inventor of the layback board slide.
Check out this heat. We got Steve Caballero all the way from Copenhagen, Denmark. I love this guy. Nicky Guerrero.
Oh, look at Dwayne. There's going to be tragedy. There's tragedy. Oh, he
Pat
flinched.
Noho, Steve Alba, Eddie Radigi, Lonnie Hiramoto, and Dwayne Peters. It's good to see Eddie making a comeback into the Legends.
Yeah,
we was-
totally. I love Radigi because you know what? Radigi goes for it. Radigi gets out there and he throws down because it's, daggers for life for him.
Yeah,
And-
his kids are ripping too, man.
Yeah,
Have you seen
right?
his son?
Totally. That's amazing thing to watch. Let's talk about Nicky Guerrero a little bit.
Yeah, Nicky Guerrero.
You got to give Nicky Guerrero some love, man. That dude has seriously been killing it
He's
for a
got-
long, long time.
He's got the style. He's smooth. He's got great lines. He's still got a lot of tricks. And
he's a sweet, sweet man.
Nice guy.
He's one of the guys I don't mind losing to.
Yeah.
Some of these other dudes I mind losing to.
Who-
But Nicky Guerrero
Who
is
does
not
it
one of
really kill you to get beat by?
them.
Come on. who does it really grind your guts to get beat
Whatever.
by?
I'm an egocentric fucking me guy. Like, I don't like losing to Stevie, but Stevie's eons better than me. So, I don't know why it bothers me to lose to him because he's 1,000 times better skateboarder than I'll ever be. But it still stings for some reason. So yeah, Stevie kind of that one hurts a little bit.
In your pro vert career, did you ever get dead last any times?
Yeah, totally. I ate a bunch of Xanax out in St. Petersburg when they had that
oh yeah,
that
I was
hit.
there, dude. That was like the first pro vert contest I
So
watched.
I've got hooked up with some girls the night before the contest, and at about 2:00 in the morning, they fed me Xanaxes and Valiums, blue pills, and I couldn't feel my legs the next day, and Karabeth beat me.
What?
And I got dead last. I couldn't even barely tail drop. I had no business being even near a skateboard ramp. It was awesome.
You know,
Lucero was
I got to
so
tell
pissed.
you, I know that you can appreciate this because that was the time when I was a kid. I hadn't seen a lot of them. I fell in love with Eric Nash that day.
Eric Nash is a phenomenal skateboarder.
I remember Eric Nash's complete runs from that contest and even the songs that were playing in his run.
Yeah, he was good, right?
Yeah, that was amazing.
He still
man.
is. He's fantastic. We don't get to see Eric this year. Unfortunately, he couldn't make it, couldn't enter. He got a lot going on at work, and his, you know, your kids are only young once, and so they've been playing a lot of soccer. And,
Whoa, was that Dwayne taking
so he
Lonnie out?
couldn't come.
Oh gosh. Crash up derby in the Legends practice right here. Lonnie Hiramoto and Dwayne Peters, little near head-on collision. Take it easy, boys.
I get excited to see Dwayne.
It's all Vietnam in my head. I was 6 clicks up the Pai Gow, and they were coming for me. I had to dance for my bowl of Cheerios. You know what I'm saying? No, Dwayne, I don't know what you're saying.
All right, so we got Nicky Guerrero in there right now. There you see Pat Noho. Pat rocking a longboard.
God, look at how beautiful he is. Dwayne Peters is so fucking awesome. When they hit the fucking bell, and he's going to come out swinging.
I can't wait. Stevie Cab is going to be the first one in. What do you think about, I'm curious to hear what, you know, Steve is just like San Jose to the core, and he lives down here now. It's crazy, right?
Yeah, it was trippy to hear that one, to learn of his big move. But, you know, sometimes you just need a little, you need a change of pace.
Winner.
Yep, Darren Navarrete won the Masters.
That is so
phenomenal.
Cool,
This is probably, I mean, along with Lance winning today, it's the coolest thing ever.
So if Navs won Masters, which he did, and Lance wins Legends, who needs to win Pros for it to be a perfect day in Jeff Grosso's book?
Well, it'd be cool. I mean, my pick to click this year, I'm going with Trey Wood, y'all.
Really?
Yep. I'm going
Wow.
with Trey Wood. I really like.
I like it.
I like Trey. I like
Yeah.
the way Trey's riding.
Kickflip stale around the corner, I heard about.
Yeah, he's doing that, but he goes up the hip and locks into a Smith grind and goes over halfway around the pool, and he does it like every time, flawlessly.
What about
And
Corey,
it's just-
Corey Juneau?
It's super awesome. He's definitely got a shot to win for sure.
All right,
for
so
real.
here we go. Legends semifinal, heat number 2. Steve Caballero dropping in.
That's a pretty different line to drop in. Little
Yeah.
port slide around the shallow corner.
He's going with a teal blue, baby blue motif this year. Stevie likes to color coordinate his combi contests.
He does. He probably gave Vinton those shorts and said, hey, I need some knee pads and elbows that match.
Wow.
But there he goes. And Steve, ever since moving down to San Diego, he's definitely been skating a lot. You see Steve at a lot of the sessions, a lot of the local spots. So pretty good chance he's going to hang on and have a good result here today.
5 seconds to go, first run.
You can tell he's lost a few LBs with his move down to North County, because he's obviously been riding a lot.
Yep.
Either that or it's the black T-shirts covering up that little pouch.
That's going to be... He's been mountain biking, man. He mountain bikes with Elliott Sloan. That's pretty cool.
Elliott. Steve Caballero, one of the greatest to ever do it, man.
Absolutely.
Him and Scott Foss back in the day. Ooh, me and Nash would argue.
Really?
Oh, for months on end, we'd argue who was better, Scott Foss or Steve Caballero. And I'd take one and he'd take the other, and then we'd switch, and we were just morons. Little kid morons. My street issue.
Cab rocking his pinstriped helmet. He's building a bike right now. Looks like he's got an old Triumph in the works, and having a good first run. So we'll see what happens in run number 2. But right now, coming in all the way from Denmark.
Copenhagen's finest people.
And last I heard, he was a kindergarten teacher. So
Yeah,
I don't know if he still is.
Yeah, he's a teacher.
But Nicky is one chill dude.
It's Europe, man. They get like 27 weeks of vacation, so
Yep.
he's able to just fly around the world and skateboard in all the contests.
Been out here for a
Light one
while.
up and learn your ABCs, people. Nicky Guerrero is in the bowl, and everything is right under the sun.
Yep. Things are good. Nicky's rolling. And, we've come to expect some tricks from Nicky. He's got a good sweeper, great sad plant. There's the egg.
I'd let Nicky Guerrero teach my kid how to speak Japanese or something.
Of course.
And those dudes in Copenhagen are hardcore, man. There's no indoor vert now, so they skate Fallparken in the middle of winter when it's 0 degrees. Him and Thomas Kring, Thomas Madsen, the whole vert crew over in Copenhagen.
How far is Malmo from Copenhagen?
Yeah, right over the bridge, man. Super close.
Is Malmo gone? Is the vert ramp not there?
Those guys, the Copenhagen guys, don't really, go over the bridge that much, except for when it's vert attack season.
Interesting. Well,
I've
Nicky
never
having
been to
a good
Copenhagen.
run.
I've never been to Sweden.
You got to get there, man.
I've never been. I would love to go.
Will you come and commentate with us at Vert Attack one day?
There you go.
I don't want to commentate. I want to skate. I want to fucking do fast plants.
Speaking
and
of,
track Andrex.
All right, now we got Pat Noho in here. But speaking of, Jeff, is there a chance to see you in here next year?
Yeah, I'm coming for blood.
All right.
Next year's my year.
Looking forward to it. We'll get Jim Gray in the booth.
I love
and we'll
it.
let you skate.
No, slider around the corner. He's off the hip.
Yeah, who do you want to take your spot here in the booth if you're skating next year?
Oh, I don't know. Whoever.
Let's get Dwayne up here.
Yeah.
Come on.
No, with the fast plant.
Noho put it together.
Glorious. Marina Del Rey local. Functional design skater.
Yeah, and just a force to be reckoned with at any event he enters. Like, he may not go the highest, but he's definitely one of the smoothest and most consistent.
That is a good
That's what we just saw
40
right there.
seconds of
Solid run.
skateboarding right there.
Solid run. Looking good. Hard to fight it.
Eric Dressen on the deck of the bowl. That's pretty awesome.
All right, coming in next. Saw a little interview for this guy earlier, Steve Alba.
Newly inducted to the Skateboarding Hall of Fame last night.
We saw him doing his push-ups, so we know he's prepared.
I love how...
You know, we all tease the man about his push-ups and his
pocket knife.
His pocket knives and his yoga and stuff. But you know what? Motherfucker will be the last man standing. When we're all crawling around wishing we could still skate, he'll still be skating.
I love it.
That silly pink glove of his.
What's he doing?
He's freaking out. He's getting ready to roll. He wants his tunes.
I love how on the little sheet that we have where it has all the cities, his just says Badlands.
That's right.
Look, some of the kids in the pro contest have no idea what's going on right now.
All right, Salva's in the bowl, heading into the round, rolling out, rolling back in.
The shallow end. He's going to do that slob air, and my brain's going to explode.
Yeah, Jeff's never been
there
a big fan of the
folks.
slob.
Oh, he's off his deck. See what he's got. Working out his, there it is. There's that.
It literally
what's
looks
he
like...
gonna do, whittle on something? Why does he got to wear it right now?
It looks like he put down his tools on a construction site, picked up his board to take a few runs, and is going to go right back to what he was doing.
I think he's got a fucking pot pipe in it or something.
Salva clearing off the deck. You can see in the cameras he's saying, get out of my way. I got a slobber around the corner I got to make.
Out there in no man's land. Oh, frontside nose grind.
And again, while it is amazing to see Salva ride the combi, you haven't seen Salva skate until you've stood in the shallow end and watched him pick apart a backyard pool.
Yeah, he skates some impossible backyard pools.
The lines he can find, you'll never find.
Whoa, has he got duct tape holding his shoulder in?
Okay. So
what is that all about?
We got Eddie Radke, former
Dagger's medical devices.
Teammate.
He has literally taken it to a whole new level of effed.
He's literally duct taped together. His shoulder is duct taped into place.
So he's trying to keep that shoulder from sort of flapping out, but I question the ability to really pump these corners without lifting your arms away from your body. We'll see what Eddie can pull off. This is gnarly.
There's a potato with fucking toothpicks stuck in it.
He's going to be fighting to get that hand out the whole time.
I mean, so now here, come on, you're hurt. You're like, just don't skate. Like it's not that big of a deal. It's not like you're here for points. Like World Cup points mean anything to anybody.
Right. What other events are they going to be skating in this year?
I've got to get up to Tim Broch. Oh my God, somebody shoot me. Just put me out of my misery.
There you go. I think he heard you.
Daggers for life. I am a ramp local, so that's where we differentiate.
That's pretty gnarly, man.
I'm still pissed he burned my ramp down. Look at Mofo's double chin.
Well, pretty stoked to see Eddie Redige in there anyways, even if it didn't work out this time around. Next in, Lonnie Hiramoto. Lonnie just, dude, the first guy I saw when I walked in today, smiling, just having the best time of his life.
Yeah, he still holds down the weekly sessions here at the Combi all year, not just in April and May, but he holds it down here all winter long.
He's got a rad style on his frontside airs.
He's got a rad style on everything, man. So he looks solid on his board right now. He doesn't look like that. Like he usually gets really nervous, and he's on his board, man. Let's
see what happens when he gets into the
air.
air.
He's off the board.
You know, I learned from I've skated with Lonnie for like 15 years. I never knew that he was one of the first guys to do foot plants until I learned that from your love letters.
He got the well, Grisham was the first guy, and he got the trick tip in Skateboarder magazine because he did really nice ones.
Wow.
Rode for Kanoa Surf, Getaway, Runway.
Look at that, nice fast plant.
Speak of the devil right there.
All right, so Lonnie, not having the best run, but again, we're just stoked to see him in there riding, and he'll come back. He's got more runs coming.
We got one of the best shows in town coming up next, the Dwayne Peters show.
I've been waiting for this. Did we see Dwayne last year? I feel like he took the year off.
No, he was here.
Didn't make the finals.
Yeah, he was
the
here.
master of disaster, folks.
All right, he's in there.
The
Let's
real
see Dwayne
master
Peters.
of disaster.
Whoa! Oh, is that
gosh.
Gail Webb going
Webb's
down?
Dead.
And almost, we'll see what happened. Dwayne not able to make the acid drop, which he named. And we'll see if Gail's okay. So, wow. A lot of, they called the Master Disaster for a reason. The first 5 seconds of that run, 3 people went down. Dwayne's back in there. Looking like he's just kind of happy to be in the bowl.
I hope the Gail's all right.
Yeah. Gail's looking okay. She's up,
okay.
she's walking. She's appearing to be okay. She's moving around just fine, so looked like she might have hit her head, but she was okay.
Gail Webb is as tough as anyone skateboarding out here today.
Talk to Danny Way. He'll give her a big shout out for helping start his career.
She helped me out. I got on Vans when I was 15.
Nice.
Helping out doing demos for her.
So coming back in. So Dwayne Peters scored 68.00. That brings Cab back in.
Worth mentioning, Stevie Cab's run bumped Lance out of first place. Stevie Cab has an 85.67, so Lance is down in second. 0.6 of a point behind Cabby. T-Mag still in third.
So he rolls out unintentionally and is able to roll back into a 50-50. Nice cab invert right there. Frontside 50 around the corner.
Scores have a tendency to go up. Second heat. Human nature.
This is true. We talked about that in the pro qualifiers and how those guys in the first heat kind of have a rough go of it.
5
But
seconds
look at the
to go.
Caballerial.
The signature right there.
You would have heard the people in the stands stomping if that had gone down. All right, Cab having a solid run. He's also in a good spot right now.
Moving him back down to
solid run. He fell.
Nicky Guerrero, second run right now. Nicky needs a solid one. He's got an 81.00 currently in 6th place. Top 7 are meeting Chris Miller in the finals.
Blaze one up. Nicky Guerrero is in the bowl. There's a beautiful sad plant.
Tuck knee frontside invert. Maybe the only tuck knee frontside invert we've seen so far today.
Nicky brings a nice level of tricks versus lines.
Yeah.
You know, after all, it is a pool contest.
Yep.
A lot of what's going on here is about how well they move about the pool.
I feel like that's got a lot better in the last few years of this contest. There was a few half pipers a few years ago, but I feel like that's kind of gone away at the top level of this, don't you think?
Well, I would hope so. I would hope that the judges that are judging it realize that it's a pool competition and it's about lines like Salba does. It's about moving around the pool and connecting your lines with your tricks.
Right.
All right, so Nicky Nicky pulling at 81.0 on that run. That puts him in 6th place, which means at the moment Cab is in first place. And followed up by Lance Mountain, Tony Magnuson.
We already
Pat
got
Noho.
some big names that got bumped out. Stedham's out, Lester's out, Schroeder's out. Salba still has a couple more chances to get in. Lonnie's got a couple more chances. Eddie's duct taped together.
Noho's in 4th. We like that.
Yep.
The beautiful board side. He's taking that one in. That's right.
Never even thought about stepping off that one.
That was amazing.
He's got power. He's got grace. He is Pat Noho. He is representing Venice, California. I really like that helmet, too.
I was going to say, if there was ever something to make you want to go out and get a flyaway, that's the one right there.
It doesn't look good on anyone except for like him and Lance, you know?
Anybody who says that skateboarding is not a fashion show is obviously not a skateboarder. Nice double rock, just to let you know.
Solid 40 seconds. Noho is stoked on that.
I don't know who some of these photographers are that have gotten media passes to be on the deck here, but it's ridiculous. As they pass by Szymanski and his brain-dead hair body.
I think you should be in charge of media passes. Shouldn't you be in charge of media passes? You've been around forever. You know who should be up there. Chuck Holt should be up there.
I got Chuck's pass.
See?
Yeah, man. I don't know. What do I know? I'm just a shit talker.
Salva dropping in from his usual
Come on,
spot.
Salva. Salva, put a run on the board and get yourself up in the finals.
Board slide gone wrong.
Formica bottom slick that he's running.
Really? He's got Formica on his skateboard?
Oh, yeah, always. He rides a Formica bottom 9-ply Salva.
Who knew, man?
With these big, thick death boards.
Is that just to survive the shallow-in backyard pool trannies?
I think he just really enjoys a weighted skateboard. He likes his skateboards to be heavy, which is
curious to see if
completely worthless information I've given you.
We'll see if Radigi answers the bell for the second run.
Salva is not happy.
Yeah, definitely not stoked after that run. It's funny because he kind of went into the room like to have a little breakdown on his own, but then he walked out and did it in front of everybody anyways.
There's probably a bunch of idiots in that room,
Good
and
point.
he felt uncomfortable.
Oh, that's hurt me to watch.
That does not look like any fun right there,
No.
man. Skating with your arm duct taped in place.
It's just silly. I was going to say retarded, but that's politically incorrect. It's good to see you, Eddie. We love you. Eddie Radigi, he builds ramps. If you need a ramp, give him a call. He'll build you a ramp in your backyard, a vert ramp, a mini ramp, a bold ramp. It doesn't matter. Eddie Radigi, Dagger Ramps. He likes it. You'll like it. Here's Lonnie Hiramoto skating to the...
He's always smiling, man.
Skating to the sounds of the big boys.
I take that back. The flyaway looks good on Lonnie, too.
Greatest bands ever, the big boys.
That's right, and Lonnie's in there. Nice frontside 50-50.
Maybe you should be the DJ, too, Grasso. You should be in charge of security.
Listen here, Milk Toast. You're fucking talking way too much shit.
No, I was being serious. I think you should be in charge of media to, to make sure the legit dudes are on the deck.
So Lonnie not able to quite put it together there, but still, like I said, we're just happy to see him in the bowl. Next coming up, this guy had a short first run. See if we can hang on a little longer on this one. None other than Dwayne Peters, the master disaster.
He's not waiting for anyone to tell him to go.
Okay, so same strategy.
Gail's back in her spot, so.
Come on, make
Dwayne
this.
with an indie air onto the deck and an indie air into this flat. Oh, that hurts me.
He's still on his board, people.
Yep. Stayed on, and now it's time.
He's got a handkerchief in his back pocket in case he needs to blow his nose. You never know. Potato grind. Yes.
All right,
give you a little slideshow.
The alley-oop cess.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dwayne Peters.
You gotta love it. One of the all-time most exciting guys to watch.
The one, the only master of disaster.
Without question.
He worked very, very hard, completely dusting his life for that moniker.
78.33. Dwayne is in 10th place, not quite enough to bump into the top 7.
All right, let's take a quick look at the leaderboard. We got Dwayne in 9th, Dwayne in 10th, Lester in 9th, Stedham in 8th,
7th.
Eddie Elgato in 7th, Nicky Guerrero followed by Christian Hosoi in 5th, Pat Noho in 4th, Tony Mag in 3rd, Lance in 2nd, and right now in first place by 2/3 of a point, Steve Caballero.
Yeah, if you're sitting in the top 5 or 6, you're doing okay right now. One more run through, so some of these guys like Dwayne and Salba and Lonnie are going to have a chance to bump you out. But I think if you're top 5 or 6 right now, you're feeling pretty good about your chances to come back and skate again.
Here's Cab trying to put some distance between Mountain and, he's off his deck.
Couple backside airs, couldn't quite handle that front side through the corner, and he says, I'm done. So next in, we're going to have Nicky Guerrero. Cab cutting it short there. Not wanting to mess up the pinstriping on his nice helmet. He opts not to smack the board into his helmet. But we got Nicky in right now.
I am Nicky Guerrero from Denmark.
That's right.
Yeah, that was
He's got
amazing.
the shorts with the
Nicky's
retro
got
graphics.
one of the greatest Andrex ever.
You know who does the best Nicky Guerrero imitation is Perelson.
Oh, I'm
Perelson
sure.
has a great one. I've been around Perelson when he talked to like Nicky Guerrero all day.
One-footed invert by Nicky.
I'll tell you, yep, Nicky,
Nice fast plant. Around the corner. Front, a little frontside air over the hips into a frontside 50-50. Oh, proper boneless
knee,
one, see?
Yeah, tucking the knee for Grasso.
The nice boneless one, the way they're supposed to be done.
And right into a sweeper.
God.
So Nicky putting it together right now, probably in a good possibility to bump himself up a little bit in the
Yeah,
scores.
that's time right there. I think that's going to
Solid
bump
run.
it up for sure. He had an 81.00 on the board before that.
He's a beautiful man. Riding a beautiful skateboard.
83.33 up to 3rd place. That just bumped him past T-Mag, Noho, and Hosoi. Hey, Hosoi's in 6th right now. Hosoi's kind of, don't know, there's a few guys that could take him out. Hosoi's kind of on the hot seat to even make it into the finals right now.
We got Noho, but he's already ahead of him.
Elgato.
Which pretty much leaves Salba, Radke, Lonnie, or Dwayne. So it's probably a pretty good chance we'll see Hosoi in the
He's
finals.
just taking a nice little victory lap here.
Yep.
Just got a little,
Says I'm in.
showing you how he moves about the ball. He's got some of the best lines here at the Combi. A true pull skater through and through.
He is, man.
Cut his teeth at Marina Del Rey Skate Park back in the day.
Yeah, and
Skating to the sounds of the Germ.
When we say back in the day, we're talking the 70s, not the 80s.
Wow, Backsmith.
Yeah.
Holding
Pat.
on.
Ooh, he's out of the bowl, people. Another beautiful run.
Noho is just hasn't even. He's had 3 solid runs. Looking great all day. Moving it down to the last run for Hall of Famer Steve Alba.
Chris Ortiz looks like he needs some potato chips.
Ortiz is great.
Right?
Ortiz took a lot of photos at the original Combi pool in Upland, California.
Look at that.
Yeah, a little camaraderie there between Salba and
So
Dwayne.
good. So fucking good.
40 years later, 45 years later, still there.
Oh, man.
Get back up.
Yes!
Salba throwing some stuff.
Just goes to show, folks, it doesn't matter how old you are, you can still act like a petulant child. I love Salba.
Think Salba doesn't care?
I really wish he would have. He would have been able to put a run together today. I would have really.
Hoping
You know
that
what, this
helmet came up by us.
This contest was made. This contest was made for Salba.
It's like
and
Cap
Dwayne.
caught it.
And
Hey, remember the first
You know?
couple years of the Jam format when Steve and Mickey teamed up to take everyone out?
yeah,
That was amazing. There was no runs, no nothing. It was just Jam format, and the Alba brothers would team up just to take everyone else out.
And everyone would drop in the shallow except Steve. He'd be over in that corner eyeballing you down, and you knew that if you dropped in, he'd take you out.
The one-armed bandit.
I just dropped in on him. I'm much bigger than you.
You might be the one guy.
You'll go to the hospital.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
So, Eddie, again, that duct tape just looks like it's...
You know, this contest was designed, it was made to showcase people like Dwayne and Salba, and it's always a bummer when they're unable to put a run together, because there's something missing when they're not in the finals.
I agree.
And it's I love the way they skateboard, and we're just here. We just want to watch them ride. I just want to watch them ride.
Personally, I'm pretty excited about a final with Chris Miller, Hosoi, Nicky Guerrero, Lance Mountain, and Steve Caballero. That's pretty freaking awesome.
Yeah, sure. Why not? Good
So
times.
that's going to do it for Eddie Radke right
Two
there.
more guys. Both of these guys are not in the finals right now.
Okay.
We got Lonnie has one more shot,
See if Lonnie
and
can put
Dwayne
one.
Peters.
Put one together, Lonnie, and knock Eddie out. That's what I'm saying right now. Lonnie Hiramoto, he's got a chance, right?
Yeah, it'd be
He can
awesome
do
to
it
see
right
Lonnie
here.
in the
Definitely
finals.
has a chance.
He's into a frontside air.
Yep.
It's just put together a run. He's off his deck. Damn it.
That's going to do it for Lonnie.
Look at that
Unfortunately,
guy.
I don't think Lonnie's going to throw his board.
He's still smiling.
but we got one guy left, and he's arguably my
Look, Eddie's sweating.
one of
He
my
is
favorites in
sweating.
this heat.
He's on the bus.
The chance for the devil to knock to knock this guy out.
Who's the devil?
Well, if
Dwayne?
If Eddie is on the side of the
Oh,
Lord.
Dwayne could knock him out, huh? Dwayne's got one more. Yes.
Yeah, Dwayne's the last guy in here. And it's funny because I saw some
Lonnie
photos
Hiramoto.
of what looked like Dwayne and Eddie kind of scrapping a little bit, kind of pointing some fingers. And then the next day I saw photos of them doing doubles. So
Nah, they love each other.
course.
They're old friends. That
glad.
rivalry thing is all about. Pushed him out of
Lonnie's
the
like,
way.
hang on, Dwayne. I got a frontside invert to make.
Wow.
Would have been nice, Lonnie. Maybe next year. That crazy board he's riding. MOD, baby. Look at that.
Dave Duncan says he's more punk rock than Sid Vicious.
Well, he's alive.
Yeah. I'll agree with that statement. Sometimes.
Oh, gosh.
And
to revert.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
oh
He
my God.
tried to McTwist into the bowl.
Pretty much.
It's
So-
it would have been, hopefully Dwayne, what Dwayne takes away from today is he'll be able to skate a little bit more. I don't think he's been on his board that much. He's been riding his dirt board a lot.
Gosh.
Come on, make this. Do this.
Take it
Do
to
this.
revert. That was amazing.
Yes.
Invert roll
Dwayne
out.
Peters
Roll
showing
into
you.
revert.
Right into the fakie thruster, hanging on. He's still on his board.
That
He
was
says that's
worth
enough.
the price of admission right there.
Agreed.
Yep. Skating for Magic Skateboards and Golding Trucks. Hell has frozen over. Who cares who he rides for? He is a beautiful, beautiful
Exactly.
man.
And there you
Eddie's
see.
like, thanks for not bumping me out of the finals. Eddie is still hanging on in 7th place. Dwayne Peters' score for his final run, all of that madness was after time, so he got a 55.67. The finals are set. Steve Caballero in first, Lance Mountain in second, Nicky Guerrero, Tony Mag, Pat Noho, Christian Hosoi, and Eddie El Gato Alguera are going to be joining Chris Miller, last year's champ. There you go. You see the guys. This is all the guys in the second heat. The 3 guys that advanced are Cab, Nicky Guerrero, and Pat Noho. The rest of the guys hit the showers.
Cool. So there you have it. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank Mr. Jeff Grosso for sitting in with us.
Thanks for having me,
and,
guys.
making it a little more interesting, a little more fun.
Now try not to bore them to tears, okay?
Just stay, man.
All right?
You can
Do our
stay.
best.
You guys just
You wanna hang out? We'll
push
keep you
on
here.
through. It's going to be okay.
All right, we'll be right back with some more action here at the Vans Pool Party. Stick around.
Thank you, Grasso. We love you.
Yeah,
That's right.
thanks, guys.
You're confused, you're alone, it's Saturday night, you have no pants on. Welcome back. This is the underlying philosophy of skateboarding. We're here with Jason Jesse. This is Becoming Skate Videos. This is fucking Truck Wars, and that's Olson. Skaters have the best names. Friend of the letters. This is Brian Brannon from Jodie Foster's Army. This is Steve Caballero. Didn't that fail in like 1988? Watch more Love Letters to Skateboarding.
All right, and we are back, and as you can see right there, you see Jamie Thomas talking to recent
Templeton, yeah.
Hall of Fame inductee, Ed Templeton.
Congratulations, Ed. That is a pretty epic class of Hall of Fame inductees last night. Went in alongside Tommy Guerrero, Lance Mountain signing some autographs.
Yeah, and well-deserved. Ed really did kind of help bring in that whole new generation of street skaters.
Hey, I'll tell you what, Ed Templeton taught me how to be a professional skateboarder. When I rode for Nudio in 1990-91 and went on the road with Ed, he taught me the ropes. I owe nearly everything to Ed Templeton and Mike
Nice.
Lee.
Well, let's take a look at the recap of the Legends heat we just saw as we get ready to go into the finals a little later today. There's Nicky Guerrero.
Always a treat to watch. Stevie Cab with the board slide into the round.
Yeah, we saw a lot of board slides, a lot of long classic tricks in that heat right there. Nicky Guerrero, as Jeff called him, a beautiful man, putting it together with that eggplant.
Steve Alba also inducted into the Hall of Fame last night. Congratulations, Salba.
Lonnie Hiramoto.
Salba showed the passion with the throwing the helmet in the board after he fell on his last run. That's what skateboarding is all about, passion.
And Salva's always been a passionate guy. There's no doubt that he wanted to do better. But there we see Pat Noho with the longboard slide. And again, Pat making his way into the finals. And so, Lonnie with a little alley-oop 50-50. And Dwayne staying on. One of the coolest things to go down in that final was watching Dwayne stay on about 12 walls.
I think the coolest thing Dwayne did was that after time invert, roll out, invert, revert in. That was insane.
Yeah, next time you see Ben Rayborn do one of these tricks, you know where it came from.
Exactly.
The difference being,
here it is
Dwayne
right here.
Peters is 53 years old. And
Rob Brink on the deck, not paying attention. What's up, Brink? What's up, Vern Laird? They're street skaters. They don't care.
All right, so we're getting ready here. Right now we're going to have a little halftime show. Okay, we're going to throw it down to Chris and see what's happening on the deck. Tell us what's going on, Chris.
Thanks a lot, guys. Here with Steve Caballero. You have been a footage machine ever since you moved down to Southern California. How has that changed everything for you?
Man, there's so much to skate down in North County. It's like camps within minute radius and just all these skateboard parks. And it's just like a rebirth of energy and excitement in my career.
Well, you've been killing it. You killed it today, but you still got to face. Is that to you?
It's very scary. The guy can skate this pool really well. So it's every year, you know, we're trying to gun for that spot, and Chris always brings it. So it's always rad competing against him for sure.
I know these guys are buddies, but it had to cross your mind at least once to loosen the nuts and maybe take him out one way or another.
I just want to beat him without him falling. Every time I've won, he's fell. So
I don't think he knows how to fall.
I don't think so, man. He's just amazing. I love watching him skate. He hypes me up. So he's the one that keeps me pushing and keep trying harder and harder every year. So I love Chris Miller. He's amazing.
Right on. Well, I hope you get him this year. We'll be back right after these messages.
Thanks, you guys. Little do they know that Grosso preordained that Lance is going to win.
That's right. So we'll have to see if it plays out the way Grosso was expecting.
We got a little halftime break going on right now. We're going to do a little demo, but first,
let's take a quick break, and we'll be right back with a cool halftime show that we've got all prepared. So stick around. here at the Vans Pool Party.
You're confused, you're alone, it's Saturday night, you have no pants on. Welcome back. This is the underlying philosophy of skateboarding. We're here with Jason Jesse. This is Becoming Skate Videos. This is fucking Truck Wars, and that's Olson. Skaters have the best names. Friend of the letters. This is Brian Brannon from Jodie Foster's Army.
This is Steve Cavallero.
Didn't that fail in like 1988? Watch more Love Letters to Skateboarding.
Steve Van Doren, Mike Rogers. Steve, you take it away.
All right, hey, again, welcome everybody. We're super excited. Vans and the Vans Pool Party are proud to present Mike Rogers, Grind for Skate. $1,000 over here. Wanted to say thank you very much for coming, always being available, fighting the fight, and we got some great skating to come ahead here.
Steve and Chrissy, thank you, Vans, for all your continual support. We've been working with you guys since 1995, since the Warped Tours. You guys have let us set up at many events. We've been able to raise a lot of money to help people with cancer. Since we've been doing this, we've been able to give out $210,000 to help people who are traveling long distances for cancer treatment. And we've done over 200 events since we've been doing Grind for Life. And we've been able to help a lot of skateboarders help people with cancer and become better skateboarders, like Alex Sargente, Evan Doherty. A lot of the guys that you see in this contest today have been a part of the Grind for Life series for many years. So thank you, Steve. Give me some knuckles. Yeah, buddy.
Again, Grind for Life. Everybody look it up. Hey, I want everybody to know inside the arena here, we bought these glasses for everybody to remember today. We got the Vans Pool Party on the outside, and thank God my dad starting Vans 50 years ago on the inside. On your way out, we got one of these for everybody. Let's have a great finals coming up.
All right, the floor is yours, Dave.
My turn?
It's all you.
All right, hey, congratulations, Mike. We got a special show up here now from the Girls Comedy Pool Classic. Let's hear for Brighton Zoyner, 11 years young, out of Encinitas right there. Out of Denver, we got Spencer Bro. Spencer, how you doing, girl? And then we got Jordan Barrett. Let's make some noise for the girls out here. Go get them, Brighton. Yeah, Brighton Zoyner. Do it for Van, Skeleton Key. Out of Encinitas, California. She's 11 years old. 11, that girl's 11. How amazing is that? Yeah, 4th place in the big girls event. Next up, Brighton Zoyner. Yeah, Brighton coming out of Denver, Colorado. Brighton Zoyner. Next in Spencer Rowe. 12 years old, out of Denver. Doing it for AAA Silly Girl, Thief Trucks. And so, she's not even a teenager yet. And look at her ripping right here. She's been part of the Girls Kami Po Classic for a few years now. 12 years young, this girl is. Yeah, let's hear it for Spencer Bro out there putting a good show on. Next in, I got Jordan Barrett. Jordan Barrett, one of the trophy girls last night at the Hall of Fame Awards show. Originally from Hawaii, now living in Encinitas, 17 years young. This girl is out there doing it for Vans, movietickets.com. Sunbum, rocking the Grind for Life shirt. 187 Bones. Speaking of Grind for Life, let's bring in Mike Rogers. Make some noise. You ready, Mike?
Let's do this.
Yeah, let's hear it for the pirate of skateboarding. He wants you to go to grindforlife.org to make sure you see what his thing's all about. He's out of Cocoa Beach, Florida. And he's stoked to be doing it out here for you guys. He's got a big event June 25th down in San Diego. It's called The Clash at Claremont. All the pros come out and raise money for Grind for Life. I'll be down there. Yeah, let's hear for Grind for Life, two-time cancer survivor Mike Rogers. Yeah, congratulations. Back to Brighton's on. You ready for some more, Brighton? What's that? 11 years young with some fancy nail polish going on here. Rocking the skeleton key. Yeah, Brighton, go for the disaster right there. Spencer, you're in. Spencer Bro, we bumped into her at the Rocky Mountain Rampage contest out there in Colorado a few years back. She's actually a veteran at 12 years old on the skate circuit out here. Look at that feeble through the corner. Tuck knee front side. Now these are the girls that you'll see in January, the Girls Kami Po Classic, along with Jordan Barrett. Did a great job last night being a trophy girl for the Hall of Fame. She was the winner in January for the Girls Kami Po Classic. Make some noise for Jordan Barrett. Yeah, this chick rips. Look at her go. Number one of all the ladies of the Girls Kami Po Classic. Yeah, one more time. Let's hear it for Jordan Barrett and all the ladies here at the Girls Kami Po Classic representing. I'm going to throw it right up now to the boys in the booth. Back to you guys.
Okay, so you're checking out. Okay, so you're checking out the halftime show right now with Mike Rogers from Grind for Life. We've also got Jordan Barrett, Spencer Bro, and Brighton Zoyner in there. So we're seeing some of the top young female amateurs, along with ex-pro Mike Rogers, who is a two-time cancer survivor and now has a nonprofit designed to help people who need to travel for cancer treatment. So that's what you're seeing right now in the combi.
And we just saw Steve Van Doren present Mike with a check for $1,000 to help Grind for Life. Cool organization that's doing a lot for cancer patients around the country. So appreciate everything that Mike Rogers does. Travels around the country spreading the word for Grind for Life, trying to raise money for the organization. And appreciate everything you do, Mike Rogers. Yeah, this is Brighton Zoyner right now.
Yeah, that's it's awesome that Steve's back in the program, and so we're actually going to throw it down to Chris Narotko right now, who's talking to Steve Van Doren, and you know, without Steve, this wouldn't be possible. So, Chris, what do you have to say?
Go ahead, Steve.
All right.
I am here with skateboarding's greatest dad, Steve Van Doren, friend of skateboarders everywhere. It's a big year for you, 50-year anniversary, 12 years of this. How's it feeling for you?
It's feeling awesome. I remember the first time we did this. We've actually had this pool for 18 and a half years. I don't know what took us 6 years to start this contest, but It's been here. Everybody looks forward to it. The nice thing is 3 months before, you see skaters warming up, coming in for Wednesday nights. And they all meet around here. They tell me everything. If there's a crack wrong, I've got to get it fixed because this is sacred grounds here. And it's turned out to be my favorite all-time event that we come back here to the Combi Pool that was created way out, you know, in the Badlands and stuff. And we recreated it for the Hoffman family and built it here, and it's been sacred grounds ever since. It's been a great competition location, but I kind of look at it as gladiators. Everybody's in the stands around here, comes for a great time, and that's what Vans has always tried to do is we do something for free. Everybody wants to come out, enjoy themselves, see the best skaters in the world in bull riding and having legends, masters, as well as the pros, and you're going to see the best coming up next.
One thing I always tell people about is you have a plaque in your room. It has every person that's ever ridden for Vans. It says, "We the people." And this is such a personal thing for you. Talk about that.
It is. And, you know, when you see movies from the past and I look and see what, you know, the skaters were wearing back in the 70s and 80s, and a lot of it was the thing that my dad started and made, you know, the waffle grip sole, and that's what they were wearing at the time, and so proud that we were part of their lives and they're part of our lives. And that's what Vans has always been. They adopted us. We didn't have any rights in the world. We're just trying to make good shoes, and skaters took us on, and I've been loyal for the 40 years after the first 10 years, and 50 years of loyalty from Vans, and 40 years for myself as a grown-up, trying to help them anywhere in the world we can help with skate parks, working along great foundations like Tony Hawk Foundation, and putting parks together and putting events like today, the Vans Pool Party.
Right on. Well, from every skateboarder in the world, thank you for making our life better, Steve. We appreciate it. Back to you guys in the booth.
All right, thanks a lot, Chris and Steve Van Doren. And yeah, just like Chris said, man, from every skater in the world, thanks, Steve Van Doren. We all appreciate
the whole Van
your
Doren
efforts.
family has done so much. Like he said, the skate parks and events around the world. The new Vans Park Series, that's an amazing opportunity for all the park skaters around the world. So thank you, Steve. Thank you, Paul, Steve's dad. Thank you, Christy. Thank all the Van Dorens and they still work so hard. They're still the first ones here every morning, hanging the banners and grilling the hot dogs.
Steve's running the grill, it's for sure. You know, Christy's booking the hotel rooms. They're hands-on people.
It's inspiring.
It's great, and they've been doing it for so long now. I mean, take it back 20 years to when we were on the Warped Tour.
Yep.
Steve would be there, you know, handing out the food at night. So big shout out to the entire Van Doren family, but we are psyched because we are heading into the Legends Finals, Neil.
Yeah, this is when it gets good, man. The sun has gone down. It's dark out. The energy is building inside this building right now. We got the top 7 legends joining Chris Miller right now, and we got the top 9 pros that are joining Tom Schaar, both the last year's winners. So it's time to hand out some big checks in just a few minutes. $28,000 for the pro winner today at the Vans Pool Party. So it's all good, pride and joy in your name on the banner. But there's some pretty big checks that Steve Van Doren's going to write at the end of the day.
And hey, the $15,000 for Legends isn't bad either.
Yeah, no kidding.
To know that, to imagine that these guys at 52 years old are making 10 times what they made in their actual pro career
yeah,
contest.
You're exactly right. Those
incredible.
guys were winning, you know, the original Combi Pool that we grew up watching, the legendary videos, was probably $500 for first place. And we thought those guys were the king of the world at the time.
Yeah, it's amazing.
They were king of the world at the time.
And, of course, congratulations to Darren Navarrete. He's walking out of here $4,000 richer today for having some pretty solid runs in the Masters division. So what you're seeing right now, or what you just finished up with, was our halftime show with Mike Rogers, and now we are in Legends warm-ups. So these guys just got done battling it out, and now they got to skate again. So
Jeff Grosso claimed that it is preordained that Lance Mountain is going to win this Legends final. We all think that Steve Caballero and Chris Miller are going to have a little bit to say about that, but Lance did kill it in the semifinals after I think he missed last year's contest with an injury, but Lance is on it, man. Put out an amazing video part for Nike a few months ago. It was so inspiring, man. That was a video part that really made me want to go out and skateboard. So props to Lance Mountain for still putting amazing video parts out at 53 years old.
yeah, and the fact is, any one of these competitors has even a fair shot at that first place. Obviously, Chris Miller just dominates in competition. But hey, if he doesn't make his run, there's 7 other guys that are nipping at his heels, and any one of them, if they're having a good day, hey, it could be their day today, and their name could end up on that banner behind us.
We talked about it, the format has changed a little bit over the years, and there were a few years when it was best 2 runs count in the final, and now it is only best run counts. And for someone like Miller that maybe isn't as consistent as like a Hosoi or Cab, he just has really gnarly runs, does blunt slides through the corner, sugar canes in the round. I feel like the format change this year really suits the way that Miller skates. He's just got to make that run once.
I think you're totally right on that, Neil. But right now, we're going to throw it back down to Jeff Grosso's love letters from skateboarding, just to see a few more predictions about what might go down in the finals here at the Vans Pool Party.
You don't realize how hard it is to try to tell the story of skateboarding, the so-called history of skateboarding, if you will, until you sit down and you try to tell the story. And it's so convoluted that the water gets so muddy so quickly that you don't know which way's up. Am I staring at the mud or am I staring at the sky?
Monty grind, man. Monty Nolder made it up. The front side one is a Smith grind, so it's a backside Smith grind, which, probably pissed Monty off to no end because he named it the Monty grind.
I like this one right here, back Smith off the hip.
I want to see fucking Rune Glifberg do a fucking Indy Oop off the hip and fucking back Smith off the hip and move about the pool and pool skate.
It's ball.
That's pool. Fuck you.
There seems to be a lot of confusion about who actually invented the lean to tail.
I think it was Alan Losey that did it first. Totally Alan Losey. He was pro before me. I was amateur, and I was skating Lakewood at the time. I did it in the half pipe, and it was like real big and real loud. It was like lean to tail, Christian Soy, invents new trick. I just remember hearing the flack like, no you didn't. You did it first, Losey. There it is there, on camera. Losey did the lean to tail first.
I don't know, there's such a changing of the guards all the time in the pros. There's so many new kids. There could be some new face that no one's even heard of showing up and winning the pro event nowadays because it's just kids are getting so good, and in the pros, it could be anyone, you know what I mean? It's not even, there's not one name, I would say,
Spoken like a true professional.
Yeah, so we're here with Lonnie Hiramoto, who I thought invented the foot plant, but I'm obviously totally wrong. Here's Lonnie's trick tip. And he says right in the first opening paragraph that the first person he saw do it was Grisham.
I seen him do that and I was like, whoa, my backside is, my foot comes off all the time. I'm learning that trick.
We're here with Kyle Peralta's favorite son, first son, Mr. Steve Caballero. Did you make up the frontside slider?
I think I made it up. I mean,
you got credit for it.
Yeah, I was like probably the first one doing it in a contest. I remember doing it like right after I saw Eddie Alguera do the frontside rock.
Eddie Alguera, he's the #1 man right now on the Pro Series.
All of you who think frontside rock and rolls are so wonderful, this is the guy. Fakey ollies, you ever done one of those? This is the guy, he's why. Frontside inverts, this is the guy, he's why.
There was a small group of individuals that were pushing the envelope, and Schroeder was at the forefront of that.
It's just something that was born out of necessity. Just me having no vert to skate, skating mini ramps, and so I came up with a whole bunch of new mini ramp lip tricks, and then adapted them to vert. And just by all these tricks that I had come up with on a mini ramp, we're not using my hands. Like the alley lip slides and the lip slide revert. Oh, tail slide, chafe slide. Without without even olling to tail, just kind of whipping it to tail. It's a lot of tricks. We're just kind of, using your feet, maneuvering, and that's what street skating does also. I wasn't doing the kick flips, but still kind of I don't know what I'm talking about.
All right, and we are back here at the Vans Pool Party in the block in Orange County, California, and we are getting ready for the Legends Finals.
I love the love letters, man. I learned so much by watching those. I feel like I knew a lot about these guys and those tricks and those, you know, and I learned something every time. Check it out. First up, Eddie El Gato Elguera, followed by Krishna Soy, Pat Noho, Tony Mag, Nicky Guerrero, Lance Mountain, Steve Caballero, and last year's winner got the free pass to the finals, Cardiff, California's Chris Miller.
That's right. Obviously, we're running these in a reverse order, so the top qualifier will go last. They have the benefit of seeing if everybody else stays on. But a guy like Chris Miller, you know, he doesn't really hedge his bets. He just lays it all out there and pretty much...
I think that when it comes to the strategy of contest skateboarding, that really makes a difference. And you'll see it in the pros for sure. Guys that skate a ton of contests like the Pedro Barros, Tom Shard, Trey Wood, that's a huge advantage to go last because you know what you have to do.
Absolutely. The guy going first just assumes the pressure's on and, you know, does everything they can, whereas the guy going last might see everybody fall.
Hey, I've seen guys feel like they took the winning run, celebrate, and get smoked right after that, you know?
It happens for sure. And so we've got a pretty good lineup here. Again, we got Eddie Elguera, Christian Asoy, Pat Noho, Tony Mag, Nicky Guerrero, Lance Mountain, Steve Caballero, and the one and only Chris Miller.
I say it every year, but it's cool for me because these are the guys that I grew up with posters of them on my wall.
Absolutely.
And the fact that they're still killing it out here, I only wrote I wrote letters to one pro when I was a kid. It was Lance Mountain. And guess what? He wrote me back.
Did he really?
How
That's
cool
amazing.
is that?
You know, and hey, give it up to Pat Noho, even though, you know, he wasn't sort of one of the bigger 80s vert pros, but here he is, you know, going head-to-head with Steve Caballero and Christian Asoy and Tony Mag in the combi, and, you know, he's a crowd favorite for sure. So we're dropping in right now. We got Eddie El Gato Elguera, 53 years old.
I already miss Grosso, man. It's so much better when he's up here. Sorry, you got to deal with the white toast now. We're so boring. Eddie Elguera rips.
We literally just got the Inquisition from Dave Duncan about, did he say anything bad about this guy? It's all good. Right now we're watching Eddie Elguera. We saw Eddie Elguera having some pretty good lines in the qualifiers, and now he's made its way to the finals, and look at him, he's ripping 5-0 to fakie into an Elguerial at 53 years old. I defy 20-year-olds to do that line.
5 seconds to go right now. Eddie's got a good one to start it off. Love the El Gato Classic that he does out there in Palm Springs. He's done a lot to develop skateboarding out there. Worked with World Cup Skateboarding to do a big amateur pool riding contest out there in Palm Springs also. So
arguably, I think that's the best run he had so far. So it's great to see Eddie just stepping right in there and
starting it off with an 81.67. That's a pretty good score to put on the board at the beginning. Eddie El Gato moving it on down to Christian Asoy.
That's right. Coming in next is going to be our seventh place qualifier, Christian Asoy.
Yeah, it doesn't look right, does it?
Like, yeah, I'm going, wait, really? Yeah, Christian Asoy qualified in seventh. He's 47 years old, and it's probably worth mentioning. I think Tony Hawk just turned 48 yesterday.
Yeah, a couple days ago.
So these guys are all looking at that 50-year-old mark. In fact, Kevin Staub turned 50 about a month and a half ago. So
what up, Staub? Hope you're watching down in Mexico. Miss ya.
That's right. Wish you guys were here. But they're down there repping Nixon. But right now we got Christian Asoy, and it looks like some of the pre-run antics have sort of subsided. Or maybe he's just waiting for the music to start.
It hasn't even started yet, man. The pre-run antics haven't even started yet.
But
Look at that.
I am heartbroken to hear we might not ever see a layback grind from Christian Asoy again.
We will.
That's just,
do not despair.
Yeah. Save it to your last trick and give it to the fans, Christian.
40 seconds starting now for Christian Asoy.
So Asoy's hyped. He's smiling. He's laughing to himself. He's talking to himself. And he's having a good time and putting it together. Look at that.
Christian's been skating here more than ever because his kids love skating here. If you follow Christian's social media, you'll see how hard his kids are ripping now. They're super passionate about skateboarding, just like Christian was at their age.
Great. Carry on that lineage. Maybe pass that layback grind down to another generation. But right now, Asoy with a body jar right into a 5-0 in the square corner. Nothing about that line is easy.
Just jumping off the frontside ollie into the round with about 5 seconds to go.
Yeah, so we're having a pretty solid first run of the finals there. Will it be enough to top
78.33, couple points behind El Gato, slotting into second place. We're going to move it down to the style master, Pat Noho. He's already 50 years old. He's from Venice, California. One of the coolest styles, doing it for Z-Pop, Indie Bones, 187, and Adidas.
And I was talking to him down on the flat bottom, Neil, and he said, I need to come down and skate with you guys. So maybe we'll get a little trip from Pat Noho down to San Diego to come ride some of the transition down there. But he seemed pretty adamant. And here he is, 50 years old. I literally remember his 40th birthday party.
Dude, just like doing a manual like that, rolling in. That, like, think about the jello legs that you have when you're skating a contest and you're all jittery, and like you can't just do a manual outside a 12-foot deep pool and roll in.
Yeah, and
that is so freaking hard.
The whole time, the corner of your eye, you're looking at that 12-foot bowl next to you, going, "That's where I'm going to end up."
And you're looking at 1,000 people
screaming,
like, making you nervous.
Yep. But Pat seems pretty composed in these events. I mean, he can almost always lay down the tricks he wants to lay down. Whereas some other guys, you'll see him buckle.
Just coming off the fast plant right with about 3 seconds to go.
That would have been a great run.
That was
score-wise.
That manual to start off was so cool, man. Pat Noho, king of style right there. A trip out on his skateboard too, man. That thing is so long. Have you seen how long that board is?
Yeah, it's like it's a throwback to the old 80s snowboards with the asymmetrical nose. It's not.
Yeah, it's like a 34-inch skateboard, like not quite a long board, but way,
he's a tall guy, so
way
maybe
too long to be a normal board.
Yeah, maybe the long wheelbase helps a taller rider. This guy right here. This is Tony Mag. I think he rides a 15-inch wheelbase for all I know. But
he's got a crazy skateboard too,
carbon fiber.
Yeah, he's got a crazy carbon fiber layer in his skateboard. I tried to ride his skateboard a couple weeks ago at the vert ramp, and it does not, it feels like concrete. It does not flex one iota. Thing was impossible. He's ripping.
Yeah, Tony's going to put it together. He wants this. He's been on fire the last couple years, and I guess to him maybe he sees a finish line at some point and wants to cram it all in before he gets there.
Hey, he told me he still wants to put out another video part. He wants to do 53 tricks for 53 years old.
He's been working on it. It's going to be pretty cool. He's got some flip tricks in there. Again, that's going to be we won't give away the big banger at the end. But anyways, Tony having a good first run here, staying on. And again, I kind of feel like he's going to try to throw frontside 5 at some point. But
yeah,
right
he pulled
now,
one last year. Solid first run for T-Mag. Is that going to send him to the top of the board? 83.3 first place currently, Tony Magnuson.
It's not that often you see Tony Mag sitting in first place. He's got to be stoked.
We still have 4 more skaters in round 1.
Okay, so next in we got Nicky Guerrero coming from Copenhagen, Denmark. As we announced, he's a kindergarten teacher in the off time, but when it comes time for the Legends events, Nicky turns it on. And look at that sad plan he started with right there. Textbook. Body jar.
Oh, just jumping off the backside air over such a tricky spot right there at the end of the peninsula.
Yeah, he just didn't have enough speed to get to the coping, and without the coping, you're going to have a tough time scooping an air over that hip. But look at that, frontside air into the round, right into a frontside 50. Proper boneless. And a finger flip lean to tail. Nicky, again, a little bit younger than some of these guys, might affect his trick selection a little bit. But Nicky just having a sick first run. Oh, fast plant fakie.
Wow, fast plant fakie. Definitely the only guy you'll see doing that in the Legends division.
All right.
He'll put a better run on the board when he's able to clean that up with no falls.
We'll have to see how that shakes down against Tony Mag, and it looks like an 80.67, so Tony's still sitting comfortably in first.
Yeah, well, Nicky had that fall into the shallow and had to jump back up, so.
That's right. So, Lance Mountain, taking off his duct tape, said the one name he wanted to say, but
that interview was amazing.
In the back of his head, he's thinking, man, it sure would be nice to win. I don't want to lose to Miller again. So we'll see what Lance has got. He's a humble guy. And he's ripping right now.
That is a big backside air, hanging on, landing a little low.
And again, whoever's painting these flyway helmets is doing a great job.
Just looks like he got a little bit too inverted on the Indy Air.
Yeah,
little dive bomb style, but
they call it a dive bomb for a reason.
We got 2 more guys in round 1. Lance slotting into 6th place right now. We still got Caballero and Miller.
And we're getting ready right now to bring Steve Caballero in for his first run of the Legends Finals. 50 years old, like he said, he's experiencing a rebirth right now with all the skateboarding he's been doing lately. So we'll see how it pays off in the finals as Steve Caballero makes his way into a board slide through the shallow.
Yeah, that is such a cool way to start the run. It's so cool to see guys like Cab that have skated this event every year, and they're still coming up with new and unique lines, you know? It'd be so easy for Cab. He's won this thing before. It'd be so easy just to roll up and do the same thing he did last year or the year before. He's you know, that's what pushes him. He wants to do something new.
Yeah, when I see that, I just think risky, because you got to hit 2 waterfalls and a crazy tight square corner. But here we see Cab. There's the El Gariel right there.
5 seconds to go.
Oh, Cab looking like having a solid backsmith, hanging on.
Wow, little shuffle on the re-entry right there. That's going to be time right there. Cab makes the first run.
And you know, he could have just done a 5-0 there, but he said, you know what, I got some speed. Let's throw a backside ollie.
Cab is smart, man. He doesn't stop until, he completely hung up on that Caballero. That Caballero was after time, but he is straight to the top of the board. 85.67 for Steve Caballero. And first place right now.
There he is giving his kids a hug. And look, he's got to be stoked right now. Yeah, him and Steve Van Doren been together since
I think
88?
30 years,
Yeah, a long time.
This next guy, we have not seen him skate yet today. He did not have to skate the semifinals. He won last year, so he got the free pass.
Yep, Chris Miller coming in right now from Cardiff, California, 47 years old. I'd have to turn around to see how many times he's won his division, but I'm going to guess 7 or 8. I think he's really only lost once.
It's more of a story when he doesn't win.
Exactly.
He is just expected to win the Legends. He has just dominated this division for years. And he's, the last few months, he hasn't skated as much as he normally does. Has a rib injury from surfing. And he has not put in the time up here the last few months that a lot of the other guys have.
Yeah, and I've talked to Chris before, and he's usually said, look, if I don't feel good, I'm just not going to ride, because I don't want to go in and do a half-ass performance. But as you can see right here, Miller's got the ability to pull it together.
Oh, God. There's no half-ass in Miller's vocabulary,
no,
man.
It really isn't.
It is just all good.
And so Chris Miller getting a little squirrely on a frontside grind there. I think he just kind of missed his line a bit and ended up not quite deep enough in the corner.
Yeah, it looks like he didn't really get on top of that one, but he still pops into 3rd place. Even a atypical bad Miller run is at 83. He's on the podium, and we're going to go back to the top. 2 more runs through for the 8 Legends finalists.
All right, so with 1 run down, we are well on our way here to find out who our Legends finalist is going to be today. You know, Neil, if you had to sort of, let's go ahead and go through our current standings. So in 1st place, Steve Caballero. 2nd, Tony Magnuson. 3rd place, Chris Miller. 4th place, Eddie Elguera, followed up by Nicky Guerrero, Pat Noho in 7th, Chris Miller, and don't tell Grasso.
Yeah, don't tell Grasso. I think Lance is going to put it together. He's got 2 more chances to take his preordained victory, like Jeff Grasso said.
So I'm asking this question only so I can refer back to it in 5 or 6 years. When do these guys stop? Do we see him at 60?
I hope so, man.
I mean, is it going to happen?
I don't want them to stop. It's inspiring for me.
Eddie's 53 years old, and he's in right now for his 2nd run. He's currently in 4th place, but he needs a score of 85.77 to move up into 1st. Eddie looking like he's skating better than we've seen this entire event right now.
Yeah, he definitely, it seems like, he looked a little off his normal game. Look at that. In the semifinals, he looked a little off, but he's definitely looked way better in the finals, going for that pivot to fakie in the toughest spot in the pool.
Yep, and there's his buddy Tony Mag calling him safe as he slides into the shallow end there. But Eddie Elguera, not quite getting the run he was after, but looking good. So we got good hope that he'll come back for that 3rd run and get to see what Eddie's really holding.
Next up is the Hosoi show.
That's right, Christian Hosoi coming in next. Let's find out where Christian needs to be on the scoreboard in order to move up into that first place position. It looks like Hosoi is going to need an 85.77, and he's currently sitting on a 78.33, so he's really going to have to turn it up here.
Mr. DJ, put on the Hosoi music, please.
Right.
Where's my music, bro?
Can we get some Madonna's Greatest Hits going, maybe? Some funk? Something to get Chris's...
The guy holding the camera right there is Mofo. Just got inducted to the Skateboarding Hall of Fame, one of the original photographers for Thrasher back in the day. I remember when I first got into skateboarding, every Thrasher cover I saw was shot by Mofo. Still passionately into skateboarding. Backside ollie into the corner.
Great way to start the run from Hosoi there, and makes his way into the round bowl. And a little rock and roll board slide. Backside air. Udo, and see they got the invert here, maybe a Smith vert. Hosoi. Whoa,
wow,
looked
like he hung up on the truck right there.
He was doing that to tail in the prelims, so yeah, I think he just didn't quite get the rotation. But there we go, nice alley-oop backside air. Well, it's definitely looking like he might improve on his first score. Whether it's enough to put him into first, we'll have to see.
That is a good ending right there. That's the best run we've seen out of Christian Hosoi, finishing with a lip slide in the round.
Oh, and a body jar.
He is going to be so stoked on that. Look at it.
I feel like Rodney Mead might be the most stoked guy in this building
today. I wish I could hear Christian's laugh right now, man. It would be so good.
Yep.
81.67, slides up into fourth place, still a couple points behind Chris Miller and Tony Mag. Steve Caballero still has a good gap up to first place with an 85.67. We're going to move it down to Mr. Noho.
All right, so coming in next, Pat Noho, 50 years old, out of Venice, California. And yeah, it looks like Hosoi is really going to have to turn it on if he wants to make a run at that first place.
Personally, I thought that was a higher score. I thought that was going to be more of an 84, 85 area.
I don't know what he's going to have to do to impress those judges, but Pat, again, Mr. Consistency, Mr. Style. Look at that.
Oh, he was blasting, man. That's about as high as you're going to see Pat Noho go. He was going for it right there.
Yep. Pat, a little over-amping on that.
Which is rare, man. He's like the most consistent guy ever. You never see him fall off his skateboard.
Yep. He probably realizes with the 79.33, he's really going to have to turn it up a couple notches to get up into that top three. So we'll see what happens. This is definitely a competitive group of riders right here. I know this guy wants to do good. And as Jeff Grosso said, it's not always the judge's favorite, but you can't deny he's got some tricks.
Yeah, hey, he's in second place right now, so they're liking something.
That's right.
I'd say, yeah, we know that T-Mag has been ripping the last recently, but I'd say it's still a shock to see him in second place halfway through this Legends final.
I got to agree, and those 5 tricks right there in the square were pretty solid. And we see him making his way into the round, little lip slide, frontside 5-0.
10 seconds to go right now. See how T-Mag can finish it up.
I feel like he's going to hang on. There's a back to Smith. Back to Zaster. One more trick, and that's going to be it for T-Mag right there.
T-Mag is on it today.
Wow, not bad.
Wow.
See what the judges think of that.
His first run was 83.3, couple points behind Cab. That's 83.67, just bumps up 0.3 of a point. That could be crucial once Lance and Hosoi and Miller make some runs.
So Tony Mag having a good second run. And now, there we go. Now let's bring in Nicky Guerrero all the way from Copenhagen. Nicky made a point of coming out here a couple weeks early, really kind of giving him some time to get used to the bowl. Yeah, and you can tell it's paid off.
Said he came on vacation with the family and got to skate a few times, then took the family home and came back to skate the contest. So yeah, he's made 2 trips over here in the last couple weeks.
Racking up some miles. Well, nice fast plant there from Nicky. Check out the Madonna. Nicky putting it together, and again, just solid, consistent. He had an 80.67 on his first run. He had a pretty good first run, so he's really going to have to turn it on.
Yeah, knee on invert, that was where you take your back foot off, put your knee pad on the board. That's a pretty rare one to see.
Yeah.
The neon, I remember Nicky doing those back in the 80s.
Yeah, so Nicky had a little fall in his first run and a little fall in his second run, which is going to put a lot of pressure on that third run of the day. But coming up next, if we're talking pressure, Lance Mountain currently sitting in 8th place with a 74.67. Pretty much sure everyone in this crowd is rooting for him because, like you said, he put out an amazing video part just a few months ago.
Yeah, and he qualified second out of the semis. He was sitting in first for a really long time before fellow Bones Brigader Caballero bumped him out. But we know Lance has got what it takes to bump up in the top spot.
Well, Lance looking good right now. Nice Indy air.
Yeah, there's that Indy air that he fell on first run.
And there's that line into the round, little front side tuck knee. So Lance thinking, how can I throw something down here? Ooh.
Wow, nose grab. He was in the back seat, still hung on for that frontside invert.
And just managed to go right into a frontside invert out of it. That's what being a pro skater is.
That is the hardest place to do a hand plant in this pool. That is a solid 40 seconds right there for Lance Mountain. Invert fakie. I've not seen him do that in so long. That's one of those tricks that I saw him doing that growing up. Look at Grosso.
So the crowd's going nuts right now for Lance Mountain.
I think you can read Jeff Grosso's lips. What are the... to the lead. Wow. 89.67.
Amazing.
Grosso, so far, Grosso might have called it. It is preordained. Jeff Grosso says Lance Mountain is winning today. There's nothing that Chris Miller, Steve Caballero, or anyone can do about it.
All right, let's take a quick look at the leaderboard. Lance Mountain just jumped 15 points up the score into first place, followed by Steve Caballero, followed by Tony Magnuson, Chris Miller, and Christian Osoy. What an interesting looking leaderboard.
That invert to fakie was way after time, but I think the judges gave it to him, man.
I think they did too.
That was so good. And that invert just on the edge of the peninsula into the shallow, that's an impossible spot to do a hand
You're
plant.
landing on a slippery, what's Cab pulling out here? You're landing on a slippery wall with no real flat surface, and it's so hard not to slip out right there. But Lance hung on to it.
Wow, right now Lance has
what is going through Chris Miller's head?
4 points on Caballero.
Miller's got to bump it up 7 points. Cab needs at least another 4. T-Mag needs another 6 points. So we'll see what happens here. Basically, you need an 89.77 to take the lead. So Steve Caballero getting ready.
Both of these guys can do it. Both Cab and Miller have more in their bag. They can both do it, but that is a heavy score that Lance put on the board.
For sure. All right, so Steve Caballero, look at that frontside invert. Still one of the best in the business. And again, he needs an 89.77, so he knows he's got to go a little faster and a little higher.
He made a pretty good run to get that 85.
Yes, he did. Look at that right there, off the hip, rock and roll the peninsula.
That line.
That's so difficult. So Cab feebling around the corner, and I know Miller's got a bunch of tricks. He didn't break out in that run. So we'll see what happens, but right now Cab lighting it up.
The other thing, some of Cab's tricks were way after time. When he did that Caballero and hung up, it was way after time. Not sure if the judges scored that. That's going to be time right there with the frontside air around the corner. I think that's going to improve his run, his first run, but is it going to be an 89?
I don't even want to guess at this point.
I'm like on the edge of my seat just to look at these scores pop up right now. 87 for Caballero. It's not enough to bump out Lance. 87.00 for run number 2. Cab is still in second place.
And you're looking at the entire Caballero family right there. All out there to support Steve, and he's got to be feeling good. Look at his little daughter, just want to let him go. So Miller thinking in the back of his head right now, well, I guess I got to do it all in one run.
Would we have expected Chris Miller to be in 4th place right now? Hey, we know Chris Miller can put a 90 on the board. He does freaking blunt slides through the corner and sugar canes halfway around the round pool.
And we saw the alley-oop Cab 5-0 in the warm-ups and some of those trademark Miller-styled lean airs. So Miller's trying to get some more speed.
Whoa, he was a little bit off his line. Did you see that last second adjustment? That was sketchy right there. That was not textbook perfection we're used to seeing.
Yeah, he probably would have gone about a foot or two higher had he gotten a good pump, but he had to kind of just hang on to whatever he could get. Miller, tail side. Look at that line right there.
Gosh.
Tail side off the hip, right to a backside air on the Duncan. Or the Barros, whatever you want to call it. The Boyster.
Frontside ollie into the corner.
And look at that.
Oh my gosh, 10 seconds to go. Blunt slide
That's
in
the
the
blunt
round.
slide.
This is the Miller that we know and love right here.
Yep. He says, if I can get 2 more tricks, then I'm in the
Oh
running.
no, he fell with 3 seconds to go.
Oh,
I just
brutal.
looked and I saw the entire grandstands just grab their head. Like, what?
That was an insane run right there. 3
That
seconds
could have
short.
been the winning run right there,
Exactly.
and he fell at the very end. 84, just bumps up into 3rd place. He bumped past T-Mag, but Lance and Cab still 1st and 2nd. Miller's going to have one last shot to defend his title.
Yeah, he finds himself in the same position Zach found himself in the qualifiers.
Oh, man. But I've seen Miller be in this position before. Out of all those titles he had, he came from behind a few times. Lance Mountain, Grosso called it 89.67. Steve Caballero, 87. Chris Miller with an 84. Those are some tight scores.
Yeah, and so, I mean, what can you say here? Lance Mountain setting the bar pretty darn high, and we saw Caballero put down a great run. We saw Miller put down a great run, and they don't look like they're quite in the range yet. 3 more seconds, and Miller's score might have been completely different. But in this case, Lance Mountain sitting in 1st place, just shy of a 90. So we're getting excited now.
I wish you could feel the nerves and the anxiety and the energy in this building. It's completely different than it was a couple hours ago. Look at the stands. There's not a single seat to be had. Around the deck of the pool, it's standing room only. This is the last run for the Legends Finals.
And if you look down there, you see Darren Navarrete standing next to Alan Losey on the deck, which is just, Nav's a huge Losey fan. So right now we got Eddie Elguera currently in 6th place with an 81.67, and if he wants to get in the lead, he needs an 89.77.
I want to see that pivot to fakie on the peninsula that he fell on last run. That was so rad.
Yeah, we've seen him do a nose blunt on that in Masters or Legends past, but it doesn't seem like he's been trying that one this year. We'll see if he'll be happy with the pivot to fakie.
I love that these guys are still doing different lines, different stuff, completely different than they were doing in years past. 5-0 to fakie through the square corner. The trick that took Bruno Passos out in the Masters final.
That's right, Eddie Elguera with his trademark front rocks. For all you kids out there, this is the guy that invented it.
That's time right there for Eddie Elguera, 40 seconds. It's the first time in the finals he made a full 40-second run.
Yeah,
love that pivot to fakie. I think that's going to bump Eddie up a little bit for sure. He had an 81.67 from his first run. Scores are coming in right now, looking like an 81.33, just 0.3 of a point behind his first run.
Okay, so no change in the order there, but we'll see how it shakes down in this 3rd and final run here in the Legends division. And Eddie feeling good. At this point, just making your run is enough for some of these guys, but not all of them.
Christian needs about 2 more points to bump into podium position, and there's a pretty big amount of money difference between 5th and 4th and 3rd. So these guys.
That's right. First place is looking at about $15K, and I would assume second's probably around 7.
Yep.
So
some words of advice from Lonnie Hiramoto, who just got bumped out of the semifinals a few minutes ago. There's Christian's beautiful wife.
Yep, Hosoi getting ready.
Little kiss always helps before the last run. He's like,
jeez.
I love it. Skateboarding's first showman and the best showman that skateboarding has ever had.
All right, he's channeling whatever it is he channels.
Agent Orange, man. Agent Orange is playing.
It might have been the original skate rock band, even though they're kind of a surf rock band. Christian Hosoi starts it off with the backside ollie into the square corner.
That first trick is so cool, man.
Yeah.
Just landing in the pocket.
And it's worth saying, usually the transitions are a little mellower right in the pocket, but doesn't make it any easier to launch into it. And Hosoi with a nice
I didn't know about that notch cut in the tail of his board until Grosso told us about it. Now I notice it.
Some scooping on that backside ollie. Yeah, that's a really unusual notch. It doesn't seem like it would have any function at all.
10 seconds to go. Christian Hosoi's last run.
There he is. Oh, Sean Penn to to body jar there.
Wow, Christian's going to be stoked on that one. Look at
Yeah,
that
little
little
lean air.
baby crossbone.
Hosoi has got to be feeling good.
Don't
and
stop. Don't
give us the
stop.
layback. Nope. The layback's done, at least for this year. But got to be feeling good. He's just got his eyes shut, high-fiving anybody who's got their hand out.
I like it better when Grasso's up here. I mean, I love you, Scott, but
I don't take it personally, Neil. All right, so if we're looking at the current standings, we see Hosoi in 5th, T-Mag in 4th. In 3rd place, Chris Miller. 2nd place, Steve Caballero. And with a 2.5-point lead, Lance Mountain sitting in, I wouldn't say comfortably, but definitely sitting in 1st place.
hey, when Chris Miller still has
Yeah.
one run to go, it is not comfortable at all.
And so Pat Noho, definitely in a position to improve his score. He's got a 79.33. Let's see what he's got in this run right here. And I don't know that Pat's really put together a solid run yet.
No, that one really good run where he started out with the manual, he had a fall. So, yeah, probably hasn't had his best run yet, but that is a classic board slide through the corner.
And he started out with a pretty big backside air for Pat. That was well in the 3-foot range. And there he is. Nice invert.
Oh, that foot plant was so late, man.
All those commercials about the foot plant, and Pat does the gnarliest one of the day.
Yeah, front board slide in the shallow. Those are a couple that Pat does not do very often. Little slider to fakie to end it up.
Yeah.
Couple of the Dwayne Peters slide. That's going to be time right there. Pat Noho with a solid 40 seconds.
Awesome skating from Pat Noho.
That is so fun to watch right there.
And normally I kind of see that foot plant as a bit of a cop-out on a fast plant, but that one he did right there was so crazy. And look at all the love he's getting from all the younger riders out there.
That's all the pros that are getting ready for the pro finals. Jaimana Reynolds, Pedro Barros, Tom Schaar, Chris Russell. That's pretty cool just to see the best pros in the world getting ready to skate their final, slapping Pat Noho high fives. Pat Noho bumped up to 6th, 82.67, just bumped past Elguera and Nicky Guerrero.
Wow, past Nicky Guerrero. That's impressive. We'll see if Nicky can change that in his final run of the day. And here's T-Mag. And again, I think he's got something special for his last run, but we'll see.
Yeah, T-Mag's still in 4th place. Really solid showing so far.
And he's heading up right here. And look at that little alley-oop backside air. Again,
You're still claiming he's going for the frontside 5, right?
I feel it. I know he's got it. I haven't seen him do it in a while, but I kind of feel like Tony would try to bust that out. If not, maybe an alley-oop gate twist. It's another one he throws from time to time, but we'll see.
Wow, that almost floated onto the coping for a hang-up.
Yep, T-Mag with a little frontside lip slide. And it's funny what you said about that board, because I've stood on it, and it was the spongiest. It felt like wet cardboard. And maybe it's because he'll ride it forever.
Yeah,
but
he'll ride a skateboard for like 5 years.
He'll reply it when it gets soft. And so Tony Mag calling it good right there. Looks like he's probably going to end up somewhere around his current standing of 4th place.
He's got another 83. He got 83 on all 3 of his runs right there.
Yep.
First run he had 83.33. 83.67. His second run is his best score so far.
And that was a solid run. All 3 of those runs he stayed on the whole time and put together some good lines. So T-Mag's got to be happy with his performance here today.
We got 4 more skaters, but it's going to come down to the last guy. Chris Miller's the only one on the deck right now that can put an 89 on the board.
Miller will do it, or he won't. You got to wait and find out.
And it's going to be fun to watch.
All right, Nicky Guerrero, frontside rocking the shallow end. You kind of wonder if the judges really even score that as much.
I think it's hard. I think the
definitely
shallow
hard.
end's harder to do a front rock than the deep end in this thing.
Definitely hard. There's no doubt about it. All right, so Nicky with a front 50. You just wonder if in comparison to the deep end, if the judges think much of it. But Nicky's looking like he's having a good run. Alley-oop 50.
Hopefully some of Nicky's buddies over in Copenhagen are staying up. It's probably 4 in the morning over in Europe right now. Shout out to everyone watching us around the world. We appreciate you tuning in.
That's right, and a shout out to Nixon. But again, the Denmark crew, Thomas Madsen, all those guys, all the Vertitech guys, and Nicky is stoked on that run right there. And again, a big shout out to Nixon for coming on as one of our sponsors this year. Everybody's help is appreciated.
80.67. That's going to equal his high score. Going to stay down in 8th place for Nicky Guerrero, but stoked to see Nicky here in the Legends final like he always is.
We saw Lance go over and give him a hug. Lance and Nicky were both Bones Brigade team members back in the 80s, and now they're both riding flip decks.
Here's the thing. Lance is currently in first with an 89, but he knows that Cab and Miller could still bump him out, so he wants to raise that score if he can. We love Lance, too. Thank you, Spitfire, Jim Thiebaud, Deluxe Crew.
Lance gave a look like, I'm not exactly sure how I got here, but hell, I'll take it.
Yes.
And
wow, frontside air around the corner, bottoming out. Little victory wave.
He's got a sense of humor about it all. Coming up backwards. Wow, let's twist.
Wow, that was
Solid.
a huge one.
Lance mixing it up. Nice frontside 5-0 from Lance. Dead invert.
Lance came up with the names for half of these tricks.
That's right.
So cool to hear the stories of him and Neil Blender and Hawk inventing all this stuff.
Absolutely. And look at that. Oh!
The push carve.
That, just the excitement of that alone might have bumped his score just
the push carve is so hard, and Grosso is kissing him.
And he kind of like over-rotated, but managed to hang on and didn't take a slam that. Man, Lance got to be feeling good right now.
I think Grosso is feeling good.
I think he is
Grosso all day has been saying, this is Lance's year. This is Lance's year.
Grosso wants vindication on his projections, on his assumptions, and he just might get it. And so Lance Mountain bumping up into the 90s.
90.67, are you kidding me?
Oh, man. And we're all so excited, but it could be so easily undone by the next two riders.
Lance has the best two scores of the day.
By a mile.
An 89 and a 90. No one's even been close.
All right, so let's take a look at the standings. In 5th, Christian Hosoi. 4th place, T-Mag. In 3rd, Chris Miller. Whoa, did I just say 3rd, Chris Miller? In 2nd, Steve Caballero and Lance Mountain sitting in 1st place with a bullet right now. Nobody's gotten even close to him, but again, all of that excitement.
Two skaters left, Steve Caballero and Chris Miller.
That's right. Cab's thinking to himself right now, well, I don't know what he's thinking, but...
He's thinking, what do I have to do to get in the 90s?
Wow, I got to admit, it would be so cool to see Lance Mountain take this contest today, but we'll see what happens.
I still want to see Caballero make this run. Last run right now for Steve Caballero.
All right, Cab. Oh, go for the finger flip Indy.
Wow.
Thinking that might turn it up.
He knew that he had to try everything.
Yep.
And you know what? I got to give him credit because he made the run that he wanted to do. It wasn't enough, so he had to try everything, break out the whole bag of tricks right there.
Absolutely. And he could have tried to just get away with a Caballero and some tricks and see if it was enough, but he knew that if he could flip his board or do something, really out there, that would set him ahead.
There's been years before when Chris Miller just had to make an average run to win. Chris Miller has to make the run of his life to beat Lance Mountain right now.
Absolutely.
To get in the 90s, Lance has a 90.67.
So Miller's feeling the pressure right now, and Miller's definitely feeling the nerves. Let's see if he can shake it, and let's see. He's going to go big. He can't mess around.
Oh, my gosh. This is it. It is on right now.
Look at him just slam around that corner in the shallow like a pinball in a pinball machine. Okay, so we're going to see the alley-oop Cab 5-0, and there it is.
Wow, he made it. That is so gnarly.
But I don't think that alone is going to be enough. Let's see if he goes for the lean air. Some interesting transfers.
This is a knockout battle between Chris Miller and Lance Mountain. Lip slide through the corner. He's still hanging on with less than 10 seconds to go.
Okay, one or two more big tricks, and he might be able to eke it out.
He hasn't done the blunt slide yet. He always does the blunt slide, and he falls.
There it goes.
Lance Mountain is going to win the pool party. Right now, Jeff Grosso is freaking out on the deck of the bowl.
Yeah.
Chris Miller made an amazing run, but fell with about 2 seconds to go, and that's going to give the win to Lance Mountain.
Wow. And
Miller is going to stay in 3rd place. But you know what? He is stoked on that. It's cool to see Chris still has a smile on his face. He's looking for Lance right now.
So it's hard not to turn around right now and take a look at what's going on down there because everyone's just loving it. Look at Lance in his same old
Look, he's back in the medical room. He's not even out on the deck of the bowl. He's
like,
getting his stuff, finding his wallet. Hey, you won, dude. Special moment with Steve Caballero. That is, like, what a year for Lance Mountain.
Yeah.
Put this video part out a few months ago, put so much blood, sweat, and tears into this video part, and then comes out and wins the Vans pool party.
Yeah, and you know, and we had some unusual things. Chris Miller did not make one full run.
Yeah.
Cab.
He's only the third person to win the Legends division.
That's
Chris
right.
Miller has dominated. Steve Caballero has his name up on the banner, and now check it out. Lance Mountain, winner. Jeff Grosso was right.
That's right.
Jeff Grosso claimed it was preordained. Lance is winning today. I thought he was crazy because I saw Miller make perfect runs all morning.
I mean, how do you bet against Miller in this bowl? It's like, how do you do that? And it's Jeff Grosso knows something we don't. And after we're done, I'm going to get him to pick some lottery numbers for me. But right now, we're going to throw it to commercial. We'll be back here at the Vans pool party, and we're just about ready for the pro finals. So stick around. That was an amazing Legends final, Neil.
That was so good. I have goosebumps. Lance Mountain just won the Legends division at the Vans pool party. Grosso called it, man.
Yeah, we just saw something nobody except Jeff Grosso was sure would happen today.
Hey, I knew Lance was ripping, but it's been so hard to beat Miller in the Legends division the last few years. It's Miller's contest unless someone rips it out of his hands. And Lance just did that.
That's exactly what we saw here today. And Steve Caballero pulling in second place. Hey, give it up to Stevie because that was impressive as well.
Hey, that was all good and fun. We love those guys. The best 10 pool skaters in the world are warming up behind us for a few more minutes. This is where the big check gets written in just a little while.
That's right. But before we get to that, we're going to do a recap of all the action we just saw in the Legends finals, or at least the highlights, the good stuff. So stay tuned. Check this out right now as we throw it to the Vans Pool Party recap. And there's T-Mag and Eddie Elguera. Eddie with an Elgarial trick he invented.
Congratulations, newly inducted in the Hall of Fame last night, along with Steve Alba, Ed Templeton, Tommy Guerrero, a few others.
And Asoy was ripping. Asoy put down some great runs today, but man. And there you go, Pat Noho. Look at that. Just getting into that manual.
This is one of my favorite tricks of the day.
Yeah, I got to agree with you on that one. And Nicky Guerrero, frontside boneless right into a finger flip lean to tail. There's Lance.
Oh, did you see that hang up, man?
Cab the pivot.
Cab was fully committed on that Caballero.
And Soy getting a little arch. And look at T-Mag. Again, probably getting in the 5-foot range.
Yeah,
on that backside
probably
air.
one of the highest airs we saw in the Legends division.
And man, you know, Lance kind of struggled to put it together at the beginning, and then it just happened for him. He stayed on, felt good, and you know, I think he's hiding from everybody.
Yeah, in this last run, it looked like he was completely off his line. That push carve, everything went wrong, and he was just not bailing for anything. Chris Miller had one last shot, makes the alley-oop cab 5-0, but then fell off at the very end, and Lance takes the win.
It's got to be that combination of the tricks and staying on the whole 40 seconds, and Lance was the guy to make that happen today.
Yeah, he had a score of a 90, so you knew that Chris Miller had to do 40 seconds of gnarly tricks to bump into the 90s. We knew that he had it in him, but fell off with just a few seconds to go.
And trying to squeeze everything into 40 seconds that he had to do to beat Lance was quite a challenge, and to know you had one run to do it, I mean, that's pressure. All right, but right now we're going to throw it down to Chris Narodko and our new Legends champion, unseating Chris Miller, Lance Mountain. What do you guys
I hope
say,
you got something to say to me this time.
I can say stuff.
Give it a shot.
Oh, I just want to thank Steve for putting this contest on, and just the guys we get to skate with, Miller and Cab and Christian and Noho and just everybody, and the young guys. Like, it's just 12 years. Like, trying to chase that down, you know? It's a fun day. I want to thank everybody for coming and watching the skating, and that you still dig what we do. Stay young.
Grasso called it, said no one was going to stop you today. How does that make you feel?
Grasso's a great, great friend to me, man. Really, without him, I couldn't just always from back in the day, I couldn't even, he knew how I should skate more than I did. He'd always tell me what to do, when to do it, how to do it. He knew my skating better, and just a great, great friend, man. I love him much.
You've been skating here since the day the place opened. Your name's going to be up in the rafters finally. How does that make you feel?
Like the 2014 one? Where's that one? Isn't there one missing? Isn't there one missing up there? Hey, don't make mine missing.
Congratulations, buddy. I'm so stoked for you.
Awesome, man. Yeah. Have fun, all the pros. Go for it.
Back to you guys up in the booth.
All right, thanks, Chris Narodko. So, I mean, you can't understate what just happened there. I mean,
you can't, man. That is such a special moment. You saw how much it meant to Lance there at the end. And a lot of work. When you're his age, when you're all of these guys' age, it takes so much work to keep your body in shape to take the beating that the combi pool can dish out.
And the energy it takes to ride this bowl, you can't slow down at any point, or you run out of speed and you're done. You just end up going down the drain. So you have to pump the corners, which takes a huge amount of physical energy.
The thing that I like is I think there was true appreciation from every one of the legends were stoked that Lance won.
Yeah.
There were guys, Cab wanted to win, Chris Miller wanted to win, T-Mag wanted to win, but I know that they all thought, if I can't win, it'd be pretty freaking cool if Lance won. And that's exactly what happened. Because you saw that Hosoi and all those guys were truly stoked for Lance to win that contest.
When he said 12 years chasing it down, that kind of made me scratch my head and think, he's still chasing it down. Like, he's not just here because they invited him and it's fun to skate. He was chasing that name on the banner.
It means something to everyone here. This is a special event. Like he said, to have your name on the banner up on the wall, we're going to make sure that they don't forget this year.
Yeah.
Lance Mountain, your name is going to be on that banner behind us.
Start chasing it at 41 and finally achieve it at 53. I mean, so there's Grasso right now. He's going around telling everybody, yeah, I called it. You knew I called it. We looked over and Grasso was screaming up to us saying, what did I say?
Right now. He is so proud.
He's almost more happy than if he'd won it himself.
You know right now, he's like, I told you guys. I will tell you, in our last commercial break, Grasso came over and was yelling at us to get our attention and just said, I told you guys. I told you Lance was going to win.
Yeah, so give it up for Grasso. Give it up for Lance. We're going to throw it down to love letters right now from Grasso and hear a little more of his thoughts on the Vans pool party.
A lot of I get a lot of fucking people walking up to me these days, and they want to fuck, you know, and people think I know something about something. I don't know my ass between a fucking hole in the wall, okay? And I fucking lived through half this shit. No.
What do you think, Grasso? I know you'll make some claims.
Oh, I'll make total fucking claims right now. I'd like to see Pedro win it again, just because he's had a fucking rough go lately of things. He's got to take his fucking foot off the fucking throttle. Like, Jesus Christ, you could win it at 10 feet instead of 15, you know? But Pedro will probably implode again. Yeah, leaving the door wide open for the rest of the boys. Tom Shire, the child with man-like head, he's always a picture of composure, so he'll be in the running again. Somebody like Trey Wood, dude, you've grown up, you've gone through puberty. Change your board size. We were talking about that fucking line of Corey Junos the other night. It's an insane combo. Tristan Renee, Upland's finest. Is it Rennie or Renee? Is it Tristan Rennie, right? Josh Rodriguez is going to come back. Never underestimate the vets, though. Rune Glifberg, Omar Hassan, and Bucky keeps watching these rookies make rookie mistakes and put too much heart and soul and fucking choke and implode and all this kind of crap. Eric Grisham will be entering Legends this year, so that should be exciting.
That's awesome.
Yeah, we get to watch Eric Grisham fucking do some foot plants and stall some eggplants.
Random.
The Letters is back. Season 7? Season 7. And this was kind of a little teaser episode, you know? It was kind of a best of, if you will. We showed you some of the claims that we've made in the past about, you know, you got to see Schroeder, for Christ's sakes. How fucking awesome is that? You know there was a Texan in there somewhere. And hopefully it helped burn a couple of fucking minutes between heats, you know? And I hope you enjoy, watching the show as much as we enjoyed doing the show for you. I am not perfect. I am a fallible human being. So thanks for watching, and enjoy the rest of the contest. It's the best show on earth, skateboarding.
All right, and we are back at the Vans pool party, and I hope you listen to some of those predictions from Jeff Grasso, because evidently the dude knows what he's talking about.
Everything except for Eric Grisham skating Legends. I didn't see Eric Grisham out here this year.
That would have been cool, but right now let's take a minute and talk about the watch and win. What can you tell us, Neil?
Yeah, show us where you're watching. Hashtag us on Instagram, hashtag Vans Pool Party. You can win some shoes and a cool signed board. We want to see where you're watching. We're going to show it at the end of this show. Appreciate everyone tuning in all around the world. We know it's the middle of the night some places, and if you love the pool party as much as we do, you are staying up till the break of dawn.
Yeah, so I just heard some interesting news that Chris Russell had broken his board and they shifted him into a different place. But if you look,
yeah, that's him in the bowl right now. So in the bowl. Yeah, we just heard they ran up and told us Chris Russell broke his board. Check it out. This is what it's all about. The Pro Finals, 14 years old to 42 years old. Actually, Bucky's 43. Let's update that.
Yep.
Kiko Francisco from right down the street. Josh Borden from right down the street. Trey Wood, Grasso says he can win. Chris Russell was on the podium last year. Pedro's got a couple banners up on the wall. Jaimana Reynolds, please don't leave in the ambulance. Alex Sorgente, Bucky Lassick, Corey Juno, and Tom Shar, last year's winner. And if you're watching in the background, these guys are killing it in warm-ups. It's been cool to see the Masters and the Legends, but it's on right now with Pro Finals.
Yeah, we saw tricks, we saw style, we saw blue-collar skating at its best, but now we are seeing the most cutting-edge riders on the planet.
This is the best guys in the world. These guys have come from all over. We have Brazilians, we have guys from Florida, we have guys from Hawaii, we have guys from all over the West Coast, and these guys have been going through qualifying rounds all week to make it into the Pro Finals for the Vans Pool Party. We got $28,000 going to the pro winner, $128,000 in total for all three divisions. And like we've been saying all year, your name is on the banner. And did you see the new cool rings that they're giving away this year?
I haven't gotten a chance to check them out yet, but I can't wait to see them. We will be around to watch them present the winners a little later this evening, so stick around to see the new first place prize. They've done a good job every year of coming up with something really original and cool, and this year it's going to be worth sticking around to see. So let's get it going right now with the one and only 14 years old from Carson, California, Kiko Francisco. Check this kid out.
This is his first Vans pool party, and he made it to the finals. This guy practically lives in this pool right here. Like Grasso said, he does overhead backside ollies.
And look at that double grab Smith grind to lip slide. What is going on with that trick right there?
Oh, that is insane. That's a 7-foot air right there.
Yeah.
Kiko is on fire right now.
It was so hard not to sort of draw the comparison between him and Christian Hosoi when he was out here ripping at 12 years old. And, you know, he's obviously going to turn into his own rider, but he goes big.
Quick run through the format. These guys have 4 runs. Earlier today, it's all been 3-run format. These guys have 4 runs. Only the best run counts. Look at that line. 3, 2, 1. He is stoked on that. Kiko Francisco makes his first run. That's going to be a solid score on the board to start it off. Wow.
And that group of lip tricks he did in the round bowl, he did a feeble to fakie, a cab feeble to fakie, into a cab feeble coming out
all the way
regular.
around. Amazing
cool.
First run. Kiko, only 14 years old, from Carson, California, doing it for Powell, Bones, Type S, a few other guys. Skeleton Key, good to see. Kiko repping Skeleton Key.
All right, but next up is going to be our 9th place qualifier. Local kid from just down the street. He's been skating this place for, I mean, he grew up with the Vans pool party. There's no question about it. And his name's Josh Borden, and he's on fire today. So hopefully he'll carry that into the finals.
Yeah,
Let's
Josh put
out.
a really good run together in the semis. Hey, check this out. I see in the background Kiko got an 85.33. That is a solid score.
That's a big number to start it off with right there. And, you know, it's tough for the judges because they got to leave enough room for the other 9 riders. You know, what if 9 guys outperform him?
Hey, all these guys are going to kill it. Josh Borden.
Yeah, Josh styling out a backside air on his first wall. Dropping in with some power. Look at that. Back's so difficult.
That is the best angle of that backsmith. Looking straight down on the lock-in. We love the tuck knee on the boneless right there.
A little hand shuffle on that one, too.
What happened?
And again, there's that shallow end. It doesn't look like much, but when you come out of a 12-foot wall into a 3-foot wall with a foot of vert,
yeah, it's hard to contain your speed, really.
Yeah, you got to just kind of sit on your board and just try to get around that corner. But look at that, fakie Smith grind off the hip, incredibly difficult. Josh has got
that was going to be an Andrek to fakie, I believe.
Yeah, he's got a great Andrek.
That is so cool to see. Josh Borden, got a lot of friends and family in the crowd here today. Hopefully some watching us on the webcast. 74.33 for Josh's first run. We're moving down to Trey Wood. I cannot explain to you how much better this guy has got in the last year. We saw some of those highlights from last year. Trey's grown about a foot. All of his airs have grown about 4 feet. Skates so much faster and with so much power.
And he's only 15 coming out of Queens Creek, Arizona. So he's got a lot, you know, he's got a couple more years.
That's one of the
improve.
best tricks of the contest right there. Smith grind through half of the round pool.
And the agility to make his way out of that dunk in right into the corner. I mean, watch his legs. He's bouncing off the transitions. And that Smith grind, again, just like Jeff Grasso had said, one of the coolest things he saw. And Jeff was claiming, hey, I'd like to see Trey take this.
Yeah. Trey's really able to keep his speed. The heel flip Indy just got away from him after making that perfect backside 5. Still got 10 seconds to go, but I think he's going to throw it away right there.
Yeah. Okay, so they went ahead and kept Chris Russell where he belongs as our 6th place qualifier, which is the right thing to do. Breaking your board should not affect.
Yeah,
where
we
you
heard
end up. A little bit of an unfair
Yeah, it's
advantage.
interesting because Chris Russell broke his board last year in the finals, and we heard he broke his board right before the finals started this time. So,
and the fact is, if Chris Russell doesn't know at this point to bring a spare board, then maybe professional isn't the right title. But he obviously does, and look at that!
Oh, what a
Massive.
maniac! This is so fun to watch. I can never get enough. Gosh, what was that? Was that like just a lean airwalk disaster?
I think that's what it was going, and I think he just drifted too far over the deck and said, I'm gonna die on this. So kind of an unusual fall there from Chris Russell, but he's got a few seconds left. He's got 20 seconds, so we'll see some more action right here. Look at that
my
Indy.
gosh, that was probably going to be the disaster too. Chris Russell,
With Chris Russell,
not
there's
having
always
the first run that he wanted.
There's always a 50-50 chance, so you never know. But now let's take it down to our fifth place qualifier. Excuse me, our sixth place qualifier. Nope, he's our fifth place. And that is the one and only power machine known as Pedro Barros. He says, hey man, what's going on? Am I next? The answer is
He
yes.
wants his music. That's what he wants.
That's right. That's right.
He's like the new Christian Asoy. He's not dropping in until you got the right tunes
Hey,
on.
that stuff's important, man.
I like it, man.
I agree. If you got a song you want to hear that's
Hey,
going to make
I'll
you
tell
stay
you
on
what,
your board.
I didn't expect Pedro Barros to be this far down the line in qualifying.
Not at all.
But he doesn't turn it on until it's the finals.
But look at, he's just attacking the bull right now. Look at these power sliding on that wall just to scrub a little speed.
Look at that stalefish.
Whoa.
That is massive.
All right, so it's going to be really interesting to see how the judges judge Pedro because look at
Look
that.
at that.
Oh!
Back tail straight into a snap from bowl to bowl.
Do the judges even know how to judge that trick?
Seriously.
Pedro, look at the Indy 5.
Oh my gosh, he was so over-rotated.
Yeah.
That was a huge slam right there by Pedro.
I'm afraid he might have taken that to the elbow.
His feet were all over the place. Remy Stratton from Volcom checking on him real quick. I think Pedro's going to be okay. Might have a swellbo right there. Pedro's one of the toughest guys I've ever seen. So
What do you think, Neil? I've seen about 6 guys go to their elbows today with no
I
pads,
know,
and
man.
it just makes me go, ow. Like, I would try to avoid that if I was skating in a contest. But hey,
man, I can't wait till later we see that replay because Pedro's feet were so crazy and he just still was fully committed, over-rotated. Feet were all over the place.
Yep. And that stalefish was massive. Probably bigger than any ones we've seen from him today. But yeah, he looks pretty shook up after that slam. That's surprising because...
Guess what, though? Pedro is not a mere mortal.
No, he's not. Now look at Haimana. He's ready. He says, all right, just stay upright.
Speaking of dudes taking slams,
Yeah.
This is the guy that got KO'd the last 2 years, and he has been killing it all week. Front Smith standing up into the 5-0. Guy has so many cool speed lines.
And again, Haimana Reynolds hailing from Honolulu, Hawaii, so hence the flowery shirt.
Yeah,
the style.
Dad runs the proper ride shop and skate camps out there,
Nice.
always doing cool things for the Honolulu skateboard community.
So that line, nose grind off the hip, right into a backside disaster on the peninsula. That's insane.
10 seconds to go right now for Haimana, setting up with some speed.
Yeah, going
Huge
big.
frigid. Little bit of a low landing. Is he going to do the kickflip Indy? Solid.
Super solid on that landing.
Wow. That is the way to start it off, Haimana.
Yeah, Haimana got to be feeling good. And look at Asoy. He says, hey, man, that's my Hawaiian brother right there.
85.00, still 0.3 of a point behind Kiko. We're halfway through the order, and Kiko Francisco, the new kid, is still in the lead.
14 years old, and he's on top right now. Even after Pedro's run, even after Chris Russell's run, even after Josh Borden and Trey Wood's run.
We have 4 more skaters in the first round. Then we're taking it back to the top from Lake Worth, Florida.
All right, next in, Alex Sorgente. And this guy, again, if he pulls the run together, he could absolutely catapult himself into first place.
Yeah, I absolutely think he's got more in the bag from what he showed in semifinals. You already see a couple tricks we haven't seen all day.
Yep. Yeah, super powerful rider. He's got all the flip tricks, all the 5s, and a bunch of mean body jars, which, again, is a trick I appreciate a lot.
Feeble to fake, he threw the corner. Huge
Look at
alley-oop
that.
Caballero. That is just glue foot.
Oh.
Wow.
Almost kind of stops and pauses before he leaps back in off that blunt. We saw a stalefish Madonna. Haven't seen that trick in years. And there's a nice backside 540. Kind of changing transitions from where he took off and where he landed.
He's one of the few guys in the world that have ollie 540s in his bag.
That's right.
Wow, that kickflip Indy was all wrong.
He turned
and
that
he
with his
still
hand.
made it.
Yeah, Alex Sorgente putting it together, having a solid run. Let's see what the judges think of that one.
That's one of the best runs I've ever seen Alex take at this contest.
I agree.
Always been 86.67, new leader, Alex Sorgente.
Alex Sorgente raising the bar for everyone, and I think, whose board Salva got there? Is that Russell's board? Is he going to take that home and hang it on his wall?
I love that. We got dudes that just got inducted to the Hall of Fame taking home broken board souvenirs.
Kind of like a Grom at his first contest.
I love it.
You have to love it. And right now, one of my all-time favorites, 43 years old, lives in Olevenheim, California, which is an offshoot of Encinitas. This guy's got the biggest bowl in his backyard, and it looks like he's going to go back to that run we saw in the qualifier. Bucky Lasek, and look at that right there. Ever seen that trick before?
Switch, slob plant, revert.
Yeah, it's kind of like an Indy gate twist, foot plant, whatever you want to call it.
I'll tell
Nobody
you what,
else does it.
Yeah, he's the only guy in the world that can do that. That's what won the Bondi Bolorama for him down in Australia earlier this year. I've never seen anyone do it in the combi pool.
And Bucky's got tricks around those corners that nobody else has. And look at the jump sweeper. One of the coolest tricks ever.
Back lip through the corner, 5 seconds to go.
Bucky's just saying, you know what, I'm going to hang on this run and see what happens.
Looking down at his feet.
Yeah!
Wow.
Bucky, now this is where it gets crazy. As far as these judges are concerned, that might have been the best run of the day.
Hey, I'm glad I'm not a judge, because to compare that to Sorgente or Kiko.
Well, I don't think he did a 5, did he? Did he do a McTwist?
No, but it just,
and I don't think he flipped his board.
It just super technical, though.
90.33 from Bucky Lasek, man.
And those lines are just impossible, and just, so many, backwards lines. Bucky straight to the top.
Wow.
90.33.
Followed by Alex Sorgente in second place. Kiko Francisco in third. Jaimana Reynolds in fourth. And Pedro Barros in fifth.
This is run 1 of 4. We're going to see more guys in the 90s, I predict.
Bucky just broke the 90s without doing a 5 and without flipping his board.
That's awesome. Just imagine when he adds it in.
Exactly. And right now we've got Corey Juneau out of Claremont, California. This guy is a ripper and definitely a contender.
Corey has been on fire. Everyone has been talking about Corey in the practice sessions the last couple weeks. He's got new lines. He's got new tricks. And we did not expect to see that fall right there.
Quite honestly, I'm lucky. I think he's lucky he made it out of that 540. He literally almost hung up and managed to suck it in and go right into that next trick, which I think was a blunt slide. But it looks like he might have messed up his shoes a little bit.
Yeah, he's got 3 more runs. Corey Juneau, unfortunate early fall.
And we didn't see Corey in making the finals at Vertitech this year, which was really kind of surprising. But here he is in the finals at the pool party, and hopefully he can put it together. I expect to see him in the top 3. But right now, Tom Shar, last year's champion, in there for his first run of the finals.
He's another guy just like Trey Wood. He has got so much more power and speed just in the last year. He used to skate this thing like a vert ramp, and he skates this thing like a proper pool now.
Absolutely. He wouldn't have won last year if he didn't have tricks around the corners.
Wow.
Yeah, alley frontside 5-0. That is
he's been killing it on everything concrete the last year or so. Killing it in the Vans Park Series. He's in a park contest at X Games now.
And Tom's, he's got all the spins, all the flips, but he's got head-high backside ollies. He's got tweaked out sailfishes through the square corners. And
just coming off at the end.
What a silly trick to go down on.
Yeah, I think he got a little bit lost. He did that board slide to fakie into the corner, and he didn't make it all the way to the flat wall, so it sent him on a weird angle towards that hip.
And they're really, at that point, there's not a whole lot of options. You either try to switch carve it, which is probably going to throw you onto the flat, or you try to pop into a fakie 5-0.
That's the tough thing about this pool. Once you're kind of committed to a line, if you don't land your setup trick properly, it's hard to adjust at the last second.
That's exactly the case. But let's take a quick look at the leaderboard, and it goes like this, going from 10th to 1st. Chris Russell in 10th, Corey Juneau in 9th, Josh Borden in 8th, Trey Wood in 7th. In 6th place, Pedro Barros, and last year's champion Tom Shar in 5th, followed by Jaimana Reynolds in 4th. In 3rd place, Kiko Francisco. And our top 2 right now, Alex Sorgente, and in 1st place, who'd have thought, Bucky Lasek at 43 years old.
Oh, it's going to get good. All these guys have 3 more runs. That's the standings right now. It ain't going to end like that.
All right, so Kiko was sitting on top for a while. Now he's in 3rd. Let's see what he's got.
Dude, look how hard he's pumping. He's like... I've never seen someone pump so hard as when he dropped in.
Yeah, he's still at that point where he almost has to use his hands a little bit to get maximum speed, but look at that backside ollie.
That is unbelievable.
So glued to his feet. Look at that, a little bit of an alley-oop.
It's such an interesting technique just because it looks like he doesn't move his foot, doesn't fold his foot over the nose at all. Stale disaster. Great camera work. Cameraman.
And I mean, don't discount the difficulty of a frontside board slide around a square corner. That's insanely hard. And Kiko at 14 years old has it on lock.
Just so many tricks. Running out time right here. Body jar. Frontside air disaster. That is the new breed of pool skater right there.
That's it. Kiko having an insane second run.
Wow. Kiko just a few months ago was skating the AM contest here at the Vans Skate Park. Now he's skating with Pedro Barros, Chris Russell, and Bucky Lassick. How cool is that?
Yeah, Kiko not improving on his score, surprisingly, on that run. But right now we got Josh Borden in. His previous score was a 74, but he needs a 90.43 to advance into first place.
Perfect nose bonk.
Yeah, Josh ripping. He just needs to stay on for a full pull, and he'll definitely see a significant bump in his position.
He got whipped off in the shallow end in his first run.
Looks like something's dangling from his back foot. It might just be his pads. I think that's what it is.
Nothing the matter with a little flare.
And look at, there's that Andreck fakie. So sick.
Switch carve in the shallow with just a few seconds to go. Oh. Looked like he was going for a fakie Smith. Yeah.
It's amazing how such innocuous tricks like a switch carve in a 3-foot corner or a fakie Smith grind.
That's pretty sick just how he can keep his speed out of that Andreck fakie. Because that's one that normally I've seen him land really low, and he was able to really keep his speed into that switch carve.
Yeah, you almost have to go fast into those shallow corners just so you can compress. All right, so right now Trey Wood currently in 8th place with a score of a 76.67, and look at that Smith grind over the hip.
Oh, he missed his line right there.
That's all right. Trey's going to pull it up. Look at him. A little concerned.
We talked about it earlier. Once you have a run planned out, if you miss your landing, it is hard to get your rhythm back. Looks like Trey's done a good job of doing it.
You grind 2 feet further than you expected, and it's all of a sudden you got to completely reshift everything you were expecting to do.
Normally, when you're just skating with your buddies, you just pop out and start over.
Yeah, exactly.
When it's pro Vans Pool Party Finals, you can't really do that. That's a cab body jar right there. He salvaged this run pretty well.
That line, ollie to fakie into a cab body jar, what a cool line.
Wow. Trey Wood is going to bump up that first score for sure. He had a 76.67 down in 8. I still think he's going to want to clean that up a little bit. He didn't do a 5 that run, but that's going to bump him up into 6th place with an 81.67.
All right, and next up, so currently in 6th place, Trey Wood, but our next rider in, Chris Russell. This guy's a contender. He's always a contender. Because I don't even think Chris knows the extent of his abilities.
This guy's a maniac. That's what he is. Wow, he didn't go to disaster.
Nope. Straight up Indy.
Whoa, straight acid drop.
Yep, came off that grind and said, look, I'm not done yet.
Every run is just completely different. You never know what he's going to do. Nope. Alley-oop, hip-hop, eggplant.
Yeah,
is that even a trick?
It's just a carving eggplant that you got to touch down twice to make it happen.
Boneless revert.
That's the only guy in the contest you're going to see doing that trick.
Gosh, this is insane. I love watching it. You never know what you're going to get. You never know if his board's going to explode on a slop plant disaster like that.
The strangest thing is I don't think I've ever actually seen him hang up.
Rail to tail.
So Chris Russell having a crazy second run there. Probably not exactly what he was looking for. Came off a little early, but definitely had some huge tricks.
That fall was with 3 seconds to go, and he's going to have an 83. It's still going to be 6th place, though.
Definitely bumped him up, bumped him up higher than Trey Wood.
The scores between like 2nd place and 9th place are so close.
All right, our next rider had a pretty big slam in his first run, so let's get Pedro Barros back in here for run number 2.
He's not human. And a slam like that will never slow him down. Pedro Barros, alley-oop, backside air. He's still on.
You notice you don't see anybody else doing that trick. I mean, Bucky's got the alley-oop front side, but you just don't see guys messing around with that hip.
Pedro looked like his back foot just came off.
Yeah, it didn't seem like he really got a chance to tuck down going over the waterfall.
When you are just pumping as hard as you can and going as high as you can on every wall, it's just super risky, and it is hard to stay on all of your runs.
Yeah, you really got to have your feet right over your bolts and be tucked down over your board, and he looked like he was just a little bit in the back seat, and when he launched up, his legs went straight.
After you take a slam like that, it's hard to commit again and again.
Yep, and so here we have Haimana Reynolds, currently sitting in 4th place, needs a 90.43.
Who would have thought this kid would have been in 4th? It's his first pool party finals. Look at that sugarcane.
Yeah.
That is so gnarly in that spot. We didn't see Miller do it in the Legends final, so luckily Haimana still holding it down to show us the sugarcane.
Yep, and Haimana might not have like the most cutting-edge new tricks, but he does everything a foot or two higher. You know, he sits around the 4 or 5 foot
and
range.
Just rad speed lines, just the lip slides and lip tricks. You do a sugarcane, that's way better than just doing a Smith grind.
Absolutely, or a frontside lip slide. And so Haimana having a good run right now. Grind revert, ollieing out of it. And look at that good buddy, standing it up.
Wow, frontside air disaster. I love this kid's emotion when he makes this run.
Yeah, Haimana feeling it right now.
You can wear a Hawaiian shirt when you're from Hawaii, legit.
And so let's do a quick check on
Haimana's in
age.
2nd place, 87.67.
Wow.
Wow, bumps past Sorgente.
Kind of surprising, but not that surprising.
Look
at
that.
Let's take a look at the current standings right now. In 5th, Tom Schaar. In 4th, Kiko Francisco, and Alex Sorgente bumping down to 3rd as Haimana Reynolds hops into 2nd. And who's in 1st?
Bucky Lasek.
What do you think?
Sorgente just got bumped down to 3rd, but he's in the pool.
I gotta say, I think Sorgente might have a little Wolfman in him. He just seems like, from the look, Sorgente is on fire.
He is a machine, man.
And, you know, he's not going to be happy with that 3rd place. So we'll see Sorgente turn it up a little bit.
Wow, half cab blunt to fakie. Caballero over the hip. I've never seen him do that.
You know, he's definitely got cabs on lock, but I've never seen him do it there.
Wow, kickflip Indy, perfect with 10 seconds to go. Front 50 revert.
What are the judges going to think of this?
Wow, cab blunt. There you go. Sorgente just got bumped down. That's a pretty good comeback right there.
I gotta think that was better than his last run.
Wow, but is that gonna bump into the 90s?
I'm not Jeff Grosso or anything, but if I was gonna guess, I would think that might be enough to get him an 88. And there you go.
88.67, back into 2nd. Back and forth between Sorgente and Haimana Reynolds. That's 2nd place, but still almost 2 points behind Bucky Lasek.
And so it's worth mentioning these guys are going to have 4 runs, and Haimana absolutely has the ability to turn it up a little bit more. So we'll see what happens there. But right now, Bucky Lasek sitting in 1st place, and just, I bet he's secretly, quietly hoping.
Hey, this is when Bucky is at his best, when he already has a good score and he can just cut loose and try everything.
He's going higher than he did in any of his previous runs. You saw him almost go down.
Gosh, we need to come up with a name for that trick. It's like switch slop plant revert, and it's like one of the hardest things I've ever seen.
I'm going Indy Gate to his foot plant, because even though it might not be accurate, that's just what it looks like to me. I'm sure there is some switch. It'd be a switch nollie slob plant. So
we skate with Bucky at home all the time. We'll get him to name that one, because there definitely isn't anyone else doing it.
You know, I think there was a time when name and tricks brought some pride and some honor. I think at this point Bucky could care less. He's like, I'm going to invent 4 more tricks by the end of the month.
Help the commentators out,
yeah,
bro.
Exactly. So Corey Janot in right now, currently in 10th place, and all along we've been saying Corey's absolutely a contender for 1st place here. So let's see if he can put it together.
Yeah, I was surprised to see him with that early fall. That's the blunt slide that he fell on 1st run. Looking way more solid this time around.
He's a machine, and when he gets going, it's on. So let's just see if he catches his groove. And look at that, front board around the corner.
That is so hard,
so
man.
So few people that can actually do that, and he did it better than anyone. And just such a casual frontside ollie.
Is he going to try the nose blunt slide?
Man, I'd say just get one down.
Look at this run.
Yep.
5 seconds to go. Still needs a couple more tricks.
Frontside invert.
Wow.
2-1. Back disaster
revert. Wow. That's the Corey Juneau run that we were waiting for.
Yep. That's the Corey Janot we know right there. And he said, you know what?
And just think, we watched him in practice. He's got a few more tricks that he didn't even break out.
Absolutely.
Didn't do the nose blunt slide.
Let's see where that puts him. I got a feeling that's going to bump him up into
second place, 89.67, still about half a point behind Bucky Lasek. Sorgente down to third, Haimana down to fourth, Kiko down to fifth. Still pretty respectable positions from those guys. Last year's champ is in sixth place.
That's right, Tom Shard currently sitting on an 84.33. Now, we haven't seen the Stalefish around the corner or the 720, so Tom's got some room to move here.
Oh, the heel flip didn't flip, and he saved it.
Yep.
That was such a slow flip on that.
Yeah, alley-oop heel flipping on the face wall. I love that alley-oop frontside grind.
Yeah, that is such a tricky line. Little floaty back D, little lip slide.
And there's a head high backside ollie from Tom Shar. And there's the backside 5. He knows he's got to get one of those in there.
Wow, he is cranking now.
So there's that slider to fakie that kind of got him last time, fakie 5-0. So that was what he was trying to do.
Oh my gosh, but still just a late fall. The last 3 seconds have taken him out. We've seen so many guys just fall on that last trick. But that's the difference between like an 88 and an 85. He got an 85.67, bumps up one spot.
So do you think Tom Shar's kind of sitting in Tristan Rennie's shoes right now going, hey man, I won last year. I got something to prove.
I respect what he's trying to do because he's trying to do new and different stuff. That what got him through the last couple years was a 720 and the stale around the corner. And he's trying to bring something new. I respect that.
So let's run through the leaderboard real quick. Josh Borden sitting in 10th place. Pedro Barros in 9th. What? 8th place, Trey Wood. 7th place, Chris Russell. 6th place, Kiko Francisco at his first ever finals. 5th place, Tom Shar, last year's champion. In 4th place, we've got Haimana Reynolds, followed by Alex Sorgente in 3rd. Who was 2nd? Corey Janot, and in 1st place, Bucky Lasek.
We talk about the new guys, and it's the 43-year-old still on top. These guys have a couple more swings to take out the old man.
It's true, man. The judges definitely love Bucky, and Bucky
I want to see that backside
gives him a
ollie.
reason. So Kiko saying, all right, I got to go a little faster and a little higher.
Oh, go for the moon. Oh, my. Did you hear his wheels when he was pumping for speed? It looked like he almost slid out.
That was like 6 or 7, maybe 8 feet out on that backside ollie right there.
I cannot believe how hard he pumps for speed just when he drops in.
At 14, man, who was going 8 feet on a backside ollie at 14? You barely have the muscles to get there. But Kiko knows how to take advantage of the corners and slingshot himself into that round wall.
Every year it seems like someone at the Vans pool party just bursts onto the scene.
Yep.
You know, years ago it was Josh Borden, then it was Tristan Rennie. This year is the year that the skateboard world now knows about Kiko Francisco.
That's right. You saw him go right up that tape line, right into that backside blunt slide on the peninsula, which 4 years ago nobody even considered that. You know, seeing Miller do a back lip right there was a big deal, and now every kid's got a trick, you know. So
yeah, I think people know who Kiko Francisco is now, and he's still got a couple more runs.
And it looks like he just tied his first run at an 85.33, which keeps him in 6th place. So let's bring in Josh Borden for
that's
his third run.
pretty good company he's keeping there.
Well, considering Barros is in 9th, Trey's in 8th, and Russell's in 7th, Kiko's got to be pretty psyched right now. And here we have Josh Borden with the alley-oop Indy into the
one of the Rune Flipberg specials.
Yep.
Since unfortunately we don't have Rune in the finals, we still got Josh Borden to do the alley-oop Indy air.
Look at the nose
grind.
grind.
Feet were completely off as he popped in.
He bounced his way back in off that one.
This is a great run from Josh Borden. Is he going to spin the 5 right here? Perfect.
Yeah.
Oh, comes off. That's the first one we've seen him fall on all day. I think I claimed it too soon. Sorry, Josh.
That's all right. Next run, he's got that, and he's going to follow it up with the Andrecht fakie, and it's all good.
I would love to see that. 77.00, still in 10th place for Josh Borden.
Yep. Clocking his second best run of the day, but 79 right now is his high score. So here we have Trey Wood chewing on some gold. wanting to win some gold.
Yeah, another one of the young guys that just continues to get better and better and better.
Oh, man.
That is halfway through the pool.
You got to understand that you can't do that without that square corner to
Oh my
slingshot you.
gosh, how did he not hang up on that frontside air?
That was like a straight up and down air, and he managed to muscle it around the corner.
So much speed and power, every trick. We saw his last run. He kind of missed his line a little bit, staying super solid this time.
Trey with a Smith to tail, a couple other lip tricks in the round bowl.
He's
Look at
done
that.
so many tricks. He still has 15 seconds to go. That's a solid ollie to fakie, cab to body jar. Such a difficult maneuver right there.
Cool line for sure. Backside 5, that's going to help.
Wow, look at this run. That is time right there. Popped out right as the clock hit 40 seconds.
Right.
Trey's currently in 8th. That's going to bump him up for sure. Oh, man.
Let's see what happens here. His best score so far was an 81.67.
5th place, 86.00, still behind Haimana, Sorgente, Corey Juneau, and Bucky Lasek.
But bumping Tom Schaar, last year's champion, down into 6th place.
Wow. I thought Trey was maybe going to be a little higher right there. I thought that was maybe an 88 or 89, just the speed and power.
Yeah.
That Smith grind first wall. I had Trey a little higher.
Let's see what we got now with Chris Russell currently sitting in 8th place. He's got a high score of an 83.33, and he needs a 90.44 to advance into the
Man
first
Bear
place slot.
Child is about to smash the
Oh,
combi
no
pole
doubt.
right here.
Look at that, Indy Disaster.
Last year he exploded his board on a frontside air disaster.
Oh, and the boneless frontside invert was another one that definitely caught everybody's attention. We'll see, I haven't even seen him try that.
Every single run is different. That's what I loved about watching him here every year, even at the Vans Park Series. Never does the same thing twice. Hip-hop
Absolutely.
invert. Boneless disaster into the corner, wobbling on the loosest trucks ever. 3 seconds to go.
Nose grind revert with a little tail grab thrown in.
Wow, that is 40 seconds of chaos from Chris Russell. What?
So the vibe is
Oh my
changing down on the deck
gosh,
right
all
now.
of these guys are making amazing runs.
The vibe is getting crazy down there on the deck.
88.3, 4th place for Chris Russell. Still not on the podium like he was last year.
But he's bumping Haimana and Trey Wood down a slot. Wow, Chris Russell.
Think about that. Trey Wood just took the gnarliest run, and he's legit in 6th place. Didn't even make it onto our scoreboard. And who would have imagined Pedro's in 9th?
Not me, that's for sure. So let's see if Pedro can keep this one under the wraps. And there's the alley-oop Indy, looking good.
One of the most decorated pool skaters in history. This guy's won so many contests the last few years. Still only 22 years old, going for the skies with the frontside nose bone.
And he skates with a power and aggression that you just don't see in very many other riders.
It is so fun to watch, snapping bowl to bowl. That is so cool. Tricks on both sides.
And the thing about Pedro is once he gets his line down, then we'll start seeing some different tricks. He's got a couple fringe moves that he'll pull out once he makes his run, but he's got to get a good 40 seconds under his belt first.
Wow, this is wrapping it up right here for Pedro.
Yep. So Pedro looking good right now. Front blunt, taking it all the way in.
Wow.
Oh, there it is. Pedro giving a salute to the fans. Hey, is he yelling at us? Is he yelling at the judges? Pedro, look at Pedro and Chris, man. Talk about intensity.
That is what the Vans Pool Party is all about, man. 92.67, we got a new
right
leader.
there.
What's up, Brazil?
Yep, so let's take a look at the current standings. In 5th, Chris Russell. In 4th, Alex Sorgente. In 3rd, Corey Juneau. Bucky Lasek getting bumped into 2nd place. And with a 2.337
I can hear
lead.
Brazil cheering from 6,000
Pedro
miles
in
away.
first.
But guess what? All those maniacs still have 2 more shots at Pedro. Bucky's got 2 more chances to try and beat a 92.67. Pedro has been wanting to do that run for years.
Yeah.
He has not put it together the last couple years.
And I mean, there was so many tricks in there. That backside nose grind off the peninsula, right down the front of it. I mean,
and just the confidence of that front blunt at
Yep,
time.
yep.
Look, Haimana's like, I have to go now? Did you see him? He was just looking like, I can't go after Pedro. Guess what, dude? You're in the Pool Party Finals. Rip.
wow, did you see Haimana actually pulled on his tail to come off that Smith grind right there? Most guys just let it go and drop in, but Haimana Reynolds in here right now for his third run.
Wow,
Look at that legit.
that is a super legit on top frontside invert. Haimana Reynolds is definitely showing he deserves to skate in the finals with the best guys in the world.
Yeah, check out the transfer, getting a little method air transfer right into it. Tail grab to Smith. You don't see that trick too often. Frontside air to tail. Haimana saying, look, man, I want to get back to
look
where
at
I
that
was.
sugar cane. That is so gnarly. Couple seconds to go on the rollout.
Currently sitting in 6th. Let's see if he can bump it up. That looked pretty good to me.
Wow. He's got one more run to not make it to the hospital for the first time in a few years. One more run. Haimana, please stay on, my friend.
Giving Cab's little daughter a high five.
86.33, going to be about a point lower than his last run. He's still going to be in 6th place. We're moving down to the top 4 qualifiers.
All right, next in, Alex Sorgente coming from Florida.
A couple of minutes ago, we were talking about him being in 2nd. Now he's bumped down to 4th.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of shakeup in the leaderboard in the last few runs. Alex Sorgente, if anybody can reclaim their spot in 2nd, it's Alex. And maybe even bump it all the way up to 1st.
Wow, that's the highest air we've seen Alex do all day. Looked like he missed his line a little bit right there.
And it was a rocket body jar of all tricks. So nice backside 5, working the corners.
Alex definitely trying to up the difficulty in this third run.
Man, anytime he goes to tail, you kind of see that front foot slide towards the back of the board. Alley-oop 50-50. And Alex is another one of those guys that's got crazy tricks, but I think he just needs to get some of the stock ones out of the way before he can bust into them. Just
Weird
like
body varial maneuver right there. And a alley-oop Caballero with his board backwards.
Super smooth on that alley-oop cab.
That was amazing. I don't think that's going to better his 88.67.
Hey,
yeah,
look at that.
I'm not a judge. It's an 89.
Judge just dug it. You know, I think I don't know what he did differently on that one. He just changed it up a bit. That huge rocket body jar.
Doesn't change his place in the standing, though. Corey Junot has an 89.67. So Alex improved his score, but did not improve his placing that time.
Okay, so just a few minutes ago, this guy was in 1st place, but now he's sitting in 2nd, and he needs at least 2 more points.
He needed a little motivation. Watch this madness.
And look at that right there. Oh, getting a little quirky on that one.
Oh, the back tail gets away.
Bucky
He's going to have one more shot.
Bucky Lasek really just fall on a back tail slide?
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah, he came out and set the bar super high with that 90.33 on his first run. But Pedro took it away. Currently at the top with a 92.67.
Okay, so coming in next, Corey Junot. And right now he's sitting in 3rd place, so every one of these guys looking to advance.
And we talked about it earlier. Corey Junot has been skating so good. He's got way more tricks in the bag than he put down in his last run.
And you notice he doesn't mess around with any sort of less than difficult tricks. The blunt slides, the nose grinds, the back smiths. He keeps the difficulty up on the lip.
Super buttery alley-oop heel flip. Front board,
Nice.
that is so hard.
Yep. And so Corey's going to make his way back into the deep end with a big frontside ollie to tail.
Is he going to try the nose blunt after this?
I feel like he's got to throw everything out he's got.
Wow!
And there it is.
Frontside nose blunt slide. I've never seen anyone do that in a contest run in a pool. That is insane.
Yeah, you're right on that. And, you know, I'm sure Corey wishes he could go up and, I don't know, give that lip a little love just to make sure it slides on top. But in this case, he's just got to power through it. And he got a little stuck right there, but we'll see one more run coming up here. Right now, returning champion Tom Shar, currently sitting in 8th place.
Tom has had killer runs, but he's fallen both runs with like 2 or 3 seconds to go. Wow.
No complied tail slide out of a front feeble.
I saw him trying that in practice. It's so like out of character for him. It's rad. Tom Shar's mixing it up.
It's risky because he's going fast.
You got to take crazy risks to be on the podium with these guys.
Yeah, he's currently sitting in 8th place, and he's going to have one more chance. So let's take a quick look at the leaderboard. And here we have it. 10th place, Josh Borden. 9th place, Kiko Francisco. 8th place, Tom Shar. 7th place, Trey Wood. 6th, Haimana Reynolds, followed by Chris Russell in 5th. Alex Sorgente in 4th, and our top 3 is like this. Corey Janot, Bucky Lasek, and in first place,
Hey, a few
Pedro
minutes
Barros.
ago, we were like, Kiko Francisco's in the lead. He's
Yeah.
killing it. What about Kiko? Is he going to win? He's in freaking ninth.
Yep. And
He just got bumped out by 8 people.
Yeah, no doubt. Kiko taking a little hit there, but that's what happens. And hey, you know, Grasso said some interesting stuff about letting these guys spend a little more time in the AMs before you put them into the pros.
Watch how
but-
hard this kid pumps. Watch this backside ollie.
Oh my God.
That's the highest backside ollie I've ever seen in the combi pool. One
Kiko
more.
says-
Give him one more.
Yeah, come on.
This is the pool party. We got no rules.
Well, who doesn't want to see a 14-year-old
I
do an
want to
8-foot
see it.
backside
Every
ollie?
camera, watch this backside ollie.
Oh my God. God, how did he get out of that so casually?
You know how? He's 14.
Yeah.
That's how.
He's made out of rubber for a few more years. And
Hey,
he hung on to it.
Great first Vans Pool Party Finals for Kiko Francisco. Wasn't able to put it together those last couple runs, but son, you put your mark on the pool party this year, and that's
right.
awesome.
You can hang your hat on that 85.33 that you got on your very first run of the finals. Just getting into the finals alone is an accomplishment. And so now we got Josh Borden, local Orange County, California kid.
Down in 10th place right now. You never want to end the finals in the cellar.
Nope, and we know what Josh wants to do here. He's got a run figured out, and we'll see if he can make it. There's the 540. If he gets that, he's going to come back around for that Andrecht. Or maybe not.
Yeah, I think he's got a little bit of a different line. Going to come back for the Andrecht fakie at the end.
Ooh, coming in backwards to the hip, little fakie 5-0. And here we go. So Scrubs a little speed with that fakie Smith. So he can set
I love
up.
that trick, man. That is so cool.
Yeah, Josh does them great.
Switch backside carve.
Ooh, coming in switch, fakie
That
Smith.
is the run that Josh has been wanting. No slide, revert. Oh, there it is. How did he make that?
Yeah, Josh. So Josh getting everything he wanted. Look at that, ending it off. with
Hey,
the no
Tom
comply.
Shar, that's how you do it.
Yep. Didn't mean to show you up, little buddy, but so Josh throwing his helmet into the face of an unsuspecting fan. And
86, he's not in the cellar. 8th place for Josh Borden, 86.00. The new guy, Kiko Francisco, is now in the inevitable place of 10th in the pro finals.
That's right. And Trey Wood was Jeff Grasso's call for first place, so let's see if he can make Jeff proud.
Yeah, I don't feel like the judges have really been feeling Trey Wood today, man. I'm feeling it. Watch this Smith grind, man. I feel like Trey has got so much better in the last couple years just with speed and style and these lines.
I'm kind of shocked he's only 15 still.
Yeah, he's been traveling the world on his own for like 4 years now. Skates everything, such a good all-terrain skater. He's going to be competing in the Mega Ramp contest at X Games in a couple weeks.
That's right, and check it out, mixing it up a little bit on his final run, going for that big frontside air.
Look at
And
that.
look at that.
Kickflip stalefish around the corner. We've never seen anyone do that. Give him one more. We want to see one
Yeah,
more.
come on,
Yell down
Trey.
there. One more.
Come on, Trey, let's see that.
Yeah, one more. Come on.
Looks like he took it just a little too deep into the corner and was going to hang, but looks like he's going to go for some redemption right here.
Yes, we've never seen it. He did this a couple days ago in practice. No one has ever done this in a contest before.
I've seen the slow-mo iPhone footage about 6 times, and look at that! Yeah, Trey.
That is a pool party NBD right there.
That's right.
Kickflip, stalefish around. I remember a couple years ago when Tom Shar first did stalefish around the corner. It was mind-blowing.
Yep.
Dude just did kickflip stalefish around the corner.
Absolutely. Each year we see some new approaches to that corner. I remember the alley-oop frontside air was an NBD as well, and this year we got the kickflip stale. If only it had been in time.
I know. Last run right now for Chris Russell.
Okay, Russell's in. Starts it off with a frontside air revert.
Every run is different.
Wow, Pop-Tart disaster. Follows it up with a body jar. And look at that backside disaster.
Oh my gosh. Trying to smash his board into a million pieces like he did last year.
Chris Russell currently sitting in 5th place with an 88.33.
Oh my gosh. Slider to fakie, what happened?
Maybe just a little bit too much overamping on that last one. It's hard to say. But I'm glad he's walking out in one piece.
It's
Looks
so
like he's
fun to
smacked.
watch because he never has a plan, but sometimes that's what bites him.
Yeah, there's definitely some riders where you can pretty much call off their run, but Chris Russell, don't even bother because he's going to do whatever he feels like doing.
Current leader on deck, Pedro Barros. He knows that Bucky could knock him out.
6 more riders left in the final runs here at the finals of the Pro Division at the Vans Pool Party. So let's see if Pedro can put a solid lock on that first place.
Highest frontside air we've seen of the day, and Pedro over amps again, as we've seen him do so many times in the last couple years.
Luckily, he's in a position where overamping.
Yeah,
ain't gonna-
you're
ain't
exactly
gonna end
right.
your day.
This year, he can afford to overamp. He's on top with a 92.67.
With Bucky Lasek and Corey Janot behind you.
This is after time right now, just for the crowd. See what kind of special treats he's got for us. How about a kickflip 5?
We saw some kickflip body varial 5s floating around the internet this week, and I'm sure he would have loved to have shown everybody that
I love
trick.
it, man. Who needs to come and watch practice? We just watch Instagram to see what's going down at pool party practice.
Hey, man, I'm talking Facebook. I don't even have Instagram.
You're old.
I know.
Haimana Reynolds. We got one more run for Haimana not to leave in a stretcher for the 3rd year in a row. This guy scared the crap out of us the last 2 years. Full knockouts. Was even on the Thrashers Hall of Meat a couple years ago.
Nothing pretty about watching him go down on that back tail.
That's one of the you never want to be in the Hall of Meat.
So Haimana, covering his eyes on the Smith grind.
Little bonus novelty points.
That was kind of cool. I can't wait to see that photo. And now Haimana making his way into the square bowl. A lot of speed. You see that frigid.
Wow, super extended. Boneless all the way around the corner.
Yeah, Haimana is going to be a force to reckon with for the years to come. There's no doubt about
it. Look at that line. Back to back to back. Super quick hits on the tight tranny.
So Haimana currently sitting in 6th place with a 87.67.
Back sugarcane. Yes, he's alive.
And that's
he's
it. He
done.
lives to tell the
He's
tale.
not going to the hospital. Haimana Reynolds, who cares what place you got?
That's right.
You're not on the stretcher.
And you finished in the finals, and while that run might not be enough to bump you up, right now he's sitting in 6th place. So we'll see what happens going into those finals.
Hey, I know all his friends and family in Hawaii are stoked that he's finished all of his runs.
He broke the curse.
We got 4 more skaters in the Vans Pool Party. Last run.
And that's going to do it right here for Alex Sorgente. Current score is an 89.0, sitting in 4th place. Needs a 92.77 to bump himself into 1st.
Sorgente's never been on the podium at Pool Party. He's currently in 4th. This guy has killed all the bowl contests around the world.
Did he seriously just do that?
Saran wrap to Indy 5? Are you kidding me?
Now you hold your breath and see if he can hang on for another 17 seconds.
Oh, he hung up! What? He makes that trick every time.
We just saw Saran wrap 540 in the square bowl.
That was unbelievable. I'm more shocked that he fell just on a Smith grind to tail slide.
Yep. It was just a matter of hanging on and doing a couple good tricks, and he looked like he pulled so far off on that Saran wrap 5.
Yeah, I thought he was bailing.
Yeah,
I saw his
me too.
front foot come off, and I just thought he was bailing at Indy 5.
But he landed it and got speed and kept going. So, wow.
Bucky Lasek spent some time in the lead earlier in the finals. Last chance.
All right, so Bucky, if anybody can do it, it's Bucky. 90.33 is his best score. He needs a 92.67 or better.
He's got to throw everything on the table to bump out Pedro.
Skips the back tail, goes for a 5-0. All right, he's getting his composure back.
Looking a little sketchy. He's got the front board just like Corey Juneau.
Yep. So if you're at home rooting for the guys that were born in the 70s, then Bucky's your man.
Oh, the boneless to fakie goes wrong. Bucky is not going to win the 2016 Pool Party.
He's got to be stoked.
Hey, his first run to come out of the beginning of the pro finals and put a 90.33 on the board.
Yeah.
Currently in 2nd.
He sat in 1st place for a while.
He's in 2nd, but he's got two big hammers coming up that could knock him down. There's the
Absolutely.
current standings. Pedro Barros, Bucky Lasek, Corey Juneau, Alex Sorgente, and Chris Russell. Two skaters left, Corey Juneau and Tom Shar. Tom Shar currently sitting down in 9th.
Corey's in there, currently sitting in 3rd place with a score of an 89.67. Let's see if he can improve upon that and maybe even bump himself into 1st place.
We saw him go for that nose blunt slide in the round last time. We've never seen that trick go down in a pool contest ever. He made it in practice a couple times a few days ago. Heel flip Indy, solid.
There's no doubt Corey's got the tricks to get up into 1st place. We'll see if it happens here right now. I think that nose blunt could do it if he can put together the run he wants.
Here it
One-footed
is.
ollie.
After this nose grind right here.
Yep.
This is the
Is it gonna
contest
happen?
right here.
It
He
might
made it!
It might happen.
Frontside nose blunt
We'll
slide.
see.
Can he stay on the final 5 seconds? Could this knock out Pedro? One more trick for Corey.
Little 5-0 around the corner, frontside invert to end it off, and
wow,
that's going to do it right
it's
there.
up to you, judges. We've never seen a nose blunt slide in a pool contest ever.
That was a absolute NBD.
Wow, it's all on the judges right now. Pedro has a 92.67. What's it gonna be?
Oh, it's not gonna be
enough. 91.3. Corey still in 2nd. Pedro has one more bullet to dodge. Tom Shar, last skater of the Vans Pool Party,
and
currently in 9th.
And that bullet just happens to be last year's champion, Tom Shar.
Wow.
And again, Tom's strategy this year is unusual because he was really kind of leaving out some of the big bangers that I think put him in 1st last year.
Hey, I like it, man. It's
I like
cool
it too.
that, he's learned a lot of new tricks.
But if he wants to beat Pedro,
yeah,
it might not work.
Look at that,
We'll
shaking
see.
the cobwebs out.
We'll see. Front feeble, no comply tail. Nope, going for the tail slide. Plays it safe.
Yeah, hey, watch. He's going to turn it on right here where,
And
no.
that's it right there.
Backsmith. Pedro Barros is the 2016 Vans Pool Party champion.
Yeah.
And Brazil is going crazy. Wow.
Yeah, Brazil, give it up for Pedro Barros, the new champion of the 11th annual Vans Pool Party. It's 2016. It is Pedro's year. And there was one run that made it happen.
Look at that. It's a mosh
Look at-
pit
they're
on the deck
jumping
of the
him in.
bowl. RTMF, boys. We're going to Florianopolis in a few weeks.
They got a mosh pit. They're jumping him into the banner. They're jumping him into 1st place.
I love it.
And Pedro just so stoked right now. Look at that. What an epic, epic finals here at the Vans Pool Party.
Hey, it's been a long time. Pedro last won this contest in 2017. The chairs are going in the bowl.
Pedro's trashing the hotel right now. You see some of his best buddies, Vika Quino and a few other locals. There's Christian Asoy. I mean, what better way to celebrate a victory than a big old hug from Christian Asoy?
This year's podium ended up being Pedro Barros, Corey Juneau, and Bucky Lasek. Alex Sorgente just barely missing the podium in 4th place. What a final. Think about how good Kiko skated. Hit Kiko's first run, that was an 85, and he ended up in dead last in the final.
Yep.
That is an amazing 10 skateboarders right there. That is the 10 best pool skaters on the planet.
That's right. As of today, in the Combi Bowl, those are the guys. So let's check out the results. In 10th place, Kiko Francisco, followed by Tom Shar in 9th, Josh Borden in 8th, Trey Wood in 7th.
Jaimana Reynolds in 6th, Chris Russell in 5th, Alex Sorgente, and then the podium, Bucky Lasek in 3rd. 2nd is Corey Juneau. In 1st place from Florianopolis, Brazil, Pedro Barros.
Wow. Well, Jeff might not have called Pedro, but he definitely said he wanted to see him win.
Hey,
so,
yeah. He said,
All
what
right.
an amazing day.
Okay, so hang tight. We're going to come back to the awards. We'll take a quick commercial break. Stick around because we're here. We're about to announce the top positions here at the Vans Pool Party.
Let's give away some big
2016.
checks.
That's right. and you can see the carnage in the bottom of the bowl. Wow, what an amazing pro finals,
It's
Neil.
usually the crazy fans that throw the stuff in the bowl. This time it was the guy that won. That was the coolest thing, was the mosh pit of Brazilians. It wasn't even just the Brazilians. It was like the homie mosh pit after Pedro won.
That looked like they were jumping him into the gang right there. Pedro's fist flying and just having a good time.
And Pedro needed that, man. This year at Bondi Bowl-Rama, he was dominating and then just completely overamped. Even at the Vans Park Series in Melbourne, Pedro killed it and got bumped out by Chris Russell. It's been since 2012 that Pedro won the pool party.
Has it been that long? Yeah, Pedro definitely needed to hold it together, and he did. And he did an amazing job. And it was such an amazing final. So let's check out a recap of some of the highlights of the pro finals here at the Vans Pool Party.
I cannot wait to see these highlights. There were so many. Started it out with Little Man in the first pool party finals. Trey Woods, Smith grinding halfway through the bowl, spinning the 540.
And Chris Russell with a huge frontside air and another huge frontside air.
Look at that.
Look at that stale.
Cranking
So
back
sick.
the stale fish, ollie and bowl to bowl.
Yeah, that ollie bowl to bowl, I mean, you wonder if the judges could even see it. And, Pedro doesn't care. It's gnarly.
Wow. Acid drop straight to flat for Chris Russell.
And the alley-oops over that hip. Again, nobody else even messed with that trick. That was just Pedro this year.
And guess what? Haimana's not at the hospital. Mission accomplished.
That's right. He broke the curse. Corey Janot back disaster revert.
Didn't even do that in the run that ended up bumping him onto the podium.
And look at Kiko with that backside ollie. Just carving the invisible extension, as they say. Trey Wood had some great runs. You saw that stale fish around the corner, kickflip stale fish around the corner.
I love that when Chris Russell does those disaster tricks, you see his trucks shaking. His trucks are so loose, they're just wobbling with barely any bushings.
That bolt's just tight enough to keep those bushings down. And such a shame that Alex Sorgente didn't find himself in the top three. He did some cool tricks, did an NBD. We've never...
Look at that.
Yeah.
I think we'll see Alex's NBD in just a minute, but there's the Pedro blowout.
Ooh, the backside
sugar cane. There's the...
Wow, that's a lot to make happen.
Yeah, Saran wrap to Indy 5.
There was the nose blunt that pretty much cemented Corey as our second place finalist and bumped Bucky Lasek into third.
And that was the mosh pit.
Yeah, that was just an amazing event.
It seemed like just relief for Pedro, Every year we come here, he is the favorite and has just got bumped out a few years in a row.
It's a long flight back to Brazil, I'll tell
you. For
you.
a long time, he was the young guy. It was Omar and Rune and Bucky, and they all got upseated by Pedro. Well, Pedro came in and burned their house down.
Speaking of Pedro, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, throw it down to him.
Speaking of Pedro, let's throw it down to Chris Naracco right now that's got Pedro by his side, and let's hear what he has to say about winning the Vans Pool Party 2016.
Hell yeah. Thanks a lot, guys. Congratulations, Paros. Holy shit. That was so gnarly. It's always so gnarly to skate. How you feeling right now?
I'm feeling pretty good.
Yeah, no shit.
I'm sore, good, everything. I'm actually not feeling anything right now at the moment. It's just like a dream or something.
This is your third time. Bucky's got 3. Rune's got 3. You're in serious company.
Yeah, this contest is insane. Every year it's something different. This year the level was going crazy. Everybody was ripping. And I'm really not counting the times I win it. I'm just stoked I got to skate out there and I got to do what I wanted and skate, make my whatever.
I love that you gave the judges the old salute to make sure they got the score right. What was that like at that moment? You knew you took it?
No, I didn't know I took it. I just know that was pretty much the best I could do. And it was like, man, I grew my life skating bowls. And sometimes I know it's hard to judge, but I know it gets mistaken when you're going back and forth and doing gnarly tricks. Sometimes your mind is just paying attention to the tricks. And I put a lot of care and time into, or just passion actually, into bowl skating. And when I made that run, I was stoked, and that's what bowl skating is for me.
There's so many young kids coming up that are shooting for the rafters, going so high. Who are you liking of these next batch of kids?
Man, everyone. Sincerely, like 1 year ago, 2 years ago, there was still little babies and just working their way, but now they're all becoming men and they're skating really well, putting a lot of power, and everybody's just killing it over there.
I'm stoked for you. I'm going to let you get back to the party. Congratulations again, Pedro.
Thank you.
Hell yeah.
Thank you, and I just thank you to everybody that was watching back home. Obrigado por todo mundo que estava aí. Minha namorada Elisa, meus amigos, o RTMF e toda a minha família. Valeu.
Back to you guys upstairs.
All right, thanks, Chris. So we're going to take a quick look at the results one more time here. And there they are, the pro final results. We'll run down the top 5. We see Chris Russell, Alex Sorgente, and in the top 3, Bucky Lasek, Corey Janot, and as we saw right there, it hasn't even sunk in yet, Pedro Barros.
Imagine what's going down in Florianopolis right now.
Oh.
I know all the boys are watching in Florianopolis. We're going down there next month for the Vans Park Series.
They're trying to figure out what day they can make Pedro Barros Day.
Oh my gosh, it's going to be amazing to go down there next month.
All right, so let's check out the watch and win, Neil. Let's see who took the
I can't wait to see,
prize.
man, who took the, we had the hashtag contest. Linda
Oh,
Helms
look at that.
Williams, check that out on the back porch with the mini ramp on the big screen. That is a cool setup. I like what they got. Congratulations.
Just look at the spread on the grill there.
Yeah, man. Hey, we're coming over. Linda, where do you live? We're coming over. We haven't eaten all day. We'll be there right after this. Doesn't look like it's in California, though. It's too much green.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Linda Helms Williams. We are sending out these old school pro shoes and this really cool signed limited edition deck. Congratulations. That was fun.
Yeah, that board's going to look nice hanging on the wall, and hopefully you'll be able to rock those old schools.
I
Wow,
like how
what a
in
day.
the background, Kiko Francisco's still skating.
Yeah.
All these other guys are like, get me the ice packs, get me to the hotel. Kiko's like, hey, can we still skate after the contest?
Yeah.
I'm 14.
Exactly. He says, I feel great. I had a good time.
It's cool to hear Pedro talk about the young kids, show them respect, because like we were talking about, he was the young kid for so many years. He came up and knocked Bucky and Rune and Omar off the pool party stage, and now, last couple years, Tristan Rennie and Tom Shar took Pedro out. This year, he reclaimed his title belt for the 3rd time.
Yeah, and we saw a little different approach from Pedro. It wasn't just back-to-back fives. You know,
Yeah.
he really kind of used the whole bowl, went 100 miles an hour, but was able to keep it under control and just put on one of the best runs we've ever seen.
Yeah.
All right, let's throw it on down to the rewards, Neil, and see what's going on down on the floor.
I don't care. I'm just having fun. It's a party.
Here's the awards.
Am I live now? Where's the camera at? Which camera? This one? This one? This one? Is that the camera? Are you guys ready? Yeah, Chris, I love these trophies. Where's 3rd place for Masters? All right, let's bring up Jed Fuller. Come on up, Jed Fuller. Where are you at? And here he is right here. Let's hear it for Jed Fuller. Say it one more time.
Woo! Yes, skateboarding!
Let's hear it for Jed Fuller, number 3. Number 2 is Bruno Passos. Come on up, Bruno. Congratulations there for Bruno Passos. He's got his name up there, 2014 and 15. Good to see you on the podium. Let's bring up Darren Navarrete. Where is Navarrete? Come on up, Navs. Darren Navarrete. Where are you at, Navs? Get over here. Here he is. Here he is. This is yours, buddy. This is yours. That's yours, brother. Let's hear it for your winner, Darren Navarrete. Number 2, Bruno. Number 3. Let's hear it for the boys right there. Congratulations. Let's hear it for Mario. Yeah, Mario, have a good time?
Yeah, great time, you guys. Thanks, everybody, for coming out.
All right. $1,500 for you, $4,000 for you, and $2,500 for you. It's all good. Let's hear it for the Masters. Next up, the Legends. 8th place is Nicky Guerrero. 7, Eddie Elgato. 6, Pat Noho. 5, Christian Soy. 4, Tony Mag. He got 4th last year, too, right off the podium. Let's bring up Chris Miller, $5,500. Chris Miller, where you at? Who's got third? Okay, Mark. Chris Miller, if you're out there, 3rd place, come on up. And also, let's bring up Caballero. Where's Steve Caballero? Let's see that one. Congratulations, Miller. Always on the podium. Love you, buddy. This guy dominated the original combi pool. Still going strong. Congratulations. Third place. Come on, let's hear it for Chris Miller. All right, where is Steve Caballero? Here he is. Come on up, Cabby. You have a good time, Miller?
Oh, such a good time. I thought this was really the best one in a while.
Yeah, it was a good one.
Yeah, I mean, you get to the point where you're like, oh, yeah, pool party again. But then again, this took it to a whole nother level. So congrats to Van Doren and Vans.
All right, let's hear it for Caballero. Congratulations, Cabby. We're doing a short speech. Where is Lance Mountain?
Let's bring up Lance Mountain!
That's for you. Congratulations. If you're out there, make some noise for the champion, 2016, Lance Mountain. Lance Mountain, $15,000 for you. Caballero, $9,000 for you. Chris Miller, $5,500 for you. You guys have a good weekend with that cash right there. Thanks to Vans. One more time, let's hear for the legends of the 2016 Vans Pool Party. All right. Lance, short speech. They don't want me to do speeches, but just make
No speech. Hey, thank you, skateboarding. Keep chasing your dreams.
I know, right? Would you ever think you'd be here? Look at this, man. Congratulations. Your name's going to be up there finally after all these years.
13 years. Or whatever.
All right, it's 12. All right, let's hear it for Lance Mountain. Congratulations. Let's bring up the pros. Kiko Francisco, Tom Shar, 9. Josh Borden, 8. Trey Wood, 7. High Mataran, 6. Chris Russell, 5. Sorgente, 4. Let's bring up third place, Bucky Lassick. Here he comes right here. Let's hear for Bucky Lassick. Congratulations, Bucky Lassick. Yay. Third place. Hey, this plus a check for 7. Pedro Barros, where you at? It's not working. It's not working. Pedro Barros. It's on, whatever. Where's Pedro? Pedro Barros. Hey, you got 14 grand, buddy. Congrats. Where's Pedro? I know, it's on the webcast. We're good. It's on the webcast, live webcast. Here comes Pedro Barros, winner. You got to put him in the middle. Holy Stokes, you are the champion of the Vans 2016 Pool Party. We'll get it sized up for you later. Pedro, holy Stokes, congratulations. You're on the live webcast. It works on the webcast. Coming up. Let's hear it, Holy Stokes. Pedro, get in the middle. Move over. Let him in. Next year, Corey, you'll be in the middle. Next year. You're on the webcast. Here, talk. Whatever. The webcast. You're live.
What's up, guys? No, I'm kidding.
Corey, how's it feel to steal $7 grand from me?
Yeah, it's pretty good. You got enough money, man.
Yeah, Pedro!
É só para transmissão ao vivo, então obrigado a todos que torceram. Estou muito feliz. Isso aqui se tornou realidade mais uma vez. And thank you everybody that was on the webcast. The skating was insane this year. And yeah, just thank you Vans, thank you Van Doren. Thank you for making it happen another year. And now, everybody go fucking watch Holy Stokes. It's going to be soon on iTunes, and we'll be premiering on Friday in LA, so some good stuff. Duncan, thank you.
Throw it back to them.
Hey, back to you guys live webcast. Thank you guys.
All right.
We're the best 2016 pool party ever. Back to you guys, Neil and Scott up in the tower. Thanks.
Thanks, Dave Duncan. The only thing missing is the champagne bottles.
Wow.
The only thing missing is the champagne
we
bottles.
held it together all day,
Yeah.
and it kind of fell apart at the end. This is skateboarding.
What are you going to do? Yeah.
Congratulations. Darren Navarrete, Masters champ. Lance Mountain, Legends champ. And Pedro Barros, Pro champ. What an amazing day.
What an awesome day, man. To see Lance take it, to see Navs take it, and to see Pedro hold it together and put on the show.
All three of those were all like fairy tales. Darren Navarrete, the people's champ, the one that, look at this, the champagne
There
party
we
is
go.
on.
And they all kind of had to snatch it out, too, because, I mean, Bucky was in first, and Bucky's name's up there. And Miller was in first, and Miller, you know, his name's up there. And they all had to rip it away from those guys, and they did. And Bruno Passos, you know, his name's up there. He's won the Masters.
That was 3 amazing contests, and every year we talk about it. But there's a whole new breed, and they're super hungry. Tom Shar, Trey Wood, Corey Juneau, those guys are going to be killing it at Pool Party for the next decade. Kiko Francisco, kid lives here. He's probably sleeping here tonight. He's going to learn new tricks tomorrow.
He's going to be here right when the park opens
everyone's
tomorrow.
eating Advil, and Kiko's going to learn new tricks here tomorrow. Imagine what he's going to do next year.
It's going to be amazing. I don't know. This has been one of the best pool parties yet, Neil, and I'm stoked to be here with you, getting the opportunity to talk to everybody in Webland out there. And we're going to go ahead and sign off. So for myself, did I hear the word highlights?
Yeah.
For myself, let's take a look at some highlights before we sign off.
Thanks, everyone.
Okay, how about we sign off 2 highlights? So I'm Scott Taylor. This is Neil Hendricks. Big shout out to Jeff Grosso. We're going to leave you guys with some highlights from the pro action. So stay tuned, and thanks again for watching.